half's dead. Tess has 3 HP. He just comes in from short, ends everything for Liquid within it. Nade destined for Nitro.
He's now the last player left alive. They know where he is. He got a frag earlier from the side. Big headshot onto Senary. 15 HP left. Oregon and Hooksy with the overkill.
Everybody hit the ground when I come around. Shut down. Everything shut down. Shut him down. Shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down. Shut him down. Shut him down. Every time I come
Apex looks away, turns his attention into Plobsky's attempt at the push, and now the Rifleman looks to continue with a tap into Dupree. He keeps the hopes alive. He jumps on top of Bomb, matches with just the Glock. There's only enough time. He's got it!
No!
NIP!
What the hell?
shut him down. Shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down.
I ain't gonna play around. No, I ain't gonna play around. You getting overthrown cause the king's home.
Inters with the spray, good for one. Probably not anticipating both players to be here, but Inters not punished on the cross. Buster misses his chance, but the time is so low. Although there is a kit, Inters can get the frag.
Everything shut down.
Hades continues to go forward. Spinks is giving great coverage, but how do they get back that bomb? Hades, him and Spinks just doing everything.
God damn.
I'm about to get into my genius. Woo! I think I hit another zenith. Separated doers from the dreamers. Cause these are the differences that's between us. We the future, the movers and new leaders. Never lose.
They walk into Patsy, and he locks down Secret, puts the key back in the hole, and shuts away Furia. This crossfire is looking tasty as well, and Patsy is going to secure a 4K. What a beautiful round from the youngster.
When I come through, shut down. Yeah, everything shut down.
They're leaving him.
Bomb's gonna be able to cross. There's somebody hot on his heels through connector, and that needs to be bit to stop it. The bit gets shaved off. We're right into the 2v2. We have Hunter on 4 kills. Is Perfecto gonna be enough? They're not watching him. He cuts off Hunter. Time is of the essence. Frag goes down. Alexi sticking this nearly all the way, but Perfecto holds.
Every time I come through, shut him down.
I ain't gonna play around.
Oh, the bomb's out first, and it's already been put down on the ground. Settles in the dirt, and Tapson repeats for 2 more. 3 kills for Tapson.
Yeah, everything shut down. Everybody.
10 seconds, they really need to find this leader. And he's clicked them all! 3 fall, and so will the round. There's no time and no heads left.
Everything shut down.
I'm about to get into
Team Spirit's best player, and the crosshair bang on the money. Takes 2, and the third.
separated doers from the dreamers. Cause these are the differences that's between us. We the future, the movers and new leaders. Never lose and we rule undefeated. I don't gotta beg you to believe.
Vitality fighting through the CT smoke. Masuta dead. Dupree versus Flit. Low on health, but he spammed out. Flit was not meant to win that one.
And down there goes another. This seems like the Flames are gonna take it. 16-8.
Shut him down, shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down.
Carrigan continues dueling ramp. Some things do never change. 2 kills, pistol out, trying to farm these ecos, and he's got 3.
Shut him down, shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down.
I ain't gonna play around.
Bit's going to step on out, sees two, shots fired, and away they go. Crimbo denied.
Zerson's got company.
Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot.
Oh!
When I come through, shut down. Yeah, everything shut down.
Half the time ticked off. Liquid have got to make a move. This was all teed up for K Serato to win it. Out with a swing. He's missed the spray.
What?
Doubles back up this time around, though. On the bomb. OC's sticking it. More spam, and this time it connects.
I'm about to get into my genius. Woo! I think I hit another zenith. Separated doers from the dreamers.
Does manage to fall to Brollan,
Oh,
and there's
this
a
is
gap in the
geeky.
one-way. Look at that. Both of them are playing around the smoke. They can't see anything.
I know you know who the king is.
When I come through,
G2, there's only one man left inside of the site. Nico dead on the A-Lurk, and Monacy's going to do it all alone. Hopping on in. 1v3 turned 1v2 for up the short side. Oh, it's quick. Monacy doubled up, and there it is. 4 in the round, and the clutch goes his way.
shut down. Everything shut down.
And all of that was only the first day of Legends.
Oh, man.
Folks, 7 minutes of absolute action, all unfolding yesterday. And here we are today for day 2 of the Legends stage. We've got elimination on the line. We've got qualification on the line. And we still have some best of ones to chew through before we get into the real meat of the second day.
Yeah.
But Scrawny and Launders to lock you guys in on the B stream for the first half of the day. Man, this is going to be a good one.
It will. Outsiders, dude, these guys are sluggers. Like, they can fight, and you know, the fact that ENCE even lost a match after winning their first one versus FaZe, anything can happen here, even in the Legends stage.
It's so sick.
Everyone's pick'ems are an absolute nightmare
It's
right
so
now,
sick.
and it's chaos. It's really fun to watch. So I really want to hold my breath to see how the teams are going to play before try to lean too hard on one or the other based on a prediction, just because Outsiders are one of the teams I thought, okay, this is where the run ends. You know, they made it to Legends, but there's so much instability with the future of the team. We're not sure how long they're even going to stay together. But here they are on the 1-1 match versus a very, very strong opponent, but it is just a best of one.
Focusing down on the B stream, bottom half of the screen, ENCE Outsiders, Big and FURIA also splitting the matches with their opponents yesterday. You know, FURIA falling victim to the Spirit run to get into that best of 3 for playoffs. So either Spirit, Copenhagen Flames, Na'Vi, or Ninjas. 2 of those 4 going to the stadium.
Yes.
Vitality or Liquid, Bad News or Imperial going home today.
Going home today. Too many people were saying Liquid 03, and I was like, stop saying Liquid 03. But now, it's totally possible.
It's totally possible.
It's totally possible.
You know, either Team Liquid have to try and convince themselves that they can completely reverse sweep another stage of the tournament,
Yeah.
or Vitality will have to do it to them, consume them, and continue that run for Team Liquid.
Yes.
North America in a tough spot today. Bad News Eagles versus Imperial also for elimination. I think that one is a bit more predictable. That one's kind of par for the course.
Yeah. This is a matchup you could almost see happening before the stage started.
Yes.
Just as the O2's really possible. Again, very similar to IHC Renegades and Bad News Eagles when they played against Imperial last time. Of course, they beat them, but that was just one map.
Yep.
And a lot of people cited the fact that I think GXX had a really, really standout match. But Imperial have shown a ton of resilience, and they can absolutely win this game. They can absolutely win this game.
This one at least, right?
Yeah.
That's an exciting prospect, because then I'm not, you know, that's a team that I think kind of just got like swept under the radar even in the previous stage, dude. Imperial were getting written off, and here they are. So
yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows? But we've got a best of one to focus in on, and it has to talk about ENCE first. We got to talk about ENCE. Lots of promise, the highest form that we've seen from this roster as of yet. They are peaking, and they are coming together at one of the most perfect moments. They have recently qualified for the Blast Lisbon Spring Finals. They have now gotten themselves into the Legends stage to be this close to another stadium event, and so we have to start considering them as a playoff team, as a stadium attending Counter-Strike roster.
Absolutely. I mean, they've taken a map off of FaZe already in this stage. They've taken a lot of big scalps. They have a huge individual level, a good map pool, one of the best IGLs right now in Snappy. They have a deep playbook, and they've shown a lot of consistency. So they are on the fringe of the teams that you would expect to put in the pool of teams that could potentially win the major. But right now, they are taking names, and it feels like there is a chance that, not only could they make playoffs, but they could make a deep run into playoffs. So that has to be taken very seriously. I still don't mean that this is, I still wouldn't say that this is a gimme, because the Outsiders, they also can seemingly beat almost anybody, and they just don't lose that easily.
They just don't
lose that easily. And Yakinder in their one match had a super good rating, 1.65 rating over Vitality. Yakinder and James, everything did line up and look really good for the roster. Coming into Challengers, I was like, Yakinder, how you feeling? He's like, well, we haven't boot camped. And I was like, oh, that's not great. And he's like, but our FACEIT games have gone pretty well. So I guess they just, the thing is that there's no roster moves that have happened. They've played all 5 together for this huge amount of time.
Yep.
Even if this was some kind of final fairy tale run, they have all the pieces, the entire playbook, and the map pool that they already play with. There's no reason to doubt what they already can do.
It's all been there, and it all still is there, clearly. Then there's this weird essence around Outsiders, they are the undying. You just can't put them down. And that doesn't mean in any particular stage or any particular event. It means in any freaking round.
Yeah.
Any map. Their average, when we came into the Challenger stage, their average amount of rounds lost on Mirage when they won the map was 14.
Yeah.
The average was a 30-round game.
Right.
Which is just ludicrous.
Yeah.
And you just look at that statistic across the entire map pool, and that is who they are. They play long games.
Yes.
And clearly win them more often than not.
They're the team that if you tilt, you lose, because they're perpetually tilted themselves.
Okay.
Right? So they live in that zone. They live in the tilted zone, and they have no problem with this. And the Vito is flying through, and they get rid of, this is nice for best of ones. And it comes down to Ancient. Oh my God.
Mirage.
Oh, sorry, Mirage. Why did I say Ancient? Ancient was the first ban. This map for both teams is solid. I mean, this is where they beat Vitality.
Yep.
This is where ENCE beat FaZe.
Yep.
This is
sick.
A very good stomping ground for both rosters. And, I guess you could see it ending up here. Outsiders just removing their weakest maps, and then ENCE leaving this in as a strong one. So this is just a map.
This is perfect.
That works for both.
The fact that you're walking into this with the scalp of your upset in one hand,
yes,
but then you look across the battlefield and ENCE is holding FaZe's head.
Yes.
Outsiders is that. Oh man, this is exciting. I would say that the ENCE upset versus FaZe is a little more impressive, seeing as Vitality got completely washed out by NIP to start it. So it's still Outsiders performing above expectations, but ENCE even just beyond that, dude.
Yes.
They're in the stratosphere of upsets. And yet, they also lost versus Copenhagen Flames. So there's
no shame in that.
There's no shame. That was on Ancient.
Yeah.
But here we are back on Mirage, folks. So
okay.
A few more best of ones before it's BO3s only. ENCE versus Outsiders on Mirage.
Yes.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
Let's get it on.
Pistols could matter a lot. We saw pistols matter a huge amount yesterday, where in the 2 matches we watched, Navi and who beat Vitality in our first game that we watched? NIP winning both pistols. It's an assist. It's a big assist. People are doing really good on conversions. We haven't seen too many ecos back after pistol round wins so far in Legends. Maybe a couple of times. Snappy will get pushed back. Spinks here as support on Cat. They're doing a good job of scaling, and Kicker, he finds the frag on. Oh my God, he finds a second frag. That's both B-side players dead.
Hades with just the smallest of angles. We get some damage to the window, but it's going to be a tough retake, and they know it. The nade could help. The nade could certainly help, especially with the dual Berettas still in play. Dia just gets a headshot through the smoke on Yakinder. Buster and Flip back on bench. James still within the apartments. 3 versus 5, and it's perfect.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Oh, that'll inspire hope and confidence. A retake like that. 2 anchors down instantly. No trades back. Both blind. Fragged by Kickert. 5 players in B, and you can't even hold.
Blink and you miss it. Those last 3 kills were in an instant.
This is with a fresh market smoke coming out. Everybody coming out through the door. And just shots being hit. And it is true. The AG helped out right here. There's a couple players dying. Not even a headshots.
Dia with a clean little turnaround for the windows as well.
That is hype. That is very hype.
All right, that's if you are ENCE, that is exactly how you want to start the day.
Yeah, you know, even if Outsiders want a pistol, you'd still think, oh, ENCE have a pretty good chance in this matchup. No problem, but now it's even scarier. Now it's even scarier.
And you know, the script would want you to believe that ENCE are going to win this. They are a team that is rising,
Yes.
stocks
It's in the script.
all-time high, and Outsiders are, as far as the rumors are to be believed, on their way out the door.
Yeah, we'll see if the prophecy will be foretold. There are no nades here for the T's to work with, but we got a big-ass deagle on the ramp.
It's going to have to be, like, really, really big.
Really, really big, as Pimp would say.
Flit trying to find that contact. Madden shuts it down. Good. Good for ENCE. Looking to convert this one cleanly. Faced by both. And it's just as easy. James, your turn. Last guy in.
Yes, 40 seconds, lots of time to work, but I'll take the duel right away. 2-0 for ENCE, and no targets down for Outsiders on that round. Would have been a great round to get a couple of kills, seeing as we only have that 1 MP9 on Snappy, so they'll have to, it'll make their life a little bit harder. They'll come into this on a full buy, and they'll have to chew through some saved dollars here for ENCE.
Op immediately for James. James versus Hades, a question mark in the op department for this specific matchup.
And it seems teams have agreed not to use the one-ways for the window. So, you know, we'll keep an eye on that, but for the most part, I think it's, they actually kind of organized and agreed pretty quickly to not use it. So that's good.
For the best.
That's good.
Until it's double overtime and you really need a round win.
Yeah. And then,
Then you put on all the agent skins and you do what you got to do.
Agent skins come out. Start spray painting things.
Smoke grenade for the ramp. James is going to know the trajectory of Hades, but shot will not find its target. And with that bullet, Madden comes just prying over top. What's going on here?
Yeah.
It's a nice, quiet one from Outsiders. Yakinder was waiting, looking through that little bit of a gap in the top box. Double connector play now from ENCE, and the top of Con will be Smoke. So it's getting a little claustrophobic. AK shots not quite on point, not in comparison to Dia.
Yakinder did try to zone him.
Paid the price.
Yeah, Dia was not scared of that. Nice to take Yakinder down early. Organization towards the ramp now, leaving Flit at top middle. Oh, but they're still going to peek. They're going to see no T's in mid. Diha kills Flit.
2K already. Madden empty-handed. Diha's doing all the work, everybody's job. And as that bomb crosses, Hades going to make sure it never goes down. James will take a frag, but what if he dies to Diha after time? That's money out of his pocket.
Oh.
And a phenomenal start for Diha. 7-0, 4 kills in the rifle round.
Was that already after time?
I think so.
Yeah, it sounded like it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, James has 200 bucks.
Ouch.
Ouch. They didn't even get a chance to try to plant the bomb. That one wasn't even close. And if you're just watching this, you think, well, oh, Outsiders are beating themselves. Of course they're going to lose this game. You're wrong. You have no idea what's going to happen following that
It's only 3 rounds in.
unforced error. It doesn't matter.
Outsiders games are only decided after round 27.
This will exactly. This will still go at least 27 rounds. You have no idea what you're talking about.
But somebody will have to step up to the level of Diha, who has been a rock for ENCE.
Yes.
Monumental performances.
Yeah.
And in the important games as well, right? Consistent.
A lot of
You
good
can lean on
riflers.
him.
A lot of good riflers on ENCE.
Ooh, James dead already.
That's a cute offie.
He's making sure he doesn't die after time. Die as
Yeah.
fast as possible.
Right.
The duality of James.
What do you mean I bait?
Yeah. Guys, I died first.
Yeah.
Points to round 4 in the VOD. 3 deep with a Tech 9. And they work. You know, the Desert Eagle, you just got to simply click on the head.
Kicker knows the formula.
Kinder does too. That's a deadly deagle, but he gets softened up to 25. And at the minute mark, ENCE are still just leaning back. Don't want to lose anybody else on a round like this.
I love how free ENCE are playing. You know, they aren't tucked totally. They're still peeking things. They leave themselves open for timings, but then they also create timings for themselves.
So confidence they've earned as of late. Steps at the bottom of middle, going to be heard. So Diha is being set up as the playmaker, but so is the catwalk player. And Madden as well from Tickets. Diha will let Kickert cross. That's the bomb getting closer to the site. And Spinks ends him. But in that exact moment, Buster and Flit will turn this one into a man advantage. There's very little health left on Yakinder and Buster. But Flit grabs the M4. Bomb is down in the open, and now if it's not Hades, it's suddenly an Outsiders pistol round win. They had no Kevlar.
Well, and Hades knows that one went to the ramp. And look at the ramp guy going around to Palace. He got out there fast. That's Flit. That's an insurance policy. One in CT, he can delay. Buster's health shouldn't come into play. Hades has an op to work with, unfortunately. He might want to try to work out of this to try to save.
And
honestly.
Buster runs away and tucks.
Yeah, he's so far.
A smoke on top of the bomb maybe caused a little bit of panic. Hades does still have the kit, will get the first kill in time to at least desperately run and try to stick this, but he's going to have to stick it all the way, and Flit spams for the headshot. That is a 4 versus 5 unarmored, upgraded pistol round win.
Yeah, that was good. And that was Kickert with the deagle to kick things off. Honestly, thought that ENCE were going to snowball a bit because they looked like they were in a good spot. Everybody was, I guess, looking for engagement, but okay. I mean, start hit shots like this, and things get hairy.
Simply click those heads. Flit 2 kills off the M4, so that's the upgrade that really ends up paying off for Outsiders, and that's going to be a feels good for them.
Yeah, and that's with James dying first.
And that's why ENCE at 3-0 means nothing.
It means nothing. If you thought that meant something,
You're wrong.
you're new. You're very new, and that's okay. But get used to it.
So Outsiders. Quick momentum swing their way now. CT economy suddenly in question. Utility very low for them.
They're kind of like lice.
Like lice.
They can live in like the greasiest hair, you know?
Yeah.
That's the only place they can survive.
And you just can't get rid of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they need it. They need it to be greasy. They don't like clean hair.
Like lice.
Yes.
Ugh. That is such an apt description.
I mean that in the most endearing way possible.
Yeah. It's
I
fully
honestly
positive.
love watching this.
Like, I respect lice.
Yeah. Oh, wait, the smoke is
Bad.
good, though? He used it. He like walked right into the corner of that.
Flit'll take what he can get. Op looking to come
Yeah.
over from Ticket, and that's a good trade back from Hades.
That's nice with the ramp smoke down.
Yep, still had that little pocket of timing to work with, but Madden just standing in the open on balcony.
Yeah, there's just so many lurks happening all at once.
Hades gonna stop again. doing a good job of trying to plug these holes before their ship sinks. The flank gets caught out, the bomb gets stopped, and now Kickert is going to be shooting for a 1 versus 3. But Spinks has already jumped down from Catwalk through Connector. He'll slowly walk.
No time.
Smoke fades, and Kickert gets that second kill. There is still time, and if he just gets the frag, then that would have been a hell of a clutch for Kickert, but instead Snappy stops it at the final hurdle.
You don't see Spinks toss rounds away like that.
Not too often.
10 seconds left, and they have CT and Connector, and the bomb hadn't even been tapped yet. There was no open plant at all. They got peeked after that. They tried to hand it to Kickert. And Kickert's catching right now. I mean, he's been hitting. He had the 2 kills on the entries on the pistol. He had the deagle on the round that they won to open things up. Don't bet against him. You should be a little worried, more concerned. But ENCE, they still they survive, and it's outsiders who don't have guns. But they've won with less.
Much less.
My new favorite thing to say.
Mad.
Kicker.
No.
Oh, okay, he's dead. But they have the sight.
And the M4. Ykinder, not one of the 2 players who have armor right now. Snappy hears James jumping around. That's an easy pickup. That's literally as easy as can be. Ykinder's now been spotted as well. Snappy, cool. He's going to let Ykinder get away with 1. We get this long wrap around middle from Flit.
A default plant, though. He has to just hit a shot. Oh, no.
Uh-oh. That's going to draw the stairs player back at it. Buster going to be stuck between 2 of them. Retake is here for ENCE. Yes, they'll lose a couple players to pistols, but it is still their 5th round win.
Yes. Yes, we can contextualize everything, but 5-1 right now, and majority alive. Kills are hugely in the favor of ENCE overall. I mean, it's been Kickert to stand out the most.
Well, you said it at the start, right? It's like if you get tilted, then the outsiders are going to thrive off that. They're going to suck the life right out of you. But if ENCE can just write off that 1 round and stay composed, then it is just the one-off round. And outsiders, the reason their games go so long is because they're not impervious.
That's true. If that was Liquid, they might have lost the next 2 rounds.
The next 4.
Next 4, maybe. Yeah, we've seen it. I want to talk to you more about the Liquid Vitality match, because honestly, Liquid did play pretty well yesterday, even though they lost like to Heroic. There was stuff there. So
the fact that we get to cast that at 0-2.
I don't know who's going to win, man.
It's
because Vitality, I mean, they definitely did not play well.
No.
I mean,
nope. There's questions,
man.
But let's enjoy our appetizers first.
Yes. ENCE outsiders.
The 1-1 teams that don't have that gut-wrenching feeling of knowing you could be going home.
Yes.
Outsider's going to leave 2 players close on Palace, just waiting for that jungle movement, if it happens to come through the bushes. But Snappy saw the side of James and pushes him away from the angle.
Yeah, that was the opening they were looking for, and they're set up pretty well to get it. Actually, like that double at the end of Palace. ENCE have not been pushing much at all. Instead, they've just been kind of floating freely to look at mid a little bit. And 35 seconds comes. Outsider's going to set up for the full A hit. There's a lot of presence for the CT side towards B. Snappy's nice and tucked in. Let's see if they check him.
He's trying to minimize himself. Stomach sucked in. Breath being held. Just wait. He decides to make his move, and Kicker hones in on him. 2 frags back from Spinks. Make it a trio.
Okay.
Spinks, nicely done. Off the top of the stairs. Oh, Spinks with the ace.
Wow, a quick one from the jungle. Spinks. This guy is an anomaly. You couldn't even tell he was the one who was supposed to be getting the kills there.
Nope.
I thought it was going to be coming from CT, from Snappy.
All these other teammates meant to show up, and Spinks just comes running up.
How many aces do we have at the major so far?
I'm not sure.
And that was a rifle ace. So
Yep.
Definitely seen an eco.
You take those ones. Very cool. That's Spinks now tying up with Diha, and if those are the 2 pieces that really come together for ENCE, outsiders, as the score shows, will have their hands full.
That was quite Giga Chat of Snappy to miss the boost and then just go up anyway.
Meh, I got it.
Yeah, I'm going to win this fight. Exec's coming.
Yeah, he'll be tested.
Well, there's only two.
Spinks is here. Madden kills that one lurk coming out from ramp. Yeah, it was only a couple of players here from Outsiders, but they tried to simultaneously pry into the A site.
Bit of a weird fake, but
they get nothing on either end.
Yeah, and Outsiders very smart to actually start to throw utility instantly into Palace, right when they wanted to pull that lurk off.
Both sides of the rope get shorter. ENCE looking to put the bow on top of this one. Spinks seems to be playing freely at the moment.
Yeah. Here they are. Look at this freedom. You know, open to everything. But they had just gotten a lot of info. There's only 2 players left from Outsiders, and Spinks will slowly peel back at a mid. It's getting past the point of Outsiders having the option to walk mid. So that is one thing about mid, is that you need a fair few extra seconds. But I mean, at 25, they are still here. I can't help but feel like, you know, unless some crazy multi-frag happens right now, they're just looking at a save.
15 seconds, not enough. Save called. 7-1 on this CT side, and you know there's also a world where I think ENCE blow this one out of the water.
Yeah, it feels like it's coming. The Tetris pieces are falling into place. They're not getting any L blocks.
Just those weird little squiggly ones.
Ew, those ones are hard too.
I hate those things, man. I just Are the T-shaped? Are there T-shaped blocks?
There's T-shaped blocks.
You know they all have names. With the original Tetris game, in the manual for the game, each of the blocks has like an actual name.
Okay.
Like John and Henrietta.
What?
Yeah, like names.
Oh, they're named like
weird
pronouns.
names.
Oh wow, interesting. I didn't know that. I actually hate Tetris music. I just like to throw that out there.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, the options
Sorry
weren't great
to
back
anybody
then.
who didn't need that opinion to be. It's like nobody asked me, and I just said that, so I apologize.
We'll get a Tetris CS:GO music kit.
Oh man, I already have that on 0 volume. Music kits.
Oh, you're missing out.
Sail.
You could be listening to Easy for ENCE.
That's true.
Because right now you're watching it.
Yes. Couldn't be easier. They are lubed up.
Buttery smooth in the first 8. And Snappy back to looking for the apartments duel. There is a player in there, Kicker, who has no utility. Of all the Ts, the emptiest of belts. And yet 3 players just kind of moseying around in middle. Spinks likes to take initiatives. Doesn't want to give too much space. Goes back, gets the dink on Yakinder. That is excellent damage considering he dies. And now it's all about setting up Diha in connector. We get Flit to jump through window, and that could be the jackknife of the round. Madden pushing past Palace,
that's
and
money.
that's the confidence, man. ENCE, they're playmakers.
Look at that.
Snappy as well inside of the apartments, cuts down what felt like a live wire to an absolute dud. 4 versus 2, Yakinder tagged, bomb slowly encroaching towards that B site, and maybe Flit's able to cause a split, but he'd have to get past the CT player, and Hades is not missing. Snappy backs up, and with a single shot from the Tech-9, should solve this Yakinder problem.
The awareness is so good right now from ENCE overall that, yeah, every fight has come their way. And, I mean, they're taking nice deep off angles as well. I mean, it's hard to predict and read, especially with these ops. We had Hades watching for a lurk through the murder hole. We had Snappy 10 feet deep into the B holes, right? Natural positions for these ops maybe just a bit farther back. Right when they think they're safe, they get hit. And they also pulled off the Palace push, which actually ENCE have been quite careful about when they've thrown that in. So I don't think we've seen that more than twice so far. And Madden goes the full distance with the wraparound to ramp. So almost everything that Outsiders do is being called out. And Outsiders this game have put a specific emphasis on the Palace in the majority of their rounds. You know, coming out 3 through Palace, lurking almost every round through with mid involved. So here's a position where ENCE say, okay, maybe you've been exhausted of that option. Let's take it over ourselves.
Clean kills all across the map, every single one. Barely any shots missed. Just ENCE's individuals on point, and with it, they're on fire. 5-round streak.
It is way harder than it looks to make Outsiders play like this.
So Outsider's going to try to throw a spanner in the works. Snappy
His incendiary gets extinguished. Madden could still line up some damage here. Spinks under pressure, a ton of pressure, as the Tech-9 connects to his head. Snappy on the back of this site, just trying to hide behind bench now. Support comes in from Diha, and Snappy's doing an excellent job of just surviving. In fact, he's thriving. He's got Outsiders on an absolute halt, because James now has his hands on an AWP, picked up from Spinks. Maybe that's enough to turn this one upside down.
Well, they're in the doorway. I mean, they're ready to press up, and this op could work, but oh, they find James.
Cut off by Diha. With that, Snappy, bolstered confidence, wants to make sure he controls that one gun that was within their reach, and Yakinder, nice clean. Oh, a second. Tech-9 pops off.
Diaz killable.
Is he still going to win this, though? As he crosses past Madden. Oh, he just can't finish what he started versus Diha, so ENCE will continue to win.
That was actually a close call. He got the info on the market player, and it was another kind of round where Outsiders just have pistols where they nearly win it.
Kills Diha, and the ops right at his feet.
Yes.
Winnable.
Yeah, I mean, it is Yakinder at the end of the day, but right now, no one's really fragging for Outsiders. So, his small thing, but the split works out so well because they get that smoke to plume right in front of connector on Cat perfectly. And I think oftentimes when that doesn't work is when the T's try to run it, but they don't have that smoke plume right away. As soon as they're turning the corner, they get spotted, and then they just get spammed down from connector side. Right. But the actual execution in terms of a dry one was perfect there from Outsiders.
Timing to a T. Now ENCE hunt that coveted 10th round win. They throw a second incendiary behind the boxes just to ensure that it is clear. And then the dry swing. Oh, that's nope, not gonna work. Not versus Spinks. 5 versus 3. As Kickert and Yakinder try to round that corner. And even if it wasn't Spinks with a healthy 2K, there was lots of help there for him. So setup looked good, and Spinks looks better. 14 and 5.
Wow.
Just dismantling this T side from Outsiders.
Yeah, with an ace involved. How does he do it? How does he do it?
Such a land buff. Of course, he plays with a lot of ping when it is online, so
sometimes that can make it harder to switch up. You know, you get used to high ping.
I feel that as
you play in Europe a lot.
All the time.
Yeah. So he hit him.
A whole different world.
22 HP. Oh, that wasn't him, actually. Snappy's in the B site getting bullied by Flit here. Oh, who's getting bullied, though, actually? Snappy's got a mad amount of confidence with the way that he's been playing up in the B halls. Man, he's been pushing. He has the op.
Snappy has strong individuals for an IGL.
He does. He does have good aim. Oh, he's Danish. They're all good.
There's something in the water. It's
clean harbor.
Maybe it's all the bicycling. I don't know.
Yeah.
Fresh air and wind turbines.
That was a good bet that ENCE placed on Snappy to see if he could kind of revitalize his brand as somebody who's been bouncing around in a sea full of IGLs, right? Oh, it's just one more Danish IGL. How good could he really be? But he always did show a lot. He always did show a lot. And it felt like the idea of too much structure was going to not work in a Counter-Strike circuit where there were tournaments every single week because it involves so much preparation and so many set plays. But Snappy has found a way to make it work just by making 1 million set plays.
Simply make more.
Yeah, simply make more.
500,000 are fast. The other 500,000 are faster.
Yeah.
And what's really cool is I think that ENCE as a brand and as an organization are kind of like the Snappy of orgs, right? Like they had this cool run and then they kind of, great project, hit the top, world class, disappeared for a little while.
Sure.
Went through some pretty irrelevant time. And now we're back at a legend stage with them about to be 2-1 and considered a genuine contender to be in the playoffs.
Yes.
So it's just a beautiful tale.
Yeah, it feels like not too long before we try to figure out like how deep can they go in playoffs, right? That'll be the next conversation, which is really interesting. But of course, it's still 1-1. So the winner of this does not go through. You will have to get through a pretty arduous best of 3 to make that possible.
Well, the next question is really just how do we get Natu on a plane for playoffs?
Yeah. Why, is he not coming?
I mean, I'd hope so.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know. I don't know.
I mean, he does have like 36 kids. So.
Smoke down base of Khan. Yakinder right on the other end, and Diha. That's that's a tough guy to get past. Won't be caught by a little gap in this smoke. But if I was this B site, I would start to feel a little bit pressured. I like that Outsiders are maybe trying to fixate on it. They had that really good split a couple rounds previous when they only had their pistols. So now with guns, this is looking like a healthy setup. Not the worst of spots, but Snappy getting hard clear means Spinks needs to do everything. And his position now known, not able to double down. And so it looks like Outsiders have finally broken through with a second round win. A 2 versus 4. If they really want to take that chance, no, not going to happen. Finally, a bit of mid-control for Outsiders. No real test thrown out by ENCE in comparison to some of the more proactive rounds. And with it, Outsiders will take a victory.
Yeah, a few things line up. No Palace push from ENCE this time. They forego any Palace presence themselves in Outsiders. Mid-control is free. And they also decide to go a bit slower than we've seen from Outsiders compared to some of these previous rounds where they've actually kind of filtered down pretty quickly. I guess D-Hot had so much money here that he was going to try to run and tap the bomb or something. I don't know. Maybe there was a... He's got it on.
It's Call of the Void, man.
Yeah, just wanted to literally die.
Still has the least deaths on ENCE.
So, and also, just got to say, the main value add to their round wins is kicker on the entries. Kickers consistently getting entries, win or lose, in most of these spots. Most deaths, but most kills. It's just the best at everything.
I'm number 1. Over on Stream A, we've got Heroic with a 2-round lead over G2. That's
a banger.
Another best of 1 game. There's gonna be some matches, folks, I tell you.
Yes. The good games don't stop.
Counter-Strike. Hell of a drug. So I like this. ENCE, they lose a second round, they take a timeout. Maybe talk about that B setup. Maybe talk about getting a little more active. We'll find out what they want to change. But we see 2 immediately towards B with a little poke-up catwalk. So yeah, that 3-man cohort that we'd seen Wark in mid is back at it. But Yakinder, that's a little bit different. Nice change up from Outsiders. We hadn't seen something fast from A with the exit from Palace. Yakinder takes that task with both hands, rocks the entry. James gonna drop his shot towards Ticket, so there was an opening offered, but then with Madden getting killed from the smoke, it's suddenly a 2 versus 4. And James, well, he's gonna miss again. Snappy's gun goes dry, he's got Spinks to try and help, and even with that last second reload, Snappy somehow keeps this going. A frag that could have ended James, but wasn't on the mark, and Outsiders, beautiful. Change the tempo, change the pace, change the target.
It's kind of crazy to me how many rounds have gone pretty quickly for Outsiders, and this one even faster than the previous. So yeah, they go from painfully slow in that last crawl towards the B site with the mid split into back to Palace with the 2-man setup, and James provides perfect cover for Yakinder, who you have Hades coming out a window to think, okay, I'm going to try to trade this as soon as possible. If it's 2 riflers, he has a good advantage, but instead it's just James waiting for this exact move. So they lured them into falling like a house of cards. It felt like, for sure, if 1 kill comes, the next one will as well. And of course, when you've got entry like Yakinder up front, you do want to trust in a play like that. That's only the half is actually more respectable. I mean, it's still really lopsided in favor of ENCE, but again, this gets to 27 rounds one way or another.
We're still banking on that?
We know it's happening.
That's what the numbers would want us to believe.
But I know what you mean. It doesn't actually feel like that with ENCE playing this well right now.
But it never feels like that until it happens.
That's true.
And Yakinder's got another opening kill here for Outsiders. So of course they're just gonna, they're gonna plant that little seed of doubt at the end of this half, aren't they?
Indeed.
Just because we were all talking up ENCE.
A quick opening with mid. I mean, that's a recipe for success.
Everybody let their guard down. Oh, 10-1.
Oh, there's the lurk.
But Diha will not find the head turned.
I mean, yeah, Diha gets this surely.
Oh, that's an off though. Woo!
Scary for him.
Shot whizzes by him. He is still alive. We've got Buster up here on the shelf of A ramp. Him and Madden both kind of shooting at each other and falling back. But Madden looking for the second servings. Ooh, and it's going to cost him. Buster, nice clean headshot. 5 versus 3 here for Outsiders. Let's see if ENCE can grab one with double man disadvantage.
Ooh.
Hades
playing kind of free, but he's got the
nice
connector
track.
players going up.
Oh, so close, but not quite. Diha, he's allowed Flit to cross over into the bomb site, but that's not the bomb carrier. That's going to be Kicker, who does get taken down in the play, and a second one from Diha. Important, critical kill at a crucial moment. James going to miss his shot over the ticket. Snappy's just trying to play from above, takes the support down. James at half health, but he's got a chance in this clutch. He keeps himself small. They're going to wrap around with pistols, and sure enough, 3v5 and secure 11.
God damn, that comes down to Diha, man. That was the play right there. From window, they molly window, but they don't do it carefully enough. They don't molly it and wait. Instead, they throw the molly, they leave a spot behind it where Diha can stand, and he's the one who feels desperate. I mean, he has to get something done. That's a 2v3, 2v4 situation. And then they have to go back and pick up the bomb, and the guy who has to pick up the bomb is even lower on health. So this is a really solid start, 3v5 for ENCE. And when Hades dies, you think, yeah, no chance now. But Diha and Snappy pull it back from the depths. That's the kind of round Outsiders win. And yeah, ENCE, they really did something there that I don't know. That's mentally that's hard to deal with. I mean, that was one in the pocket to take out Spinks that early too. But this game has been a lot about Diha, even though Spinks has climbed the scoreboard.
I like that Hades pressed up in that last round too. Made sure he took somebody with him. Nearly got himself a second. How many in this one? None. Oh, collateral shot. Madden's lucky to be alive. Puts his incendiary down. You'd think he's not destined for much more. And then Diha being dead means Madden follows right after. Nice entry pathing from Yakinder. They felt that weakness for a second from ENCE, and they clamped down on it. 2 versus 5 here for Snappy and Spinks. And this time there's way more control, way more of an escort to get that bomb into the site with ease. They'll plant and presumably close a fourth. But Snappy with a little life left in it gets a clean kill.
He misses again.
So does Spinks. That's 0 damage done from Outsiders to allow this one to go into the 2 versus 3. And the scary thing here is ENCE, you got nothing to lose. Last round of the half. Yakinder's deep in jungle. Maybe he will end it all. Spinks gets dropped to a quarter HP. That should be everything. Outsiders, a little life left in them at the end of this half, and that could bode well for them. We know what they do. They are the Undying. And now as they swap over to the CT side, we'll see if they can truly keep that title theirs.
I wonder if that one round will catch up to them, because now we're thinking that could have been a 10-5 half instead, but it's 11-4. Again, pistols can come into play, of course, best of one, and we saw ENCE pull it back 3v5 on the pistol to point out a few more good things they've done in some of their harder rounds. We saw some good set plays here from Outsiders, weaponizing Yakinder towards the end of the half, and he took a long time to wake up, but now he's now he's functioning. Now he's got the coffee in.
Half of the rounds basically Yakinder.
Right.
He's also had previous slow starts at this event in the Challenger stage and still recovered by the end for an Outsiders win, you know, in classic fashion.
Maybe he should stretch before the games.
Yeah, touch your toes, folks.
Jay missed a few shots in that first half.
Ooh. Sorry, what was that?
A few shots in that first half.
Okay, well, this is the second half. James, ooh, able to escape around that smoke. A little cat contact. Snappy with the bomb, jumps into the window, kills Flit through smoke, and then just dives past James, but he goes unchecked, with Kicker also into the mix. Kills coming through for the Outsiders, a 4 versus 2, and Diha down to 70, Spinks on 34. And Diha, it's gonna have to be this 1 versus 3. He's got the time to try and make the magic happen, just doesn't have the bomb, and you'd think that'll be the crucial error. That'll be the component that costs him. Kinder staying tucked inside of the palace, so he knows there's one on ticket. He knows there's one back in the ladder room. If his arms were longer, he could just reach for it. But he knows that the moment he goes out there, he's a dead man walking. Would have been a 3-man hit. And so Outsiders will take second pistol, meaning these teams split them down the middle.
Maybe we can safely promise 27+ rounds here in this match. Given that we got the Outsider CT side.
Ooh. Some
James
little
frag him.
USP kills.
He hit he hit that collateral at near the end, but he missed a few pretty easy shots in that first half of the op, when he was opping at least.
Yeah, into CT spawn a couple of times.
There was that.
Quick support for the underpass play. We did have Outsiders win a round with simply pistols. Buster waits for Snappy to round that corner, and then the flank comes through from James. Excellently timed. They've got ENCE corralled, but not killed. Not entirely, not yet. Flit ends Diha, 1 death, not so bad, and some free Tech 9s to boot.
Well, we're ENCE actually on their CT side versus FaZe, they game planned so well. I mean, they were reading how FaZe were going to entry up the A ramp and flash timing Madden off the stairs to peek and spray them down. There were a number of times where it felt like everything fast that FaZe wanted to try, they had an answer for it. And even though they struggled a little bit to kind of get those same perfect reads on Outsiders, they had so much more behind it just to play defaulty and still win the slow rounds as well. Just to really show their range off in this matchup. And now on the T side, they'll probably have a lot of set stuff that they'll continue to throw. But we know that ENCE's T side Mirage is just very, very lurky.
All right.
Snappy's hit some bangers today, 15 and 8 now, tied up with Diha.
Yeah, good solid form.
And that was a half where there wasn't even that much love for B. And Snappy was basically, he was going in for the kills. He was looking for them deep at the back of halls. Anything but sitting around.
Kinder gonna pop up here, 2 players. And the first one's free. The second, not so much. Oh, Hades not only sees the murder hole, but also heard that connector. Oh, there's number 3. That's everybody's seen from Hades. Ah, poor guy gets caught. Bomb plant here from Diha. Buster's gonna give him the space, the respect, and the chance. At 16 and 8, this would be massive. And it's not gonna happen. James flies out through window, and ENCE come to an end.
Damn, Hades, he made the right play. A little unlucky with the second rotation coming in as fast as it did. But then if he got through the back of market, that's happening. If he got through the back of market, that's happening.
James was just as scared.
You think if James saw a mouse in real life, he'd step on it or run away? Can't get a read on this guy, man.
Yeah, it's hard to read. It's actually really hard to read him. Yeah.
Fast window smoke here as ENCE decide to run it up to B. We've seen them do this cat splits in a play like this, similar to what we saw Outsiders try. Here they're just feigning mid-control to keep the attention of the cat players toward them.
Freebie.
Yeah, that's a nice opening.
Oh, but Diha goes back. Diha re-peeks the same window. Kinder with the 3K. Locks down the catwalk, and then Hades falls.
Oh, scrawny. Dude, I mean, that was a nice round. That was a nice CT round.
That was very clean. Stellar shots, and now they're within 3. Remember,
It shut down a hard round. Shut down a fast round from ENCE. Great shot. James started B window.
Started there.
Yeah.
And just rocked him.
Yeah, they didn't. They tried to throw some mid nades to keep the Opera around connector, the cat player off cat. So, well, that'll raise a couple eyebrows.
Yeah, there's all of a sudden a pause.
Yes.
There's a little hesitancy.
You got to wonder, how good are these guys?
They just don't die.
How many demos did they watch last night? Will ENCE be legible?
And still playing with the 3 smokes, 1 flash. All the util that remains.
Now we're paying attention to where James is, because that last round over in the market, he picked the right site to be at. And here, not only is he opping stairs, oh, they missed the window smoke, but that might be to try to draw the opper. Hard to say.
Nice nade.
Yeah.
That'll help Kicker out.
Kicker needs flashes over triple if he wants to take a peek. They're starting to walk this flank. There's a lurk in from outsiders as well.
Everybody's shooting, so that sound, that gives Kicker a good picture, but Snappy's able to close the distance really quick.
It's insanely fast from Yakinder.
Bomb gets picked up. If it plants default, Yakinder can't stop it.
He stopped shooting.
That's problematic. Yakinder into place. Easy pickup on Hades as he takes to the skies, and Spinks wants to wrap around, but remember,
He heard him.
It's planted default, so how the hell is Spinks going to get back into this one? It feels like it needs to be Snappy in its entirety.
Yakinder also heard him, I think, running around through mid. I'm not sure this will scare outsiders. Well, okay.
They're still walking up. They don't seem to know. And Spinks, oh! He sets up Snappy perfectly. Yakinder knows the positions. He's just going to try to throw that smoke ahead. And
He doesn't know where he
Snappy,
planted.
it's miscommunicated. Last second, Spinks comes through. He goes for the wrap around mid, 2 kills through Con, and just runs for his life to stop that defuse.
Man, when Yakinder got his first kill and went to hold the flank on a ramp, I thought that Spinks had made noise, and Yakinder didn't see him, but I guess he didn't know that Spinks would try to run it all the way through mid. I have no idea if that was a communication issue or a misread, but Spinks somehow, with the bomb planted on default and a rotation to mid, is the reason that ENCE win that round.
And Snappy almost spams the wrong spot.
Oh my god, yeah, could have just been diffused as well.
If Spinks wasn't that fast,
Yes.
I think Yakinder diffuses.
Yeah, I mean, Snappy was out of bullets too. There was no way Snappy was going to stop that bomb from getting diffused.
Oh.
Leave it. Oh man, Spinks had 18 HP.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
18 HP, and he gets 2 kills from the back of Connector, plus the diffuser. Yakinder will be dinked already down to 11. That's not going to make his job any easier as ENCE looks to pull ahead even further. Now, 4-round lead. Bit of momentum. Pressure inside of middle as Madden clambers through the window.
He got up here fast.
And Yakinder, he's not going to see it coming. Well, the jungle player dies. Yakinder incredibly low. Molotov, I mean, he has to run from that. He finds a little bit of pocket for the time being. Spinks, in the meantime, double kill towards that A site. Madden's going to run right through. They are ravaging outsiders. A 13th round off the back of that, and a bottomed out economy from outsiders mean ENCE. They may have survived the test. They could still keep this one convincing. Buster wants to keep this one rolling. One gun is all they can hope to save. It could enable a rebuy, but that gets swept away as well. And ENCE lightning fast in this one.
Damn, that was such a high amount of chaos that they were able to control. They conducted it. I mean, Madden getting into the window fast after seeing one cross up from the jungle. Then Yakinder was already low, getting peppered down from somebody maybe in Palace. Now there's 2 players inside jungle, and his teammate dies instead of him. It actually would have been better if Yakinder died. His other friend had full HP. And then Madden runs through the smoke at Yakinder. Maybe it was calm that this player had been hit earlier in the round. And now outsiders will call attack pause to figure out what to do. That might have been the key moment right there. I mean, ENCE went around they weren't supposed to, and then won this very dramatic, insane A attack with tons of lurks happening all at once, and Outsiders money is just screwed. They love lurking. I mean, wow. They just, that's what they do. Big map from Spinks. Big map from everyone, honestly.
Oh, and it's a desperate one from Outsiders here. 14 looking confirmed from the get-go as everybody runs out of spawn, but Outsiders are stacking the right site, and ENCE don't seem to be going anywhere else. Still, huge weapon advantage and an opening kill from Madden. It felt like we were getting that exact same Outsiders formula, but ENCE have more to give us. Offer a bit of resilience.
Yeah, they themselves, they play pretty brave. They don't play standard and then lose. They go for plays like that. Tons of lurks. We saw them try it versus G2, and G2 were just ready. You know, they sat all over the A site. ENCE just tried lurking up into A very quickly over and over again. And while the rounds came close, G2 just kept winning. Here's a situation where it doesn't look so good.
Bit more damage, but Madden's still alive. Snappy's gonna get you Kinder easily. So everybody being swept away here from Outsiders. A round that unfortunately for them just has no element of success, no life left in it. 6 rounds to lead here for ENCE, 2 away from victory to put themselves into the 2-1 group and have 2 chances at best of 3s for playoffs.
Huge. Man, ENCE on Mirage these days. It's a sight to behold. Taking out almost everybody.
Yeah,
G2 a bit better. Maybe Na'Vi could still take him more consistently. But outside of that, scoring some big wins. Low grenades here for Outsiders. So they fight for round 23. Just so they don't have to hear the sound of match point over and over again.
Oh, Dia!
Send a message to James.
Dirty peek. Twice now he's gotten James' head splattered on that B site.
Oh, there's a lurk smoke punish.
Kinder can't do anything with Dia tearing them up. He is 1 shy of 20. Madden, in the meanwhile, confirms that both the last players are over towards A. This one, easy for ENCE.
Jesus, the entry pack is ludicrous here for ENCE. I mean, again, it's like every site. We had Spinks with the Lurkout Palace that last round, 2 kills. Madden inside the window on his lurk, his frags, and now Diha entering B. That's actually a number of times he's done that.
Oh, he just times it so well.
Yeah.
Opper peeks up, holds the angle for a second.
Man, it's hard to scare James, you know.
Dia just rocked their worlds on that B site. So good. 15 in the bag. 7 match points for ENCE.
Once I said to Mantu, who's the fastest player that's ever peaked you? He said Diha.
Really? Yeah?
He said Diha by far.
Well, man, I can, after that last round, I see it.
Yeah.
I see it, and James felt it. Oh, damn.
It's Mantu's Polish bias, though.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
He may not be wrong.
It's true. He's from the UK anyway.
They mustered together a decent buy. Outsiders. Opening kill as well for them. Madden. Ooh. Trades that one back. Is it still over? Snappy able to exit ramp, but he's actually swarmed and still able to get the better of Flit.
Oh,
Kicker
so bad
allowed
about
that to happen.
Yeah, he was tucked.
3v3, still some life. We can't forget, if Outsiders, they lose an average of 14 rounds on their wins. That's a lot of OTs.
Dia picked the right side to lurk through. He's going to get into window. That's so smart. That is so smart. They had, oh my God, he almost loses that. That's crazy. And James is scared to approach this. Diha's coming back to the A site, but the bomb is also starting to walk in this direction. Diha will get taken out. Now decisions need to be made once again.
So back and forth.
They didn't have a good idea of where everyone is, but now Buster got spotted.
So they decide to run in on him. They've
lost track where he's gotten off to. Close position here from Buster, but the lesser of the weapons. He hears the bomb planter, and now it's just on to Jame. Jame versus Madden for an ENCE victory to go 2-1 in Antwerp and give themselves a real chance at making it to playoffs.
Well,
Outsiders on Mirage. It's no easy feat to defeat them like this, and ENCE have shown us promise to start day 2 of Legends.
absolutely. You know, barely broke a sweat. I mean, a lot of these rounds were very close in the second half, but at the end of the day, they won them all.
Yep.
They didn't really have any levels of resistance to work through. There was just no mental battles there. It was all the ways that they wanted to approach around ended up working out very well. Individuals were way better on ENCE overall.
So strong.
You know, Deha, even Snappy, especially on CT side, whether it was offing or rifling the B site. And yeah, they were by far and away the better team. There's no other way to look at it. Even though it looked like Outsiders were about to get their feet stuck in that second half of that first good rifle round shutting down a set tactic, as soon as ENCE switched back to their faster lurk plays, that was the exact tempo change they needed.
And there was that real, quizzical situation at the start of the first half. We had the Outsiders win with just those unarmored pistols, and it felt like, oh, it's going to unravel. But it seems ENCE can survive those kinds of challenges. Mental battle, mental fortitude, clearly in ENCE's back pocket. Strong game. And most importantly for them, the 2 best of 3s that they'll now have a chance for. That's such a sigh of relief.
A huge boon, yeah.
Huge boon indeed. And some wild rounds. I almost want to say like some Outsiders-esque round wins from ENCE. The Spinks, flank with low HP.
I agree.
Those moments that they shouldn't have. And all the while, just great form.
It was kind of like Outsiders, just a bit faster.
Yeah.
I think that's the way that ENCE are playing the game. And this multi-pronged attack, lurk style on T side, and honestly doing a lot of floating on the CT side as well, allowing the individuals to breathe, which I think is the best thing about the way that Snappy's calling. And the fact of the matter is, if they want to go back to set stuff, they do have that as well. So one of the deepest teams right now from that perspective.
Unfortunately for Outsiders as well, Yakinder a bit of a slower start. Climbed the scoreboard towards the end. We saw his critical impact in a couple of the 4 rounds they were able to win on T side. They exit out from Palace, looked really good, but still just simply not enough. Man of the match, it's gonna be Spinks.
Yes.
Absolutely earned.
Yes. I mean, he had such good teammates this game. I will say it was kind of close, but this guy's working off an ace. He had multiple entry rounds. He was a 2-way player between CT and T side, and it's just another day. Okay, it's another day for Spinks. He's always being this good. The question is, where's the limit?
Yeah.
When does he stop getting better?
Does it end in playoffs? Do they get to playoffs? Is it now that the pressure is mounting and that they're 1 win away? Those are the questions we're left asking. But there's still more best of ones to come, folks. We've got Big versus FURIA up next after this one. We'll see you guys shortly for that.
It's time for another 1.6 aim map attack. And we got Spinks going up against Hades here. The ENCE boys going head to head, and it's 1st to 10. Now, Hades, have you played some 1.6 before?
Yeah, I've played quite a lot when I was younger.
Okay, quite a lot. So you should be the more experienced one here. You think you should be winning?
Should be.
Should be. Spinks, what's your experience with 1.6, man?
I played a bit. I don't think I played so much like Hades, but only a little bit.
Only a little bit. So you're just setting expectations right now. But you think you should be able to beat him, You're pretty good at aiming.
I think I can do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
The sniper rifle, I have the AK here. So
don't let him get the AWP then.
Of course.
Don't let him get the AWP. All right, boys. It's time for you to go. Let's see who's going to get the first round. Let's watch this go down. Yeah, already didn't like the spray. Spinks with the first. Headshot come through. Are you tapping or are you bursting?
I'm pressing some buttons sometimes.
He tried to get you on the spawn. Oh, fight out in the open, boys. 1-1. Okay.
Until what score is it?
It's 1st to 10.
1st to 10.
Yeah. The escape of trying to jump over.
This guy knows everything.
Oh, Hades. Nicely done. Nicely done. So now he's up 1. And you're both rocking the AK. Oh, straight back. So far, everyone that's played this has been enjoying the one-taps more so than the bursts or trying to spray. We've had a couple of rounds try to spray it out, but Spinks now looking to take some lead. How do you like the feel of the game?
Well, I understand why people like it.
Oof. Do you like the registration of the bullets, you know, how it connects?
Like, it is pretty nice compared to what year the game came out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could play today, no problem.
Hey, there we go. We'll bring back some old school Liga. Sphinx, you continue to rack it up here.
I suspect he was lying. He played this game.
You think he was just saying that he hadn't played it to make you feel like you had a better chance?
True.
Man, no bullets. Ah! No.
He got him. Hades, I love how you're doing like the crouch tap while moving, kind of playing a bit of CSGO in there while doing it on 1.6. Oh, nice. Not the headshots, but you're doing the damage. You're just tapping them down eventually.
Damaging my body.
Oh. I like it. Okay, a bit of spray through the boxes, trying to get the wall bangs. Oh, out in the open. This is a long fight, boys. A lot of misses, though.
It's fine, it's fine.
He tried.
Man, this guy's not dying.
Go. Finally. That could have been the longest round so far. Oh, Sphinx now 7 for 4, Hades. He said he'd played 1.6. Sphinx, how old are you?
I'm 21.
21. So when did you first play CS?
I think around 12. I started to play 1.6, and then after...
I distracted you, see.
And then around 13, I moved to CSGO.
Aha. What about you, Hades? When did you first start playing?
I was playing 1.6 since I was like 9 years old.
Ooh.
I need to focus, I'm talking with James.
You can't blame me, I'm just enjoying my time.
CSGO started in like 2015.
Okay. Ooh. One more, you just need one more, Sphinx, and he's catching you.
You're putting pressure on me, James.
Well, you know, you should be able to handle pressure. You're on a big stage soon, man.
That's true.
You've made legend stage.
No.
Oh, 9-8 is getting close, Hades.
Don't choke, Lotta.
Hades coming back.
There is overtime option or?
Oh,
no.
Damage. Oh, 9-9. No, next one wins. We're close, boys. Sphinx.
Oh my God.
Are you cracking under pressure?
Maybe.
First few shots. Oh, he's done damage. Oh, just at the end.
I did it.
Nice try, Hades. You need a nice comeback. Pressure was starting to get to Sphinx. He was also blaming me. You can't really blame me, you know. I like the effort you went with that. But did you enjoy it? Was it a bit of fun going back in time?
Pretty good. Good.
Could you feel yourself getting used to some 1.6?
I would say in CSGO.
You want to stay in CSGO?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Come shake some hands in the middle, boys. A good game between teammates, good bit of fun.
GG, brother.
Yeah.
But considering, Hades, you are the AWPer, you know, Sphinx, like...
Yeah, I have advantage.
That was a good battle. For sure. Let's see how the rest of the 1v1s go down.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And so we're back with another 1-1 match, primed and ready. It is Big versus FURIA. Ooh, it's gonna be good. Dude.
It's gonna be good.
We've got FURIA falling victim to Spirit to start the day, but I think Spirit have now at this point exceeded everybody's expectations. And you know,
FURIA? Ooh, sorry.
Spirit have exceeded
Spirit.
everybody's
Okay,
expectations. With that opening game over FURIA, I was a bit nervous for FURIA, but clearly, you know, Spirit continued on. Went to the 2-0 section of this one. So who knows, man? But FURIA beating Liquid, as they always seem to do, that's what they've gotten themselves here for. All right, the big game. That's what's up next.
I kind of thought that it would be FURIA and Big as 2-0s, maybe, or I guess 1-1 makes sense for them as well. But you know, Spirit, Copenhagen Flames, maybe winning a match. Everyone's good. Everyone's so good, and it's not like Spirit got lucky. They've just been getting better and better. But for these two, there's still absolutely huge chances for all these teams, 1-1, 2-0, to make it through. I mean, it's just so hard to read exactly who's going to win against who right now. We're still trying to figure that out. We need to probably see a slightly better version of FURIA to, like right now, looking at ENCE, for example, I can envision them inside of playoffs making a deeper run. With FURIA, they don't have that same kind of stature, I think, right now at this point in Legends. So they need to play a bit above that level. But Big are another team who I feel like I could potentially see them getting into playoffs on some heroic run. They've just been looking so good outside of those couple of matches where they had substitutions for Fav and for Keto. When they had all 5 in the RMR, obviously cleared it 2-0 versus FaZe as well. So I don't know who I feel like is going to win this map. I don't know who you feel. Who do you feel like is going to win this map?
Personally, I would have said FURIA. I would have said FURIA, but yeah. I like this system with Big, and I like the fact that Gob B is now, you know, a permanent coach and it added to it. But if the heart, you know, the heart gets what the heart wants.
What's the heart say, and
I'm gonna say FURIA. You know, FURIA's talking. We're talking about a returning playoffs team from the previous major.
Yes.
With Safe in what feels like a great form.
Yes.
You know, it's an opera that I absolutely believe in. And yeah, so I'm still believing in the Brazilians. I think FURIA are going to be a playoffs team. Like you said, I can still see all of these guys in playoffs, but because of the way that the best of ones opened up, we now have a collection of fringe teams, right? The FURIAs, the Bigs, the ENCE. They're in a position where they may not all make it. You know, certain 1-2, 1-2 games, suddenly
they're not easy.
You've got teams that you would have otherwise considered a playoff team, and you could still, I mean, actually, you can't call them playoffs unless they're in playoffs, but you get the gist of it. It's a Vertigo, and it's FURIA, and that makes me feel a little bit more confident in my FURIA pick.
FURIA are one of the most innovative teams on Vertigo. When the map started getting played a lot in its final versions, they started to make it a homestay in their map pool. And FURIA actually don't get enough credit for how much innovation they bring to CS as a whole. They have, I think, influenced teams across the pond. Teams like Heroic have been able to see what you could get away with a style that was just so overtly aggressive. People want to cite Fnatic as a team that are as aggressive and crazy as FURIA. FURIA are by far the most of all time. And that's no question for me. And they also have made it work at such a high level that right now they're in the Legend stage with odds to potentially make it into playoffs. And the thing that's what draws all the attention to FURIA. But what's under the hood is actually a really smart team that is insanely good individual level, and a team that could play a more vanilla style and still win huge games versus strong opponents. And further than that, again, when it comes to map pool, they've brought, I think they literally invented the paint can smoke that everyone uses for the retakes on new A site. They brought so much innovation to Vertigo, Ancient, a lot of new maps as well. They're very ambitious in that regard, and they are starting off fast with an A attack right now versus Big.
Let's see it. And the ferociousness of FURIA chopped down Big. And their system with this additive of Crimbo. Searson not going to be able to capitalize on the fight versus K-Serrato. Safe with Bomb. Takes a bit more of a peek around the smoke. Decides to plant. 3 versus 3. Crimbo's been tagged down to 30. He's the kit carrier.
he's able to get through smoke. That's safe. Still fighting tooth and nail. Quesarado combines with him on the crossfire, and now the nuke hit on the block was going to have to go huge, but instead it is Furia to go through with the 1-0 start.
They take it down to keep it simple. They ran up A, and look how quickly Big are talking about this already. Right off the jump. What's the investment going to look like? Will it just be USPs where they're just discussing that pistol? You probably don't want to spend too much of your time talking about what has already happened. So let's see if they've moved forward into this one. They've got Searson on the scout. Bobbing on MP9.
Searson's scout, nothing to scoff at.
Did he put stickers on it?
He must have.
He put his own stickers on it, right?
The blue spruce is finally covered.
Wow.
Man, he's had that thing forever.
And he went with glitters.
Good taste. Looking for the damage. He's not going to find any. A couple of missed shot as Yuri gets a couple of kills. Tears up that bomb site with ease.
The
Just
pace.
Very quick. Woo.
Yuri,
finds
stop killing
Babin.
everybody.
He's just murdering. He's murdering. You can't stop him. Right? Yuri has had incredible form throughout the RMRs, and as of late, I believe it's him and Quesarado who have been really up there for Furia.
To me, they're like the Salamanca twins. You watch Breaking Bad?
Oh, yeah, okay.
They both kind of play similarly.
Salamanca twins.
Yeah, because they both kind of play similarly.
Okay.
So in that way, they're kind of equal, just two nasty riflers that just kind of move slowly and really good in the clutch, but also super good on entries and just in these mid-round situations.
And they got
I
drip.
could see them being twins.
Couple cool dudes. The Salamanca twins. That's funny. Furia 2-0. Kick it off quick. You know, I think there is a world where we could just look back at Furia's run through Challengers and just put an asterisk next to that game versus Spirit, chalk it up to maybe like a, you know, an uninspiring Nuke T side. And maybe Nuke becomes a question mark in the map pool for Furia. You know, you alluded to the innovation that they brought to it, but maybe that one kind of falls down the rankings for them. Spirit, no chumps on Nuke either. I feel like
their Nuke is insane.
Yeah, letting them play Nuke is
that's everyone made that mistake actually.
Yeah. It was, to me, that was like Vitality. I mean, even this is a more extreme example, but Vitality playing Overpass versus NIP. In hindsight, maybe they
Furia
wouldn't let that
Nuke?
happen.
No, that's not.
No.
Or who?
No, I'm saying Vitality playing NIP on Overpass is a more extreme example of Furia playing Spirit on Nuke. They both maybe made that mistake.
Nope.
Furia's mistake, not so bad.
Nope, you're wrong. Furia's Nuke is too much better than Vitality's Overpass for this analogy to hold up. So you are getting kicked out of the courtroom.
Okay. See you guys on the street.
Yep.
We'll settle it there. MP9 for Tizian. Gets boosted on the mid box. And they wait.
That's sweaty. He's sweaty. He's jiggling.
Jump up from Tabson. He holds, but nobody's going to face him on ramp. Art comes around the corner of short first, and his head's just on a silver platter. Time to eat. Art looking for some more easy ones. There's the biggest potential threat in Big's MP9 to the wayside. And
Yuri.
Everybody's dead because Yuri's got the Galil.
He's killing Art.
Dude, you got to kill them all. Get out of my way.
Yeah. He's clearing him out. How's he only on 4 kills? I feel like he's killed at least 7 people.
-1 for a team kill?
Then we're at what, 3?
5?
Searson is looking okay.
Just okay?
Yeah. Healthy amount of kills on some of his recent maps. Not elite. You know what I mean? And Safe has been pretty solid. We watched okay. Safe has been pretty good, but they might be comparable in that way. Big on the boost.
It's really going to be this heated ramp exchange with the gun rounds that I'm looking forward to. Sometimes, especially on that CT side, dude, Art just does the craziest stuff. but it's hard to call it crazy when it works. Art trying to jump over the wood, will at least set up safe to end Favin, and that's a B site open for the taking. tabseN will get active down on ramp, and with it, a man advantage here for Big. But deep control as Safe looks to flex around the side of that smoke. Excellent grenade damage. Those two frags drop Quesarado and drop into a dangerous HP pool.
Gotta love this smoke. They're not peeking it though, they're being very careful.
Taking their time with this one. Bomb getting close to the halfway mark. Another frag lands on site. That's going to end tabseN. Safe in the close corner. Gets a little bit more damage in, but Crimbo with 2 kills on the retake. searson by his size. 3 survive. And we've got Big on the board.
I like this round. This is kind of how I expected the match to go a little bit. Really good entries. Lots of bomb plants from FURIA, but then great retakes from Big. Lots of the utility damage coming in from Big. I think that's where Big just have made such good moves in terms of, first of all, getting Gob back and then bringing in a bit more firepower, is that they were managing to maintain as a top 10 team without the players to be there, outside of searson, who got top 9 online. And now they have Crimbo, they have Favin. Both these players were regarded as the best players in Germany to not be on Big, and now found their way onto the lineup. But here it is, more entries. And eventually these entries will catch up to you. It's going to be expensive.
Yeah.
So it is a quick one, which means that Big have lots of nades left over to try to retake. But there's space right now for FURIA to avoid a lot of the nade damage.
Well, Drop's going to take some more of it. This time the smoke goes that much deeper.
Look how deep this smoke is.
Yeah, they're going to go.
Oh, that nade is good too.
All the way.
Whoa, searson's on 41. Now they can't even line up their stuff. They have to throw new nades.
FURIA just like, okay.
Look how close they are.
We're going to take more from you.
Yeah, look at their post plant right now. Literally all of them are set up where the CTs go.
4 players past green.
That's genius, man. That's why I love FURIA, dude. No one else does that.
Yeah, if you take their spawn, then they can't retake.
Yeah, you start smoking out the places where they line up grenades, and then what do they do?
Yeah, I think you're onto something, man. Stylistically, really cool, like, you know, fire and ice type contrast.
Oh, yeah, let's fire and ice. I like that.
And that's gonna be Big's challenge, right? Because ultimately, even though that makes for a cool matchup, fire melts ice.
Fire melts ice at the end of the day.
At the end of the day.
At the end of the day.
You know, and that MAC-10 that just ran up ramp and blasted Crimbo off the front of the site.
That was fire.
That's fiery. So.
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to be the team who has to retake a lot. And, oh, we've seen a couple of pillows being used. Actually,
Pillows?
Patsy sits on a pillow. Crimbo is got the pillow behind him and between the chair.
I hope one day somebody just plays on an exercise ball. Just Katie
standing
bouncing
desk.
up and down on it, you know. Yeah, standing
Standing
desk would be
desk.
sick. As a standing desk gamer, I will stand up. I will literally stand up and argue for it.
Yeah.
Keeps you in the zone, man. Think
Yeah.
about it. If you're in a fist fight, you want to be standing.
Yes,
if
you
you're
wouldn't
in,
want to be sitting.
If you're in a foot race, you want to be standing. If you want to give a speech, you want to be standing. Anything that you need
That's
to do
true.
fully focused, you want to be standing.
And yeah, you don't.
So
do
why
any
do we game sitting down?
Oh man, you have a point. It's kind of annoying that all these examples are valid. Not a single sport sitting.
Except for like maybe rowing.
Yeah, Counter-Strike is like rowing.
Okay, no,
Thank you,
okay.
Thank you.
I'm not giving you the out. That's.
And rowers are very strong.
Yeah, but they're also just rowing.
Yeah, we'd just be fragging. So.
Bobsled.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Yeah, I got you.
Yes, Cool Runnings. We can make a Counter-Strike movie like Cool Runnings. Did you ever watch that in school?
No.
We watched it in school a lot.
Cool
It's about
Runnings.
a Jamaican bobsled team.
Yes, okay, I've seen that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canadian curriculum.
Yep. It does feel like FURIA have they've cracked the code.
That B hit was so quick.
That B hit was sick. I'm telling you, Matt. Oh, look at Gob. He's looking great.
Fantastic.
Very trim.
Wow.
FURIA demos are the most interesting demos to watch. Actually, Automatic said about Gob that that was his favorite player to watch for demos.
Gobby?
Yeah. Because for those who are new, Big have always been, and like teams with Gobby have always been the most innovative teams in Counter-Strike. Like in terms of the bringing in utility setups and stuff. Like I still like Smoking Divider on Overpass. I still call that the Gob Smoke. That's just the one that basically he started using. Literally everyone uses that every round on A side. Overpass. There's a ton of stuff that he's brought to this game to keep Germany tactical, very tactical. So in that sense, I mean, both these guys, great to watch in the demos. Highly recommend.
If you're looking to learn.
And have fun, dude. It's super fun. The FURIA demos, they're crazy.
Art slips beyond the utility here, taps in. Oh, almost caught, but he'll get away with 46 HP. Crimbo looking for the dunk, and that is great damage. The frag grenades from Big so far have been
pretty good, yeah.
Pretty instrumental. It wasn't enough when FURIA had that super advanced B post plant, but now FURIA have this super tight-knit pack of players on the ramp. Look at this, oh, swarm of players trying to come around that ramp. Taps in 2 kills. They were all softened up, but a lineup for Yuri. And as the smokes continue to pop, the frags continue to explode, and the guns continue to sing. There are so many bullets flying by, and 3 survive for each side. Jump up is a success story for Tizian and an invitation for safe.
And they had 1 player running underneath and the bomb coming back to the A site. So 3 players have left off of that fake.
Hook, line, and sinker.
And that means Safe can actually get out of this position, which normally, if there were CTs here, he wouldn't be able to move from default.
But he hasn't taken his chance to exit.
Oh, he wants to stay.
Decides to
Art's going
stick
sandbags,
to it.
and he gets in sandbags.
If Art can kill Searson, then maybe we got a shot here, but a few missed shots at Searson so fast. There's the quick answer back from Safe, looking for the 1v3. Tizian ahead of the Opera, and Searson shots connect to the face, and they're safe! 1, 2, 3, locks it in on the A site.
The young gamer Safe.
Cracks the code for FURIA's 5th.
Spin that dial, baby. And he does it with a rifle, and Safe is the guy who we talk about as the dedicated Opera of the team. Showing off that clutch gene. That's a big one, man. That's one of the best 1v3s that we've seen so far at the Major. That was very impressive. What could be a key win. That was such a cool round from FURIA. They worked hard to get onto the A site, and then they pulled off this little fake in the end. And because they're so chaotic, if they do something like that, it feels like they are going to do it.
Sure, yeah.
Because they kept 1 player on A, they kept 1 guy running, they kept a bomb ready to come into short. It just feels like there's no way they could have corroborated a fake and executed it while they were still attacking A. Yet they managed it. Staying on default was the right move, apparently, for Safe.
Round-winning decision.
What a play by him.
And he had the biggest of shoes to fill, because we skip over Junior, and we just look to the FURIA with Henny. The FURIA with Safe, it's got that same formula, that same X factor.
Absolutely.
But now he's rocking Worlds with this AK as well. He's top of the board for FURIA, 9-2. But Tabson will find the opening kill here in round number 7. Searson, so close, but this jump up is right ahead of him. And now he sees the backpacks, takes the player down from beneath, and a double from Searson, locks in middle. Nice response from Big. Every fight essentially goes their way. 5 alive at the end of that one. We are not nearly over, folks.
That's big. Crimbo also gets 1 over on the B side. They stop all the lurks this time and taps it with the opener. They stopped Art from scaling up ramp as fast as he has been. And Searson does a great job inside of middle. Also, in that last round where he killed Art, leaving the sandbags, that was a beautiful shot. Searson's awake for sure. So big, and they dial in. Actually, I'm surprised they had enough money to be able to buy again, but they had everything with the op as well.
Now there's an op in Safe's hands. It's an upgrade for him. Art just gonna stomp past Yellow Tarp. Crimbo awaits him, damage spamming through, and Art is on 45. A frag destined for him. Excellent
Nice.
utility. Again, these grenades have been perfect from Big. Fire on the ramp, fire on the sandbags, both extinguished. Searson sticks to it. Tabson not far away to help, and everybody left from Furia here just going to try and take that same route that Art did. But the utility...
Oh, the leak grenade traps.
Just continuous. Tabson up close, dies empty-handed, drop one and done. Yuri, quick trade back. Searson's off, tries to dive into the safety of the site. And he will be given a chance. 50 seconds for Furia to squeeze.
They got some of the trades they wanted to, right? To win the ramp here. They know the CTs can't re-aggress easily, and there's at least one over towards the B. So now this will put some pressure on the CT setup. Searson, he won't be able to stay. The flash
Perfect.
is fantastic. Both A-site players go down, and they know Favin is the anchor on the other side of the map, but look how close he is.
His position now known as the incendiary lands on the plant. And everybody from Furia, dude, this pack mentality.
That was dirty. I like the way that Big played it. They threw some of their late HEs. You see that residual damage. It does pile up. They had riflers in close positions. They tried to keep it into sandbags. They kept Tabson floating. It didn't look like it was illegitimate the way they were fighting the ramp. They even used the crane peak along with the back ramp peak, but Furia just traded better. And they stayed aware of the fact that Big could hang around. You know, I think the worst thing Big could have done right there is go back and try to pull off the retake while they had so many CTs around on A. But just because they had the right idea doesn't mean that it's always going to work. Right now, Furia are very scary with their awareness. It blows me away how complicated their positions get while they're still aware of all the threats they need to be. You know, like, that's maybe the most numbing thing for me when I think about Furia. Like, how do they both hold the idea and that, like,
keep track of everything?
We've never seen ourselves in this position before, and yet we're still thinking about all the threats that could come our way.
I mean, it just must be S-tier communication, or I mean, for the core reps, it's actually quite a long-standing roster.
Yeah.
I'm always most impressed by, like, the ability for new guys to slot into that.
Yes.
Which is why I think it was so, like, everybody was so sympathetic when Junior wasn't able to do it.
I mean, in my
and they all
eyes,
switched languages.
I think I overrate Safe a little bit because his stats versus Tier 1 teams are not, like, quite there yet.
Okay.
But he's nothing short of a prodigy for me. Like, the fact that he could fit into, for the reason that he fit into Furia as fast as he did, plus his year before he was on Furia on Pain. Some astronomical numbers. Oh, Safe takes out Tabson.
And he's dynamic, man. He's not stuck on an op.
He's not stuck on an op.
Not one of those guys at all. He'll slot right into this big...
When you got a Wild Lotus, you got to buy it sometimes.
Yeah. Just got to flex.
Big did a good job of finding Art last round. But they don't quite have that same level of leverage. Oh! No, get away. They want him so bad.
Frag grenades have just been like a continuous
Life
problem.
is just easier when Art is dead.
Safe to say. Numbers here from Big as they try to just bolster this site. Oh, but Searson misses a shot, and that's going to be an open invitation to just drop Tizian. And maybe the round falls with it. Spam damage trying to be connected here. Again, just utility flying out.
Oh, with a lurk?
Yeah,
they don't need this.
Going to attack him from behind. They're already starting to check it, but that's towards CT. Searson, oh, that's a big pickup, but then Crimbo starts to move, and Favin gets caught trying to line up grenades. Yuri sends it back to Searson. What goes around comes around, and what comes into the round may not leave it. Will this op be denied, or can Crimbo escape with his life? Meanwhile, Furia's T-side racking up the round wins 7-2. They are just ferocious, man. This big pack of big black cats. Furia pouncing on Big yet again.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, that's just, do they have the answers? Finding that first kill is the big one. It looked like Tabson, he does feel kind of comfortable with like how crazy they're being on ramp, but he still doesn't always win the duels. So that's Safe killing him, that's Art taking him out every once in a while. And I can't help but feel like between Crimbo and Favin, they're just not ready because they just haven't played. I don't think they played against Furia before. Maybe Favin has, but I don't think Crimbo has. at all. The closest Crimbo's gotten is playing against FURIA Academy.
And not quite the same.
Yeah, it's not quite the same. It's just such a hard sparring partner to find. You just no one like him. Heroic would be the EU FURIA, I would guess. It's a good comparison.
The EU FURIA. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, they're not quite as aggressive, but they're close. I really think FURIA influenced their style. I don't care if they admit it or not.
Okay, Serato with the headshot to Tizian. So this pistol round already a 5 versus 4 to Furia's favor. Ooh, but the nades, dude. Again, it feels like every round's got either like 100 damage, at least accumulatively, or an entire kill thanks to a frag grenade. Big. They got that util.
They got that Eternal Fire util.
They got them nades, baby. But Crimbo, he'll be cut down by Art.
Huge amount of FURIA success will come down to if Art has good games. He's kind of like, in some sense, the Kerrigan of the team, where he carries the floor because he will just take all the opening duels. But if we saw at the showdown, when it's really bad, he died in one map. He died 42 times or something that went to double overtime. It was literally, he died like 39 out of 42 rounds.
I think that was it.
Just like some max round map. And they lost. It was just too much. He had 18 kills, I think, and like 39 deaths.
And it feels like 37 of them were on A ramp.
Let me see if I can find this to find the exact score line. It's ridiculous. I mean, no one dies as much as he does. And that's only funny until it's sad. And unfortunately, yeah, they can't play 4v5. They need Art to have like reasonably good games, even if he does regularly die a lot. Because the thing is, if Art's slowed down, he's super smart. He is a really good opper. Like, he actually is a really good individual.
Yeah, but he's just been like put into this box.
But it's by design the way he plays that.
It's a lifestyle, Launders.
It's a lifestyle, yeah.
Nice CT frag grenade through the window of top mid. Man was in his spawn and he's dying to your frags.
Yes, he went 25 and 39 in one map.
I believe it was, who had his number? Was it Big Guzera?
Yeah, it could have been Big Guzera.
Yeah. The Big Guzera. For now, it's Yuri dead first. So Big, 5 versus 4. Let's see what they can do with it. It's been a little while since we saw FURIA give that B site a little love.
Well, Crimbo missed this. He didn't swing wide enough. Searson's coming in. No,
Missed.
he doesn't get the trade.
That's,
and he dies.
That's a couple of rounds, man.
That's a big one. Did he miss last round?
Couple of chances. Remember when they came up A ramp and he was here in this position that Tabson's holding?
True.
Searson is not perfect at the moment. Oh, and drop is sharp. Cuts down Favin.
What a shot. We didn't even talk about drop yet.
Would you like to now?
I thought he was going to get cut from this team.
Me too.
I thought he was somebody who was going to come in, just an interim player. I think it's kind of his name, too. I was like, he just doesn't stand out much to me. His name's Drop. They're probably going to find someone new. They just don't know who their fives are going to be. No, this kid is the truth. He makes smart moves. His aim is really good. I honestly just don't see him making mistakes. Like, he really does also fit in super well.
Speak of the devil. Tizian and another headshot. That is a very convincing individual level from Drop in that round.
No rain. What's that? Is that a tag?
No rain, no flowers?
No rain, no flowers.
No rain, no flowers.
No rain, no flowers. I love that.
Yeah.
What the hell? Raindrop.
Raindrop.
Raindrop. Drop top.
Yeah, yeah.
Cook it up, crack in the crockpot.
Can't wait to get my neck tattoo. Don't laugh at me.
Sorry. I thought it was something funny that happened the other day.
Look at that. Crispy clean into Favin. And then a little closer here. A little cherry on top. Big drop.
No rain, no flowers.
It's really, really nice round.
Wait, what? It says really. Is that what you read?
Yeah.
Oh.
Looking for them double digits. 12 rounds in. FURIA looking for a 10th on the T side of Vertigo. Crimbo. Oh, he's going to have his hands full. Searson will open up versus Art, but then they lose tabseN on that back shelf. Crimbo, this has got to be your round. And he's shown us promise.
They walk by him.
Oh, he's between them, which could oddly enough work out for him. Safe. That's him down for the count, but Yuri with the trade frag and a chance versus Searson because he's now alone on A. The other big players pushing top mid, but Searson locks this in. 2 kills for him on that ramp means that suddenly the CTs are oddly everywhere.
This is weird because they have to get the bomb back. But they don't know the CTs push mid. And now that, oh, Tizian dies in mid.
1 HP.
1 health on K Serato.
Get the ones in chat.
You gotta think FURIA can't win this. But uh-oh, Searson misses.
Gives him a little more room. There are grenades here to pressure it, but Faven attacking from the T-spawn will end it with the 2 kills.
Okay.
Big have got a 3rd. Searson hits shots. Big win rounds.
Yes.
Hard stop.
Just 1 important kill there on the way out. And it's locked in. They sent Crimbo down the ramp this time, I guess because they had the spawn. Oh, Tracers.
Tracer here.
Sounds like an old lady.
Oh man, it's hot, Tizian. That is a fiery situation he's found himself in, and the frag grenades also are going to bring him down to 50. He holds on though. At least he's alive. Yeah. Now Crimbo's coming over. More util back and forth. This is still like a relatively recoverable half.
Yeah, that's true.
But Big just need to win out from here on out.
Also true. Well, they've got FURIA to work now. They've got to work for the ramp. No more free ramp. But how long are they willing to fight? They have been just kind of standing out on this corner. Okay, some late nades come in. Art is the pain point. They need to push up here, otherwise they can't peek the ramp because anyone could peek from the back of yellow. I think FURIA understand this, so that's the molly for Searson in his position. He'll be pushed forward. And he wins his duel. Smoke comes down beside him.
Another huge nade too, safe and drop. Just get pounded by the damage on that one. tabseN playing above Crimbo, gives him the smoke, and tabseN falls back. Crimbo, yo! Looked like he was playing with nades.
Yeah, they just doubled up there.
tabseN 13 HP. Searson starts to activate on that short wraparound. And it seems like they've kind of lost tabseN, but he's lost everybody else, and the feed is just full of FURIA.
You don't even know how it goes down. How can you even plan for that?
I'm gonna need an encyclopedia of replays.
Yeah? Multiple definitions?
How do they just get all of the kills in an instant?
Everyone just dies in the back. The guy first contact dies last. That's a FURIA moment.
And that's going to send Big spiraling down into the economic problems. And then FURIA, of course. They don't let off the gas pedal. They run right back at B finally. Yuri's going to give cover to Drop, who then takes that safe spot. Searson, nice USP kills. And if Big can survive this round,
Drop is low.
Wouldn't that be incredible? Crimbo's hands on an AK because that one terrorist dies far enough forward. Will FURIA let off? Will they give a bit of respect to this and just go back? They could. It's their choice.
Either play works. Just wait for the flank. Oh, K-Serato coming up for a lurk. 5-7. Wins that. Drop. Taking heed. Running over to the A site. And I guess they...
Everybody's coming.
Yeah. I guess they know the anchor's gone, so they just run up. Drop posting. tabseN tucked. They kind of want to play this slow. Now tabseN's going to come under fire.
Kills Drop. Turns it around. Safe. Alleviating pressure. Safe looking for another 3K in this A site. Crimbo's been seen, spotted, and swiftly dealt with.
Goddamn Safe. 4 kills.
17 and 5.
Yeah, he's playing smart. He's playing hard. He's rifling a lot of these frags.
Honestly, I feel like we've seen him with an AK more than an op.
Absolutely. And it's working. He's not upgrading. He's not asking Yuri for one. Last round of the half. Scoreline tells it all. Furia have just been owning.
And this is a top 8 playoffs Furia form.
That's the form. That's the form.
Maybe even top 4. Ooh, Art just ducks. Oh, it's close from Tapson, but he's not able to push Art over the line. Final round on this T side. How do Furia want to play it? Nice timing, Favin. He hasn't seen too much action over here. Uh-oh. He's standing on the ledge.
It's very scary in the smoke as well.
Tries to go through. Will find Art. Drops right there. He actually crossed paths with him. Tizian also trying to play on the fringe of this.
How aggro do you think he's going to get?
Oh,
find him.
Safe. Gets the headshot.
Jesus, man.
Crimbo can't see that deep quad angle.
Setting up the default grenades there a little. No, they don't even come in, actually. And drop. Wow, he gets extremely aggressive. So they must have heard this, though.
We're going to end this half where we started with a Furia B hit and a big retake attempt. CT is just going to have to start running in now. Tapson gets that first one quickly. Quesarado gives cover over the shoulder with a 2-piece to end it. Furia, 12 terrorist round wins. Dominating. On Vertigo.
Domineering. Overwhelming. Oof. It's got to be tough to lose like that. I got bulldozed, man. That was crazy. Those attacks are so insane.
It's just that classic Furia.
They're everywhere. So fast.
Their game plan feels like it popped off. Certainly helps that Safe had such an impactful half. 19 kills. Quesarado, the second behind him at 12.
And they were like 5-1, and he gets a 1v3.
You know, we've been talking about like Yuri and Quesarado statistics. Like these are the two guys coming into the major. There's
Yes.
you know the Salamanca twins.
Salamanca twins. That's what they remind me of.
And now Safe. Well, he's even bigger. He's even better. And Big will have a mountainous task in this T-side comeback. They go for the 2-smoke Molotov, frag, and flash. So nice little kit here. Nice selection of utility to try and take over this A site. Furia confirmed the presence. Lots of bodies spotted.
Big did bring a molly.
And Safe brought a smoke. It's in the name.
They have an HE as well for save, but they might have to wait this out to try to kill him.
Good gush. That's 2 players tagged up. Still the 5v5. Reloads all over the board. Searson's going to try to jump over. Crimbo is the guy to draw first blood. Bombs being chucked to him. Becomes his task to plant, and that one will go down easily.
Oh, Tizian got spotted. I don't know if he knows, though.
Oh, drop. Ends him instantly. Can't quite manage that frag versus Crimbo. Yuri is the only other player to get in for Furia, and it looks like Big will take the T-side pistol.
Okay.
They've got a 4th at the very least. They start this half running.
Okay, something of a real match then. We can get to see what Big have to offer on T-side, and they'll get the control space. I don't know if Furia invest, actually. So one thing about this is just handled very well. Like, they know Safe is at sandbags, and the whole idea is, as long as he stays alive, it can't go to the A site, because he'll eventually be able to pop up and shoot again. And the whole idea is keep him away from his friends, and if Furia can't go and help him, then it's only a matter of time before it's a 5v4. So they smoke on the site, they delay, they shoot a little bit, and it's enough to completely disarm Safe and take him out of the round, even if it takes some time. That's why sometimes double HEs is better than a Molotov if you think someone sandbags.
Yeah, fair point.
Because you just killed them.
Yeah, you can't counter frag grenades. At least not until they add riot shields.
Don't give them ideas.
This poor pistol of Quesarado was never meant to do much. If it wasn't Yuri's FAMAS, then it was going to be a round for big, which it will be. That's a 5th. Still so much work to do. You know, they're laying out the blueprints, but we got to get building.
Let's develop.
Infrastructure. Gotta build modern infrastructure. Like trains.
What else is modern? Satellite dishes.
Really? I feel like they're kind of outdated nowadays, man.
Umbrellas.
Solar panel rooftops. No, we need
George Foreman grills.
No, dude.
Mr. Clean Magic Eraser.
Now that is magic.
Swiffer.
I clean my shoes with those. Shout out. Shout out, Mr. Clean.
I don't think you should do that.
Well, they just taste great.
If you rub it on a Tide Pod, it actually wears down faster. So you can get right to the juice.
Succulent. All right, we got a gun round. We can't laugh at big. Even if they are down by 7 rounds. Oh, but you see the problem?
Yeah, the problem is they can still do the similar stuff on CT side they were doing on T side.
You know, I've come to accept the fact that A ramp was just built for Furia.
It was.
It was built for Furia.
It was.
It is them. It is their essence. It is their entity. It is where they start this round and force big to go elsewhere. But Quesarado with the last shot in that FAMAS, the 25th with Favin's name on it. Crimbo sends the grenades forward. From T to CT side, Searson taps into Art, and that's a curious turn of events. It's at least a weapon, a second gun given over to the T side, but Yuri was right there with his teammate. A little patience pays off as he gets those last 2 frags and forces Furia's 13th onto the board.
That is the thing, that you're right. The ramp, like if Counter-Strike was an open field, Furia would be the best team in the world, right? No cover, just give everyone lots of smokes. A ton of utility and space, and they're the team that knows how to do it the best. Like, Art is the ideal person to have on the ramp. He can't fall back. He's supposed to be pushing. That works really well with the kind of guy he is. So yeah, as much as Big have the T side to kind of control the tempo, Furia have every right in the world to just keep pushing.
And they won't stop.
And they won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Safe might have to snap it up into Crimbo. That's good work. Yeah, chases it. Very nicely done by Crimbo. Finds that timing. Drop over construction with 1. Falls back. Won't be able to get the better of Tizian. Not right away, anyways. As Tizian looks to go on a tear through the CT spawn, and we haven't had to say his name too often. That is his 3rd kill of this map. And Yuri finds him with his back turned. Tizian will still get another one, but it's a 2 versus 2 that Big can use to run into the B site with. That's the bomb as well at the helm. Searson throws the Molotov for construction. Will cut off Yuri momentarily, but Art is already ahead of it.
He just ran in.
He's on the attack. Searson needs to lean back, try and hope to close the clutch. In the 1v2, he gets Art first and foremost. And that's Yuri now trying to pick up this final frag, trying to give 14 to Furia. Searson gets underneath. Now Yuri's kind of lost track of him, worried about the push, but Yuri will get 1 chance at this duel. He's got lesser health, and it is Searson to close in the 1v2. Big, they're 6th.
Very well done in the 1v2. Finding a Quesarado in the B site was the big one. They almost caught him on the timing on the flank, and Tizian winning his trade as well. He's not had a fantastic game overall, but this trade was key.
He set them up to win.
He did. It's easy. It can be easy to sleep on Tizian when so many other players have talking points, but you shouldn't. Not having a great game, but.
MP9. Betrays the first.
Then Art gets traded. Meanwhile, Drop wins the fight towards ramp, so we're going to stay 3v3. And Tizian wasting no time, but definitely wasting bullets. Safe playing with him, sets up Yuri for a 1 versus 3 attempt. Lost that last clutch. How about this one?
He's here in the bomb. It's obviously a fake, but Yuri's going towards me, so he's actually read this perfectly.
You know, FURIA made a similar play, but then went back to A.
Yeah.
And Yuri's going to call that bluff.
This is interesting.
Does he make the jump? Crimbo. Hands. Oh,
okay.
Right back onto the gun, and he sticks the landing.
Yuri big brain that for sure.
Yeah. He put himself in a good spot.
He didn't doubt himself for a second. He just started walking towards B.
But the newest addition.
Crimbo slice. Is that simple?
Where?
I don't know. It sounded like
So you heard simple?
Yeah.
That's what happens when you watch too much Counter-Strike. You start to hear simple. I hear him, man. Now imagine if you had to play against him.
Yeah. What if he joined FURIA?
He'd make it work.
That'd be sick. Ooh.
Oh, don't lose a round like this.
Yeah, this would not be the way to do it.
You're starting to give yourself a nice real chance. Had some good moments. Tizian's found a bit of impact in 2 rounds, but look at this pack, dude. FURIA. A litter of players around the side of ramp. It's a USP. They all start to peek into Crimbo. Him and Favin surviving the test for now, but Crimbo's on 14 HP, and it's Yuri once again. 3rd chance with the bomb in his vision and his hands on an MP9. Oh, he comes back. But there's Crimbo to save it again. 4 kills for Crimbo. His 17th added to the tally as Big survive a test that never should have been.
That was good shooting from Crimbo. If he didn't hit every one of those bullets, that could have got way out of hand. It was actually instantly 5v3 for a second.
Are you supposed to shoot the Deagle that fast?
You just... It's a magical gun. It's not really a compliment. It doesn't really make sense.
Drop sticker's looking good.
His drop sticker's killer.
Shout out to the FURIA boys. Good skin selection
Good
coming into the major,
stickers.
dude. Yeah, the new,
Good autographs, man. Yuri's
the entire
autograph
team.
is,
Actually, the entire team. In terms of
these guys are cool.
In terms of the entire team, FURIA #1.
True.
I'm gonna co-sign that.
True.
Actually, I'm gonna sign it. It's my opinion.
Okay. I'll co-sign it.
Thank you. Sweet stuff.
Yuri put some Naruto stuff on it.
Ooh, look at this. I love the timing. Oh, and I love the crispness from Tizian. Dude, that first shot.
Yeah, that was hype.
That guy's 7 and 15.
Yeah, you couldn't tell. That's why we talk about Tizian.
Yo, Big got a little life
just
on this
like
T
that,
side.
they're back in it.
Yeah. Man, caught FURIA sleeping.
They push 2.
Marauders on the B ramp. They just pillage it.
Not much to that really. They just Tizian just owned them.
Oh, how did this round unfold?
It's kind of what FURIA did a little bit.
Oh, you know, the bottom fragger in the server just ran up B ramp and gets 2 kills in a half second.
In like 3 bullets.
Oh.
Of course.
Because it's Counter-Strike and anything is possible. Every round is winnable. Your score means nothing on a round-to-round basis.
The hope, though. Yeah, the score's all, it's all psychological.
And I feel like Tizian, man, cold-blooded killer.
He's a psycho.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tizian the psycho.
Oh, I feel like him and Searson
Look
could
at him.
get
He
it.
looks so normal and calm.
Oh.
God. He's a killer.
Him and Searson, man, I bet you they get into some real trouble. And they get 3 kills between them in that one.
I can see Tizian and Searson sitting in a bar for 8 hours, not saying a word, just drinking.
Just establishing eye contact with everybody else in the place. All right, Big. You've earned our attention. Ooh. The
frag grenade is not going to be enough to end it. tabseN puts out the fire. FURIA want to keep fighting down ramp. But if they re-peek... Yeah!
Nice shot.
Perfect collateral from searsson.
Damn, they were kind of spaced as well. That was actually a hard collat.
That smoke's kind of buns, no?
Yeah, they threw a really wonky one here. It was just totally open.
Yeah. They got willied. 2-shot. Drop. 5-7. Pretty good pistol, all things considered. But now with the smoke ahead of it, it's KSCERATO to the 1v3. We've seen FURIA's players in a lot of clutches, and they haven't picked them up. You wouldn't expect much, but KSCERATO gets Crimbo somehow. I don't get that one. Yo, we've got Big on fire.
Ooh, 5 rounds in a row from Big Clan.
This is a momentous T-side. I called it a mountainous task to start, and it was. They're halfway up the hill.
You said it was a mountain.
A big one.
It's a big mountain. They're halfway up the hill. How many hills to make a mountain?
About 4.5.
Okay. So then that means they're 25% of a half there. Ready?
Nailed it.
Cool.
Oh, Drop also still plays the A4.
I know,
One
yeah.
Flatro, Bit, and Drop.
3 greatest riflers of all time. Oh my.
The nades, the damage. I feel like Big had created this pocket of safety within the bottom of ramp for the last couple of rounds, and now that's just like false confidence because all of a sudden FURIA nailed them. And then Safe shaves bomb off the play. FUVN with an answer, just 1 kill.
They just threw some deeper nades.
A little bit of an alteration.
How did those 2 HEs land so well?
Wow. And FURIA forced the altercation.
Let's see if FURIA make a mistake here. Or it might be a couple of 1v1s.
Yuri's low HP, but then Art's actually back towards sandbags. So Art's just going to wrap around this play. FUVN, 52 HP. 1 versus 4.
Interesting.
If he kills Art, he would have been halfway there, but Art going to keep the FAMAS clean, and that is FURIA 14.
First half catching up with Big. They were looking good there, but FURIA just win 1 round and suddenly, well, 1 away from match point. Safe has dominated searsson apparently, 6-1 in opening direct duels. Direct duels, wow. And some more util damage. They both got a good amount.
Direct duels, but I'm curious how many are actually op duels. Feels like Safe was just mowing him down with that AK.
It's even better. He's literally just swinging on searsson with that AK. It's true. It's true in the first half. We didn't see it much.
searsson, though, looking to bring those numbers back. Can't quite see them. CT's shrouded in smoke.
Man, when you're searsson here, you're half worried because you know how many opportunities there are. They're going to be swinging over top of that smoke over and over again. But at the same time, they're putting so much pressure with it.
Good mid lurk. They get this B split in for sure.
The smoke's a little awkward on the ramp. It goes deep, and KSCERATO stays alive.
All that's here.
Oh, and mid gets shut down. What? KSCERATO, unbelievable.
Clean as can be. As he turns that one on to FUVN, a 4th in line with tabseN, trying to push along the scaffolds. And for the time being, tabseN's still alone. His teammate trying to come bail him out. 4 kills from KSCERATO. A 1-man army inside B site to give us every single kill so far. And if searsson rounds that corner, he's a dead man walking. He'll double back, half health.
Walking away from the engagement and finding the open route to A.
Wide
but
open.
He doesn't have the bomb, does he? Does he have the bomb? No. No chance. Bro, what was that? Man, that's the round. Those are the rounds where KSCERATO just shut down an entire mid B split by himself. How many people can do that? Do you see someone get 2 in that position? That's a win.
Yep. When he kills both of the construction, and I feel like both of the construction players could have been enough to set up the rest of FURIA.
That's what I mean when it's him and Yuri, just 2 of the best riflers basically that we've seen come out of Brazil forever. I mean.
Ladder room wallbang, that's pressure.
No ace, but it basically was. That was a one-man show.
We give it to him in spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, Serato, feels good moment. You know, even if drop didn't kill anybody, just served up a wonderful distraction top stairs. I feel like created that timing for Serato to just fixate on the mid-split.
What a god.
And now big final timeout used. This T side was going,
it's
but
good, yeah. I mean, that was a good split. They had Yuri, he had Serato in the most vulnerable spot possible to his split.
Oh, dude, such great usage of quad. He got 4 separate kills from 4 separate angles on that quad pillar.
It's true. He's truly insane.
It is a metal block, and he
It's a
separates 4 different kills from it.
A skinny metal block.
So cool. So cool. And that's the power of the quad. If it's not on fire, then Serato is.
It's Quadrado.
Quadrado. Yeah.
Right there. Rolls off the tongue.
Trademarked. Now all of a sudden, Searson's lonely op.
Those are the nades.
Hit to 50 HP off of the frags. That utility that FURIA have used and have been abused by could be a critical part of the final round here. Big gonna try to come around the crane, taps him with a P250, puts a little life on this one, but Art is the next victim. Falls to Favin's Tech 9. Look at the health. 36 HP for the 3 lowest players.
And he said, Save said, let me push. He's got a little one-way under this ramp. Oh, right when he turns around, double HE.
Oh, it's so good.
Get the assists up for Yuri.
Just absolutely dunked on. And that's for the revenge. That's the revenge that Big deserved after pummeling FURIA and their ramp plays with utility of their own in the first 15. Searson still looking for some kind of an impact here, but they're outnumbered, they're out health, and they're running out of time.
It's this op, their only hope.
But how does he get into it? FURIA playing shoulder to shoulder. You'd think the refrag would be right there for the Brazilians.
Well, this could be it.
He could do it.
Yeah, he's got a good spot to get this kill, so that's
First one's
something.
clean.
It'll push Safe forward, and I think Searson knows that that's happening.
Hunting for the rotator instead. Bomb gets picked up. Searson's still wary of that short peek, but he looked away at the wrong moment. Can Favin on 16 HP pull off the unthinkable to give Big a little more life? No, sir. Safe ends it, and well-deserved ending from Safe. FURIA, such an instrumentally successful first half that they ultimately just pushed this one over the line.
And that's 2-1 now for FURIA.
Yeah, a nice rebound from that first opening loss versus Spirit.
Yeah, so one series away from making it potentially into playoffs. 2 chances to go out, whereas Big have a single chance. They've got to fight back potentially through 3 best-of-3s
just got
to get all the way into playoffs.
Just got to dodge elimination first. A tough one. Both of these teams as well coming into this stage of the major didn't have that week of warm-up that we've alluded to for some of these other rosters. Now, here we are. Tough spot, but
yeah, very tough.
Big will have to get back to the drawing board. FURIA, who do we think gets MVP on this one? Who do you think's man of the match?
Man, that's a interesting question. I would honestly, for that last hold that Serato pulled off, I want to just give it to him. From the first half, it was Safe though.
Yeah, yeah. Numerically, it feels like it's going to have to be Safe.
Yeah.
But the Serato Yuri success story, I think, on display in this one, and Art as well. Pretty instrumental to the ramp holds. Definitely got that CT side started for them.
Yeah.
We saw it right away, and that's just FURIA getting back on track.
It was great CS to watch. It was super fun. The utility, you could see it from both sides being good. But I mean, as good as Big's utility was, FURIA also had great utility there. So layers to their team. I mean, even when the streak came back for Big, and then suddenly they had the triple nade down the ramp to take out Searson or a rifler with that, and then still push. It was just like, okay, I mean, not only are they fragging just as hard, they're also keeping up when it comes to landing those good AP grenades, which define this map, I think, for both teams.
When we looked at that second half, a little bit of a resurgence from Tizian. Had an incredibly slow first half, but managed to get his name on a couple of moments, on a couple of rounds. Was a key piece to Big at least clawing back this score.
ultimately as well. I'd say that the A ramp was looking good for Big. They kind of got FURIA to turn away from it for a few moments, but then FURIA come back and end it there.
At first they're working hard to get
the
the push
amount
back.
of grenades in this highlight package, now that I'm looking back.
Vertigo is just becoming all about HEs, like beginning to end. And yeah, I think it's fun to watch the HE kills come through. Tizian, hey, we remember that great round you had.
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't a great map overall, he had a really strong round.
Man of the match, safe.
Yes.
Numerically 25 and 11. Good amount of utility damage. Rifle kills, 18 rifle kills.
Oh man. And yeah, don't call him an offer.
That's just, argument for his versatility.
Yes.
Didn't
1v3 with a rifle.
Dude, didn't seem hindered by it. Biggest clutch of the map as well, hands down for him.
Yes.
So
well played.
That's it, the FURIA victory. And now, folks, we get into the best of threes.
Oh man, not just the best of threes.
The best of threes for elimination.
Liquid versus Vitality.
Who could have imagined?
Oh my god.
Now Liquid, that one, okay, after the total comeback, the reverse sweep of the first stage, there were some Liquid doubters out there, and there are people with them in the 0-3.
Yes.
So not everybody's crazy, but Vitality. An opening loss versus NIP that kind of stunned us on that map pick.
Yeah.
And now, after a second BO1 loss, they may reverse sweep themselves.
Or
maybe they go home. We're going to find out after the break. See you guys there. Don't go too far.
Some of you guys might have noticed that in the ad breaks, we've been doing some arty challenges. So naturally, when FURIA entered the building, I had to get the man himself, Art, on the case. Are you actually a good artist?
No.
Why the hell are you named Art then?
I don't know. It happened. What can I do now? It's impossible to go back. Now everyone's going to discover I am a fraud.
Well, maybe you do have a hidden talent. Maybe you need some more confidence.
Yeah, maybe with this beautiful model here standing there, I can do something great here. Let's see.
Well, you spent a lot of time with Keiserato, your model, today. I mean, you've literally been on holiday with this man, played with him for a few years now. Is there anything that you think when you look at Keiserato in the eyes and in the face?
It's the eye so deep, you can see his soul through the eyes. It's so deep, yeah.
Do you love him deeply?
Yeah.
Deeply?
Yeah.
Now, Keiserato, how do you think Art sees you? How do you think he's going to draw you?
Probably going to do a mess with me.
You've got 3 minutes on the clock to start drawing, and your time starts now. Genuinely, this is having an effect on me.
Okay, let's start by his little head here.
This is actually quite a good start. I'm not going to lie. I'm impressed so far. Spoke too soon.
No pressure to me. Okay.
I think he's kind of envisioned you. He's imagined that you're wearing like a turtleneck jumper, I think. Did you have your hair modeled on Drake?
Yeah, Drake. Yeah, they call me Brazilian Drake.
Yeah, he's also known as Brazilian Drake in Brazil. You look so beautiful, Keiserato. You're gonna love this. Oh, your little mustache here. Let's make
You're definitely going to have an emotional reaction when you see it. I can tell you that.
God made me in 9 months. He's gonna make me in 3 minutes. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Name the artwork.
It's gonna be, I know the perfect name.
I can imagine.
The Monarato.
That's such a great name. Okay, sign the artwork and then we will reveal it to your model. Okay. Oh, I really, really hope I open your sticker in one of my capsules later today. Okay. Would you like to reveal to the model? Are you ready, Keiserato?
Yeah, I am.
This is how Art sees you.
Like a shed, very, very strong.
Monarato.
Like
Monarato.
Yeah, Monarato. It has like a Italian ending, Monarato.
Monarato.
Mona Lisa, Monarato.
Ah, I got you.
Oh yeah, you got it.
Oh, nice. I like it.
You like it? You wanna put it on your wall? What? You're gonna put my picture
I'm gonna
on
use
your
it
wall?
on my Twitter. For sure.
All right, done.
How do you feel about your eyes? They're devastatingly empty and haunting.
I'm in love with you, man.
Oh my God, give me a hug, man.
Linda.
Stop pushing, please.
Stop baiting me, man.
Stop baiting me, stop pushing.
Well, I've never seen two
That's
teammates
me.
love each other more deeply. Obrigada, boys. Thank you so much for joining us for the art.
That's me looking him pushing everywhere. What are you doing, man? Thanks.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
PGL Antwerp Major well underway. We've gotten past the challengers, we're into the legends, and we've hit that point, that sweet spot, where somebody's going home.
And it's either Vitality or Liquid. I'm not ready to cast this game.
I don't know what to expect.
I don't know who's going to win. Both losses just going to be so absurd.
Oh my god.
A lot of people have been preying on the Liquid downfall, though. I think there are a fair few Liquid 03s out there.
How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you? But at the same time, I don't think Liquid are honestly, I don't know if Liquid are truly the underdog in this matchup based on what we've seen from Vitality. Vitality are not playing their best. That's why they're in this 0-2. They have earned their way to this 0-2.
That they have.
So, Liquid, do they have a chance? We saw a rough game from Shox again in this last matchup with the Heroic game, where I think the 2 pistols caught up to them, but also Shox at an individual level wasn't exactly there. But Shox is playing against Vitality for the first time.
For the first time.
The first time.
And it's not just some best-of-1 opener. It's not just some online qualifier. Shox is playing versus Vitality for the first time in an elimination at the Major.
Yes.
As his own team has already reverse sweeped the previous stage of the event to even get to Legends.
Yes.
You know, they had to consume half of Astralis, and now they have a chance to consume the other half of Astralis, the side that left for France.
Wow. Yeah, Nitro. Nitro was tossing their salad, honestly.
You put those 2 halves together, I think essentially Liquid have beaten 2018 Astralis.
Wow. Then they got that revenge from Berlin.
Maybe that's copium.
Yeah, because that ruined your pick'em.
It did,
Berlin,
actually.
when
yes.
You picked them to go through to win.
Yeah, I'd have all the diamonds, but no, Astralis. Gotta be winning games.
But yes.
But this is a Team Liquid that is going to have to reverse sweep both portions of the Major if they want to get into playoffs.
Yeah.
And that seems like such a wild task. Meanwhile, you have the likes of Vitality. Do you remember in Stockholm when ZywOo had mediocre starts?
Yes.
And then Apex picked him up by his pants, gave him the old French and told him, if you don't play better, we're going to lose?
Yes, I remember.
And then it happened.
And then it happened.
And then they went on into the playoffs and they made that run. That has to happen again now. But I don't know if it needs to be ZywOo or almost everybody else.
Yeah. No, he's actually still doing okay. He wasn't, I mean, not super impactful from what we saw in the stage so far in the couple of games, but one of the only lights at the end of the tunnel here for Vitality, that's for sure. So consistency from ZywOo, that's number 1. Then beyond that, Masuda and Apex continuously keeping their floor up, I think is big. Also, maybe not weird vetoes, which, you know, that also played into factor of why they're in 0-2 in the first place. Taking NIP to overpass was, some would say, an irresponsible choice.
Yeah, we can't not question that.
It's very strange to attempt it in the Legend stage. You know, it's very strange to see that, and we're just seeing Cloud9 try to take on FaZe on Nuke, which is just like, what is actually happening right now? These are very important matches, and they're causing some topsy-turvy results and outcomes.
In what feels like the most competitive Legend stage of recent time, and we're getting weird with vetoes. So they paid the price versus NIP, and then they lost their following match, and now here they find themselves versus Team Liquid. Shox versus Apex on our screens right now in different jerseys.
Crazy.
Isn't that a sight to behold?
It is.
And we have to remember as well, this is a Vitality that was designed, it was forged to defeat the best in the world. It was meant to topple Na'Vi, another one of these teams like FaZe, for example, that was a product, and G2 as well, of Na'Vi's dominance.
Yes.
It needed to be the solution, and right now, it is clearly not connecting the dots.
It isn't, and you're right, that like they made blockbuster moves in picking up Dupree and Magisk to be able to do that. So the vetoes will come through. It'll be a case, it's much more standard now in terms of the picks here between Vitality and Liquid, and it ends on Vertigo. This all makes a lot of sense. Liquid are foregoing Inferno. Nafly said in an interview recently he doesn't like when Liquid pick Inferno. He doesn't think their Inferno is that good. And I actually think Vitality have problems on Inferno themselves, so that could have made sense. And Vitality smartly will ban Overpass.
Now to start, yeah, get that one out. I mean, I wouldn't have even been too shocked if Liquid maybe went for the pick on it. But, you know, actually, no, excuse me, take that back. Liquid literally lost to EG on Overpass like a month ago.
Yeah.
So also a map that, you know, there's pains there for both teams. Let it slide by. Vertigo. We saw Liquid start the event, the Legend stage, that is, versus Heroic on Vertigo, and that was a pretty competitive game.
Yeah.
I think, personally, my own feelings, Map 3 could be a bit of a Liquid lean.
Yeah, they'll be happy to get they'll be happy to get to Vertigo. Absolutely.
They've just got to get past Mirage and Dust 2 first.
Plenty of reps. They look like they put a lot of work into their Vertigo. They have ups and downs on it, but they still, I think, look forward to it. Yeah, this is going to be a messy game, very scrappy, insanely important. It's literally the major life of one of these rosters on the line.
How is this
the hope of France, the hope of North America? The Danes are fine. There's lots of Danes left over. But
how is this an O2 game?
Snappy Kerrigan,
Somebody,
all of Heroic.
We got the schedule. I'm like, oh, we cast the O2 game. And I double-checked my eyes, man.
Yeah.
I had to rub them.
Well, and it was partly because I think the Spirit upset that caused
Yes.
this specific O2 from these two teams. So then
Yep.
now it's Imperial and B&E going head-to-head.
And, yep, exactly. The same way that NIP beating Cloud9 is what forced Copenhagen Flames versus Spirit.
Right.
You know, it's Mr. Buchels doing his thing, man.
Yeah.
It's Buchels Bonanza here in Antwerp.
Yeah, well, certain teams are supposed to win and they didn't.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to be in this situation. It's simple. I've got a solution. Win. Win your games.
Win your games.
And you'll have less problems. So, oddly enough, here we are in a 0-2 best of 3, Vitality and Liquid, tournament lives on the line. Now this, you know, Liquid could have already been eliminated. They beat Astralis in a best of 3 to even get to Legends. So we already knew kind of what form they were in. It was the contrast between them and Vitality. But now in hindsight, when we look back, the only notable victory, the only, you know, call it impressive if you want, even Vitality, they 2-1 FORS in a 2-0 game. But FORS didn't even end up making this stage of the major, you know? So
yeah.
So it kind of detracts from the cleanliness of their run all of a sudden.
No big wins. Vitality, no big wins. They still have so much to prove. Insane stuff. I wish I knew the future, you know? But then that would be less exciting at the same time.
It would be, yeah. If you knew what was coming, then you couldn't enjoy it while it
I don't even know the
unfolds.
future of the B&E Imperial match. No one knows the future today. Today could change history.
I couldn't tell you now who's about to win the major. I couldn't even tell you who's going to be top 4.
Anyone who tells you they know at this point who is going to win the major is selling you snake oil.
Yeah, blind faith.
Yeah, you'd be a fool to buy it.
There are certain teams we can put stock in.
FURIA will win the major.
Cloud9 also just played Nuke.
They just played Nuke. What are people doing right now?
Vitality played Overpass.
These aren't scrims, guys. These are best of ones.
Legend stage BO1s.
You know, if you bring it into a best of 3, like, you know,
you're giving yourself a little wiggle room.
At least it's just
you know, you float a
could
float a
afford
ban
to lose it.
Yeah.
If you've got a good veto, but crazy. Nothing's guaranteed. It's probably going to end up being another matchup now where there's you know, 2 really strong teams for elimination after this. But we're going to start here. Vitality Liquid on Mirage. The veto looks solid. These two teams have never played each other with shocks on it. And honestly, I would like to be shocks in this situation. I feel like, you know, he knows Vitality quite well. He understands the play style, the calls from Apex. I think there is a buff for him in this series. But at the same time, there's also going to be like a lot of energy that, if it's not channeled properly, could count against him, right? There might be some tilt if it doesn't go his way, if he doesn't read certain situations, if he starts getting out-dueled by Apex in these opening engagements. And for Vitality, they know him too, just as well as he knows them. So
let's get it on.
What will happen? Let's get it on.
Smoke comes over. Magisk and Dupree defensively tucked behind their boxes. Ooh, and it's a clean start from both of them. Dupree's going to get himself a double up. We've got Nitro standing in the open outside of the ramp. The Palace push is trying to get into this equation, but Nafly's still empty-handed, and we're talking 5 alive for Vitality's CT pistol.
Damn, domination. They just smoked him. Full exec shutdown at the front door. And Vitality off to an early start. Vitality, Liquid, 0-2 elimination. Still trying to figure this out in my head right now.
Just very comfortable. Debris ices out OC. As soon as that first kill comes in, you see OC try to react to it. And it's not going to happen. Nothing happened for Liquid there. Nothing at all. Nothing good anyways. Not for them. Vitality going to be as happy as can be. Peachy. Three-player underpass walk, 2 top mid, so 5-man pistol split here. And the run boost distracts 2. ZywOo turns it around. He gets 3 kills with that MP9. And these are the 2 pieces of the puzzle for Vitality that if this is going to be dominant, I think will be at the top of the board. dupreeh and ZywOo.
Yes. No question about that, 100%. And they look pretty good. Instantly into the AWP here. So we're off to the rifles. Liquid won't have it out for themselves. So what will be their establishing round? What would it look like? I think the defaults from Liquid are probably the best part of the team. In my opinion, they're pretty thorough. I think they're standing up against tier 1 competition. The entire halves aren't going well, sometimes because of individual levels, sometimes because of some set plays working out, but I think their defaults are actually where they shine the most. And I think we still actually need some consistency out of OC. You know, he isn't always a star. And some maps, especially like we've seen on Inferno, he might be opping too much, like T-side opping where it doesn't make sense. Vertigo's a map where he's very good on.
Yeah, he's got to get a safe on.
Yes.
Starts swinging with the AK.
Ooh, free one here for ZywOo.
His op opens up.
They're out to Tetris. Not actually the best spot to be in, though. Let's see if this works out.
Magisk. Killed by OC, who, sure enough, is swinging with the AK.
Nate doesn't kill him.
Oh, Naf with the double kill as he comes out from Palace. Now, the bomb's still back on ramp, so that's going to give a little timing over to the CTs. Nitro audio cue for Masuda. But Masuda half health. ZywOo still towards this A site. Man, Liquid, this damage could rack up against them. ZywOo, of course, he's going to hit that close one, and now the bomb is just desperate to cross. There's no utility for it, but a missed shot for ZywOo gives OC a chance. He just runs. He wastes no time. Gets ahead of that scope. Molotov.
Oh, it stops it.
Just enough. A single tick of damage. Naf comes back, 50 health, finds the headshot into Masuda. Now it's him versus ZywOo, 20 seconds.
Looking for the rotate. He doesn't know if ZywOo's gone into spawn. ZywOo stayed in the exact same position, and Nafly now might have to run over.
There's a gap.
Off shot here comes in. ZywOo wins it. It's off the utility that's left on the ground. The molly that he finds stops the bomb plant from happening, and Naf, he does so much. The amount of kills he got just there in the A site to give Liquid a chance, and somehow the position still falls apart. The lurk is a little too fast for Nitro, and Masuda runs back into B because they're not sure if it's an A attack.
Having to go back for that bomb, that's what gives it the timing. If OC had even 20 HP, I feel like he could have committed to that, and Naf's in the post plant. So, ZywOo, sharp start. He's such a calculator when it comes to those kinds of situations. Yeah. 7-1, 3 rounds in. And a round that truly felt like it was Liquid's. But not able to finish it off, and so they'll fall back into the pistols around Alicia's scout. Throwing OC into the meat grinder. Apex, nice peek to Alicia. That's the bomb and the scout down in the dirt. We've got that lurk from Palace as the other 2 walk down towards mid. Just trying to get close to Apex, trying to push this pistol within that range of lethality, but it's Magisk with a nice bit of cover, 3 kills for him. And I feel like Magisk is somebody that within this Vitality core, we still haven't really placed.
He's been very average. He's been very average. He was not good on Overpass the other day. I think that was a weird map. Everyone looked uncomfortable. But overall, I want to say average because Magisk is so much better than the way he's been playing on Vitality so far. So he's got a lot more to show in terms of his comfort on this roster right now. dupreeh is the one of the 2 who has kind of figured it out the best, I'd say. Whoa, the jump out mid with the smoke to assist.
Very
in the
cool.
one-way, love this play.
This is different.
I've seen this once or twice, but wow, it's it's just reaping rewards. That's just beautiful.
Nice couple of kills for Magisk. They never saw that one coming. Something fresh, something unexpected, and a continuation of the pressure onto Elige. Frag almost kills him, takes him down to 2 HP, and meanwhile, all of that action, all of that gunfight, all those bullets sprayed, and everyone from Vitality still has 100 health.
Man.
Perfect start to the round.
Gotta
2
love
kills
that.
and nearly a Liege with it.
I mean, it's the perfect counter to the mid attack. I love how, I mean, Mirage is actually so dynamic. Still, I can't believe there's still innovation on this map. I mean, seen that play once or twice, but can't see why it's not going to get used more and more often. Everything from the boost into underpass to jumping out to the bottom of connector to opping window to getting into ladder room. There's so much to offer here. RT to scare a face-it player.
Molotov on Dupree, not going to be problematic. Magisk.
Oh,
great round from Magisk.
Almost a straight 5 from Magisk right there.
Hell yes. 4 kills in the gun round with a little bit of ingenuity. Something unexpected for Vitality's 5th. 5th straight, of course. So they are on fire with that.
Money's bottomed out. Oh, maybe a half buy. All comes off that. I mean, the craziest part is there's so much rifle support behind it. You can't even just focus on Magisk in that position. So comfortable, so quick. We're gonna do running strat up cat. It looks like off the Tech 9s.
It's kind of stringy though, drawn out within the apartments. Shock's very much ahead of everybody else, and Masuda feels that it's coming. Sprays into Elige's head before he even has a chance to get into the mix. And Shocks, he almost got Masuda finished, but there's the frag grenade to find OC, and another round that goes swimmingly for Vitality.
Yeah, very much so. So it was all the fake inside of mid. They sent someone very late in Nitro to go for the lurk, but they don't get the opener.
Smooth moves.
It'll be tough to get out of here. They can have all the middle. Vitality just playing the perimeter. They're comfortable with this.
This Tech 9 skin always makes me uncomfortable.
Why is that?
Go back to it. I said that to you like you had the power to do that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
1 second.
You'll see it. You'll see it. Dink and some damage. And a smoke. It's kind of like an invitation to cross, but Nitro gets cut down. Ooh, okay.
Okay, Jackie Chan.
All right, Naf.
What is that?
Goes for the plant. Tries to fight versus the guy on cat. Another dink. Oh my god, two of these players are killable.
I mean,
wouldn't this be the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen?
I mean, I can't believe it. I mean, there's want to say
Power.
there's no chance. 20 seconds.
Run B.
And Nafly can get through the murder hold. They're going to try to kill him on his way out, probably. Whoa, he takes one out.
Yo, Naf,
that
3
got
Tech
crazy
9
for
kills.
a second, yeah.
Somebody else on like 20 health. He could have got the guy on cat if a bullet manages to land. That was a little wild.
He's fully moisturized right now. Some of his attacks.
Has Naf ever really been a question mark for Liquid?
No, he's the best player on the team right now.
There you go.
He's the best player on the team.
He has 7 kills. The rest of his team combined have 3. A rocky start from Liquid.
First Tech called. Good idea to pull it off. First time we're seeing OC here, opping T side so far. And I think they'll be somewhat sour about that first go of mid. So that's typically a place that the T's will win eventually. You know, you don't often see a half where the CTs can just play aggressive in this part of the map over and over again and get away with it. Off the window smoke to create a little one-way here for Zywoo, but that'll be enough just to keep the T's scared. A lot of action, but we can see the B defaults. It's a heavy, heavy lead. And Masuda gets nice and tucked in. He could get cleared, but Nitro is going to forget about him.
Oh, yeah, and that's an opener, but Naf with a quick trade. Dupree down beneath the window. And as they come downwards, he goes outwards. Shocks hits that headshot as Naf just distracts and moves the crosshair away. It looks like Liquid have punctured through this defense.
Yeah, off the pause. instantly into winning a round. Again, it's a fake on mid control with a heavy B lean, and they started ZywOo in window. They didn't have any riflers jump out. No cat control from the CT side, and that means it's perfect, basically, for Liquid, where the rotations are just slow enough, and they only have to kill one guy in the site. And Masuda put himself in a good spot. He actually could have let him run by. Didn't know that Nitro wasn't going to clear him, but sometimes there's a risk to not shoot the first guy. Second guy can totally check it just in case. So it's a heavy-handed Vitality to start the game out, but very sound attack here from Liquid and some good entries overall. Another one from Nafly, by the way. On the first trade. So technically 5v4 for a moment.
Shox gave good cover too. Killed dupreeh quick and easy, and everybody else from Vitality saves. So will we get an adaptation? Liquid just keeping a leash top mid for a second, falls away with the flashes. Even Palace has some presence. And that'll get ZywOo out of what was an initial angle being held here with the op.
They did hit him with the pre-flash in the spot. They'll win Palace quickly. ZywOo, I was thinking about going back up the ladder. They'll opt not to. But it does indicate a little discomfort with the map control. The little bit of map control that they had has now been taken away, so they're looking for a new answer.
Windows smoke comes down, connector is the answer, and Apex.
Oh, he jumps out.
Wow, risky business, man.
Yeah, but they had to, they cleared out top boxes with their initial Molotov. They had vision on it as well.
And enough support there to definitely justify. Shox slides out from ramp.
Yeah, Apex just slid into triple, and I don't know if a gun was spotted right there.
Just one quick step ahead. Shox trying to find him. Sure enough, will get that duel. Takes him down. ZywOo over top of Shox. Flash goes in, and oh my god. A no-scope from ZywOo as Shox comes around the stairs. And now the fire falls on his feet, so he has to concede ever so slightly. All of his team right behind him. Everybody's mid here for Vitality. Bomb plant default.
Nothing in CT spawn, but not a great post plant. Shot through the missiles. OC answers back.
And ZywOo will find nothing as he continues to peek around.
Low on grenades here.
Remember,
one smoke.
Elige is very close as well inside of Sandwich. That's been found out. And dupreeh is going to keep him on 0 frags right now. Naf trying to get back to Firebox, takes the fight to ZywOo, pushes all of this onto dupreeh, and we've got Liquid in the post-plant win.
We've seen OC and Naf late win rounds together in 2vx situations consistently. Here's another one to tack on. So tally grows, and Vitality will be a bit upset about the fact they lose this round, I think. That one comes very close, and ZywOo hits a blinder. That was like a flick no-scope off the stairs.
Just owned him.
To kick that off. The plant default was kind of desperate. No CT control. They just had to hope no rotation was coming in that way. At least they knew the op wasn't present, so it made sense. And sometimes it's just better. Get that bomb down as soon as possible. Like in chess, they say castle early and castle often. Same can be said for bomb plants in CS.
One of 2 guns, though, Launders. Magisk, him and the scout. That's all they've got to work with. Deagle from ZywOo.
No.
5 versus 3 plus damage onto Nitro. Nade hones in on him. And a 5v2 created off of an M4 and Deeg.
How do they make this feel like it's a full buy?
They grab an AK-47. dupreeh's at the top of mid. Shox is in a world of hurt as the P2K is on the kill feed. That's right, folks.
Jeez.
Oh, Liquid. And listen, we talk about tilt. This is not the types of rounds that Liquid like to lose. Gut-wrenching feeling. Naf's going to walk around into the underpass. Apex will die, but that's it. And that is such a freebie, plus the boost of a Krieg for dupreeh, AK on ZywOo, and Masuda.
They made
massive amounts of money.
Such few grenades go so far with that play. And ZywOo looks like he's got 6 arms right now, dealing with a bunch of threats. Add connector, he's a turret. Another tack pause called. I think wise to do it off a round like that. They have enough money to buy. They weren't planning to lose, of course, and now they have to read. what's going to happen. ZywOo on a Krieg.
Oh my God.
He's picked that up from who?
Let's run it back. Dupree picked it up off the ground and then gave it to him.
Yeah.
What a nice guy.
I wonder who bought it from Liquid. Maybe a Liege? Who would be Kriegen?
When we see the skin, maybe I can tell you.
Ooh. It'll be a test.
Oh, he gave it back to
It's
Dupree.
the purple one.
Don't know.
It wouldn't be a Liege then, right? Because
Yeah, he has no skins.
We know that.
Yeah, that's
process of elimination.
That's what I was
here.
banking on.
Right.
Like, I'll tell you if it's a Liege or not.
Okay.
Of course, B-Stream update. FaZe have beaten Cloud9 on Nuke.
Yeah, that looks like a foregone conclusion, honestly. Very strange pick.
2 players top mid here for ZywOo to try and handle. He decides to go through the smoke, or at least sit within it. And there's nobody over towards the B apartments to really punish him. Nitro, he gets cut off a connector, then ZywOo doubles back.
They don't know he's here even.
Elige is right there next to him. Him and ZywOo shoulder to shoulder in the smoke. All the while, Liquid start to run out onto this A site. Shox is able to get that entry onto Apex. Elige will get Dupree, but ZywOo's there to trade. He was always nearby. Shox is caught on the side of the smoke, and Naf this entire time has not been able to exit from the palace.
Wow.
As he attempts to, ZywOo pops the head, and Vitality pull ahead to a 6-round lead.
ZywOo's playing Unreal CS right now.
Best player in the
nade
server.
Kills, op kills, rifle kills, multiple rifles right now. He's killing everybody with everything.
Deagle kills.
Give this guy nunchucks, he'd probably get a kill.
Ever play with nunchucks?
They hurt.
Yeah. Yeah. Made that mistake once. But better than shurikens.
That was a messy one. That was a messy one. They had the... They didn't even clear out underpass. They didn't see the smoke that landed. They had no one B defaulting to punish underpass at all. And they were walking all the way down into connector, but it wasn't really a fast split. Feels like something went kind of wrong in terms of the call there from Liquid.
Magic's got an A4. That's 4 players at least at the major right now.
Huh. Hero AK on Liege, barely on the board.
Got his first kill last round. Was traded instantly by the Woo. AK-47's been spotted. Player on Firebox has not. ZywOo ready for Shox. Oh, but Shox has got a quick deke. Quicker to the trigger. Apex still just waiting here, giving them a little bit of space. Magisk starts to make some sound. Elige dropped by the A4. Apex looking to stop bomb. Sure enough, he will with a double. And he knows there's a player in Palace as well.
Apex searched out perfectly.
Sometimes that, I feel like that position just like ends up getting nothing, but Apex,
Yes.
he activated at the right moment.
And I think part of that was also their CT player taking some attention because
agreed.
Palace comes out and clears him. He's obviously dead. But if they forget about him, they don't spam him from A ramp, then he's fine. And certain spots are great when you know it's versus low utility, right? That's a spot where if he gets mollied and naded and spammed, he's gone. But it pulled off a lurk very quickly, just in time. So Liquid will need to look for more answers.
Seven-round deficit, but a buyback for the North Americans.
I think Outsiders beat Vitality on Mirage, right?
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how this also went down to the O2.
Magisk slips beyond, and Magisk, he's having a hell of a game.
And they keep forgetting about people who could be out in the middle. But, oh, now he's out in the open, actually. Doesn't fall out, and there's a player behind him. Apex knows there's one inside a connector. ZywOo gets 2 op shots off on the A lurk. That's the bomb drop. They have to go back to collect that. They can't even exit outside of Palace.
Oh, but Dupree still has his back turned. Elige has jumped up into the window.
Oh, he wants to wait for timing. He's actually looking for potential B rotator to come in, and doesn't seem totally convinced that there could be a rifler in this spot.
Naf just grabbing the bomb.
Bomb gets picked up. There are odds now here for Team Liquid. It really comes down to the inventory of players for Elige, but Masuda goes to suss this out, doesn't find it. ZywOo trades third frag from him on this round, 16-3 already. Not slowing down, but it's a 1v2. These are the rounds that Naf has been, you know, molded to pull off. He is a clutch player. But ZywOo aware of it, but not sharp enough. One between the eyes from Nafly. Bomb gets planted on the A site. Masuda, the B anchor, will be sussed out, and Nafly does not win. Masuda comes out ahead. Man, Liquid needed that and then some.
The question was, who stops ZywOo? Who stops ZywOo after he gets those 2 kills on ramp, drops bomb, rotates in to trade out what was a very sneaky move from Elige, who got away from Masuda's check above. The answer was Naf, but the solution to him in Masuda.
He's been refragging everything.
That angle from Naf, so clean through Palace.
Insane.
Just a minimal angle, tiniest of gaps. And Magisk having an absolute field day as Vitality take their first tack pause. An 8-round lead over top of it. You know, Magisk, we just said, like, hasn't really maybe found his slot. We look to dupreeh to be the right-hand man with ZywOo. And I would say, especially here on Mirage, dupreeh has had some of his most notable performances in the Vitality jersey. Well, Magisk deciding to give us one today.
Yeah.
30 kills between him and ZywOo. Naf trying his absolute damnedest, has just been this, like, omnipresence inside of the Palace.
He's been the one good thing to watch. Almost all the other kills are just going untraded.
Only player above double digits. Hell, only player above 5 frags for Liquid.
Yeah.
And that's just simply not enough.
Absolutely not. They just need way more than that. And that clutch would have been a fantastic start. I mean, at least they still have money to keep playing in this half. But based on what we've seen, there's no reason for Vitality to not keep running away with this. ZywOo is just completely indomitable right now. He has been basically everywhere. He's got a good read on the situation. His utility's been perfect, and he's not missing off shots. So scary state of affairs here for, wow, for
so fast
for a Team Liquid.
Oh, in a second.
He's just not missing right now.
ZywOo's going to just go ahead and pressure Shox with some utility. Apex is close enough to maybe trade. No, it's Magisk into the mix. And dupreeh within vent, hoping that maybe Shox will walk back into it. Mid still does belong to Liquid, but it's the numbers for Vitality. Shox looking to maybe top connector. Apex drawn into it. Player in the site gets attention, turned, and the Molotov in his hand means it's an easy pickup for Apex, pushing the NAIGL, who is 2-12, with the bomb on his back towards the B site. Masuda hasn't seen too much action, but you'd think like a round like this, shoe-in for Vitality. They will take 11, and they are on fire with this 9-round lead.
Stamp on the round from ZywOo right there. Once again, the 2 kills in mid. You know, it's off the corner of that cat smoke. You know, a flash would have been an after-image flash from that distance. They could have tried to re-smoke the window to not die that way. Right now, they need all the utility they can get. I guess the flash is mistimed, actually. And the first one comes out after he already hits this shot. And then Shox exchanges glances with the default player, and Apex just comes in right after.
Yeah, poor guy gets tunnel vision, kind of. Good tethering here from Vitality's members.
Right side connector is only useful if people don't know you're there. It's too easy to lock you in.
Right now, Liquid probably feel like there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They got to face this problem head on. Vitality shooting for a 13-round CT side on Liquid's map pick.
Yeah. This veto is quite close, so it's not one of these, you know, Liquid are just out. They got Dust 2 next, which is a map they understand and have had some big wins on as well there. They're definitely not out, but I don't know. At this point, they're potentially looking for Vertigo. It's just such a hot start here for Vitality. Like clockwork, ZywOo, when back's against the wall, about to be eliminated from a major, and suddenly he's playing the best CS you've ever seen.
Couple Tech-9s cross. He gets the scout player. Oh my god, it's a slaughter.
Jesus.
Oh, it is hard to watch.
It's quick.
ZywOo.
20 and 5.
Just like that, 14 rounds in, 20 kills. He is everywhere at all times, and Vitality just feel a cut from a different cloth.
Yeah, and now he's not dying, so he's just keeping this op over and over again.
Fat stacks of cash for Vitality. They could celebrate with a stream of Tech-9s. You buy whatever the hell you want. Well, actually, literally not Tech-9s. It's the one example. Buy whatever you want. Oh, buy victory by the looks of it.
All so close together on the ramp, but OC wins out versus ZywOo. That's something. 3v4. There's just too many CTs peeking.
Oh, stop, man. Vitality right here. Just drop kick him back down the ramp. Apex smoking off Palace. Nap is normally in there, so maybe they're going to think that's where he's at, but now they know. Top Tetris and even Apex adding kills to the tally as Vitality give us a 13-round CT side.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? It is Vitality between Apex and Masuda needing to pick up their floor, and Masuda having a great challenger stage and actually pulling a 1.15 rating coming out of that. That's really good for Vitality. So it looked weird to have them get in the O2, but then it's Liquid with a similar problem. You know, they have a core between OC, Elige, and Nafly. But honestly, not so much, man. Inconsistency from Elige, inconsistency from OC. It's pretty much been Nafly, the most consistent player, and then their floor is also an issue. But Nitro was the one who started playing well. Yeah. So there's just so much going wrong at all the different times, and
just really hard to get a grasp of Liquid at the moment.
It is very hard to kind of draw like a narrative around them in some sense.
Their victories at this major, they beat 9Z, Complexity, and Astralis. Loss here versus Vitality will kick them out of the event. ZywOo and Dupree gonna get that man advantage in the pistol, a pistol that will spell disaster for Liquid. Their hands will be forced every round that's left on Mirage. Elige trying to find some kind of an angle over, but with the bomb plant, it gets all the worse. We've got no kit on the CTs alive at the moment. Masuda slides into the marketplace with a headshot into Nitro, and that's going to keep OC disjointed from Elige. Separate duels going down, and only OC picks his up. A 1v4 attempt in the second pistol, or Vitality 12-round lead. Yeah. He's got 14 bullets left in this gun. Oh, he is a dead man walking. Apex connects it with the P250, and Vitality, easy day in the office on Mirage.
It really is. We're talking about 3 players with big maps right now between Apex, Magisk, and ZywOo. All picking up huge frags. And Apex is blessed with the P250.
Liquid's buy.
God damn.
Barely exists.
Yeah.
Scout, MP9, Eagles, and a 5.7. And oddly enough, we've seen Elige with the Scout buys more than OC.
Yes.
When it's been the solo Scouts.
It's true. Yeah, almost every single time, even outside of the match.
Elige's Deagle goes dry. 5 versus 3 as Vitality are on skates to this B site.
Open site as well. They'll soon find that out. And Apex here just to crush some rotators, potentially.
This one lacks life.
Oh my god.
Liquid have a heartbeat, but I don't know about the brain activity.
Yeah, it's a vegetable mode, unfortunately. God damn it. Why are we always the heel, man?
This is a Vitality that can still get to playoffs.
It is, if they play
this
like
is a Vitality that'll get to playoffs.
But I mean,
so
look at our punching bag, though.
All right, so here's how it's going to happen.
Go for it.
Liquid, they get to win their 3 matches to reverse sweep the first stage of the Challengers, right? They get that done. That is North America's victory. Liquid are in Legends, right? We all celebrate. Huzzah! Then, in a poetic justice, Vitality, who also start with this shaky 0-2, will consume Liquid's reverse sweep energy and perform it themselves, winning 3 best of 3s to get into the playoffs. And then who knows what happens.
Dude, I just literally grew a tinfoil hat after you said that. I mean, I'm sold.
And if that is Liquid's contribution, if that is NA's route, then at least we helped Vitality.
I guess that's, yeah, that's very altruistic of us.
Vitality consuming Shox' soul, you know? It's only right. They took it back. It's the piece they needed. And for now,
don't call it too soon.
For now, all the hope comes back.
That was tight.
This round's...
They won with 5 alive. I think the two out of 3 rounds they won with 5 alive. That's pretty... Take that stat.
Damn it, Liquid. I just painted the whole picture.
You tried. That was...
Went to we could have just
it's
moved.
tough. You got to pick the round where you think it's going to end. And
I
they didn't have
know.
a buy.
I know.
It's not your fault.
All right. Let's see it. How many more? Full belts of util. Vitality probably feeling themselves here on a massive lead. So they're going to try to keep it quick and easy. Smoke for the cross.
They're letting them out.
Nitro puts one on top of Ticket. And Dupree over towards the sandwich. Looking to lock horns.
It's a one-way on the top of Ticket, but it's also kind of obvious anyways. He doesn't go for it. Oh, what's happening? No molly here. Oh, it's actually Magisk who kills Dupree. It's Dane on Dane. What is happening? Okay, 3 players left from the CT side, and the only kill so far was by TK.
Dupree just starts dropping all his guns, man. He just gives up. Okay.
Yeah. Where's the ocean smoke?
Little self-immolation.
He's a monk.
Commits to the cause.
Now they think it might be B.
Maybe OC's rifle work can be enough. If he can slow it down, then his teammates run over, but they're still so far removed. You'd think the trade would be instant. Magisk, he will fall, but Apex's hands are busy with bomb, and Masuda's watching the CT spawn, so OC will grab a double kill, and Masuda only 1. But it's the Woo. 21 kills in this match already.
2 smokes.
They start to throw that utility ahead. It's Naf and Shox versus ZywOo. Bomb tapped but not stuck. ZywOo reveals his position with the lesser of all guns. CT's peak, and they've got it. Liquid will continue on Mirage.
Liquid still kicking. Wow. Starts off with the 5v4. Why? Because Dupree gets mollied by Magisk. Sitting in sandwich. But they'll take any kills they can get. At least they converted that to a win. They're not too excited about it.
They don't look like they're having much fun.
There was a weird bounce there.
I feel like that's so Dupree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine. Where was he supposed to go? All right. Deagles.
Please not like this, Vitality.
It could be like this.
Please not like this. Frag grenade. Ooh. Oh, look at that.
That's money.
That is so much damage.
That's umami.
Naf's gonna get an ace. Woohoo! That's 4 kills and the tap away.
18 and 5. I think it's good. He needs to keep a certain amount of kills here so we can say Nafly played extremely well this game, even though that was just eco frags. Look back at the first half. I mean, the only thing that Liquid had going for him was Nafly attempts and clutches, opening kills, 2vx situations. I'm happy for him. We got this. Another race of the major. Hey, we're leaving our mark.
Yeah.
It's a small mark.
Round by round. Buy back in from Vitality. Apex not going to waste any time, but he dies trying to set up Dupree, which is a successful trade. Goes around, comes around. OC from inside connector with that AWP, establishes 4 versus 3, and ZywOo, remember, so low. 14 health. What's he meant to do with that? Shox walking up cat. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh, any damage there, and ZywOo's dead.
That's not supposed to happen.
He tucks his head a little bit. Well, CTs could be anywhere, and Shox, I think, maybe saw 2 Ts. A top con smoke. What will be the plan? Not sure if A site's the better one to go to, but there's a timing and window, so CT actually pulls back. Nitro searching out the A ramp. Seems like the Ts are going to slowly work on a plant on A. And there is no one here. Okay.
Okay, that's what
That
was
good
left
down.
of ZywOo.
Yeah, he had a molly too.
Wasn't much. Nitro doubles back from ramp. Masuda's going to get cleared by that. Sidelined. And now Magisk, who has given us a standout performance, is tapping versus Catwalk, taking Naf to half.
Okay.
But Naf will win that fight and keep Liquid's hopes alive. North America rests on their shoulders. 6 CT rounds now. Or 6 rounds while on CT side.
Yeah.
It's a long road to the top.
Liquid not winning a lot of pistols.
No.
It's caught up with them too. Definitely has been Vitality carried themselves on CT sides a lot more. They'd have struggled on the T sides. But now they've just got so many ways. I mean, they could just win by accident. That's the problem. A couple of good entries. One big clutch.
Just one big ZywOo moment.
Exactly. You know.
How many times have we been in this position where Vitality sit on 15 and then you just get a ZywOo, a little ZywOo special. Shocks though, opping inside of Palace. Nice opening kill.
They're letting them get very close.
Yeah, and Masuda with the Tech 9. They could trip over the finish line, but Naf jumps down into the sandwich, trying to figure out a way to exit. Masuda on for 3 kills. And now with the 2v2, the bomb is already planted. Apex hands on a Galil. ZywOo deep within the ramp. He decides to reposition.
Bomb is default, so he'll go Palace this time.
He gets over the fence. OC and Elige on the retake, both of them coming in from stairs side. They've got a smoke, they've got 2 flashes, and Apex, well, he's not on site to stop this. He's sitting inside that ramp smoke. And ZywOo gets clipped by OC, who's missing his second shot, so Apex with the pistol out just needs to hit it for a measly 20, but OC, he jumps on top of Bomb. The question's all about time. Do Liquid have it?
Oh
yes!
My God.
Still a little life left in them.
Oh, he could have actually swung and still got that kill. That was so close. I mean, Ozzy had to swap out, came back to the op to win that engagement. If Apex went up top, he just wins, like straight up. Insanely scary. Another tack pause called. That got to the point of Masuda opping in that round. 2 Tech 9 kills into a picked up gun, picked up op, and a 3rd frag. That's kind of what we're talking about. They let him scale way too hard there. Not enough pressure. No flashes to stop him inside of Tetris. And that's where they'll take the highest amount of impact damage, like AoE, if the CTs can throw it. But they let Masuda roam free.
Yeah, even with those kinds of rounds, man, sometimes it just doesn't look like Liquid are in it.
No, that wasn't great. That wasn't great. There was not much to work with. I mean, literally, Shocks killed the 1 Palace player. Then they had only ramp to deal with, and they still got overrun on the site. Not much to be proud of there just yet.
Eight more to go.
Rubbing against the wall.
Oof, like a bear scratching its back. Shocks walks out middle. Very much alone here, and there's a very real potential for a split between Dupree and Apex. Oh, but Shocks goes down with nothing, and Apex ices out Elige as he tries to pry down into underpass. 1 health makes the difference on that duel.
Wow, the awareness.
5v3.
Did he get dinged? Man, how? I mean, all those bullets just coming straight down. Elige still can't get that. Some of it might got him through the metal, maybe. And with that, I mean, OC got ripped up, holding his angle over on B. At least for Liquid's sake, he's the one opping. But they're leaning towards this half of the map. We can see the attack is on the other. 30 seconds up. The smoke start cascading over the site.
For somebody you want in this position, it feels like it's got to be Naf. Oh, but fire on his feet. He jumps up. He takes 1, a second, and that could be maybe enough. It's a desperate situation. It has been for rounds now, and with Magisk connecting, that's going to be him cleared out. There's only 8 seconds left.
Yeah, they have to get that bomb planted.
Bombs in. Masuda gets it as the fire spreads to his feet. Remember, Apex 1 health after his fight with Elige, but Nitro only 5 and 6 kills across this entire map so far. Liquid, with uninspiring round wins, have just kind of moved in step by step, going through the motions.
And they've completely avoided him.
And it looks like that heartbeat has come to an end. Liquid fall on Mirage. Vitality picked this map, and it felt like they were going to win this from the get-go.
Yes, it did. I mean, such a streak to begin with, such a strong CT side. And then T side, I mean, it didn't look that compelling, but it was still just enough. I mean, Liquid had to play above and beyond, and they weren't in it right there. One map separates Liquid from elimination here in the Legend stage of the Major. And for Vitality, even if they were to win this, it would still be an arduous climb to survive Legends. But that's just how tragic this whole situation is in the O2 matchup. Only heartbreak is in store, and it could only be one map between now and the result.
Yeah, that's kind of a depressing way for this to go as well. You know, if both these teams were kind of tooth and nail, able to keep it incredibly close, and we had an action-packed match where Liquid show us promise and Vitality do as well, then we could send them, you know, we could send them home with at least a proper farewell. But right now it's just this pop-off from Magisk, marked improvement from him, very cool to see, and ZywOo as well, just kind of hitting that, you know, like you said, back against the wall mode where he just performs as we all expect him to.
Yeah, I think that was a standout game. There's just so much more to figure out when it comes to both of these squads, because they're such big brands with such big results in the past. The expectations are astronomical when we compare them to the results that we see. It doesn't line up at all. Natfly still somehow pulls 108 ADR off of this game.
He was good.
I mean, he actually did have such high impact when it came to his rifle entries and stuff. He just literally no help. Literally just no help with the entries in a lot of rounds that could have been closed out. Very disappointing for Liquid. Very disappointing. But man of the match.
We'll give it to Magisk.
Let's go. Okay.
Nice.
I think ZywOo was probably my man of the match. But,
okay.
Yeah, but honestly, we're not seeing too many matches pop-offs these days, so that's a good sign.
And you'd think that that's just going to lead us into this belief that you know, Vitality as a team are going to improve. If Magisk can find his footing here and now and do it to reverse sweep, then we'll praise that going into playoffs. This is obviously, you know, a legendary player in Magisk, so he just has to find that comfort zone, man. He's got to find his lane. But for now, unfortunately for the Liquid fans, they will be facing elimination as we move the series to Dust 2. Mirage in Vitality's back pocket. Is this the end of Team Liquid in Antwerp? We'll find out shortly.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
And so here we are, folks, on the doorstep of Liquid's defeat.
Wow.
Maybe. It's a maybe. But after that first map of Mirage, I do feel like Vitality have rebounded, and they brought the pieces that we needed to see in order to believe in a Vitality resurgence.
Yeah.
Whereas Liquid have yet to show us that. All
They
we
look
got
worse.
was more of the same. Nafly still providing, nobody else there with him.
Dude, he just needs like, yeah, man, he actually just needed like, he was playing so well that if he had like one other guy that game, they probably could have had a like, I mean, that would have just been a close game, straight up. He somehow managed to pull 108 ADR when they didn't do anything the whole match. I mean, I don't know what to say. That was the least confident I felt watching the Liquid match so far. Dust 2 is very good for Vitality, and that's why they pick it. It's still a fine map for Liquid, despite what the stats say. They've got reps. Just, you know, fuck. It's so hard to watch when you know they could be way so much better, you know?
You think it's the last time we see this roster if they lose?
Yeah.
Think Floppy leaves Complexity and joins Liquid?
Well, because Liquid beat Complexity, they secured Floppy.
Oh, they had to.
Yeah.
Yes.
That was what that match was about, whether they knew it or not.
And if Complexity beat Liquid, then they would have gotten OC.
OC would have gone to Complexity. This is not breaking news, by the way. We were just joking. But are we?
But,
all fantasy roster moves happen.
You never
and
know.
Mark our words, OC and Floppy will play together.
I have said it before, I'll say it again. When OC and Floppy come back together, that is the day NA returns.
That is the day.
Just saying. I don't make the decisions. I don't pull the strings.
Yes.
I just flap my gums. But I know.
You have to put it in the ether.
I know what's right, and I know what's needed.
Yeah.
Of course, that's only if Liquid lose this series. This is no eulogy, all right? This is no, no, I forgot the word. Obituary. They're not done yet. But with what Vitality have just shown us on Mirage, and again, specifically the pieces of, say, ZywOo going next level, and Magis giving us something to really talk about, that is a very problematic situation for Liquid. The win conditions have been presented.
On the upside for Vitality, yeah. Because you never want to see a team beat somebody and then just end up losing anyways. And on the upside, things lined up in a special way that game where Apex had his great match, but Magix had a great match, and ZywOo played the best CS we've seen so far. He was handling the entire map by himself. Like, the huge part of that streak was the fact that he just didn't miss op shots as when they came his direction, and he made himself, put himself in a great spot to get those kills in the first place. Full press up here to the top of mid for Liquid to start the pistol round off as they look for things, but there's no fight that comes back their way, so they'll peel back themselves.
Do or die, Liquid. Do or die on Dust 2. Dupree going to be ahead of the pack in terms of the tunnel's peaks. Elige wants that fight. Takes a couple steps back to try and set up OC. Run boost being primed for Masuda mid. He flies across into the open. OC's able to pop one head and a second. Then the Xbox players get crunched on. An excellent setup from Liquid as they swarm down and look to win the first pistol of this series. But ZywOo is alive. And that means Vitality are alive. A P250 tap kicks off the 1v4. They know he's here, and they end him. Nice to see Elige with a multi-kill. Between him and OC, the full house off the catwalk.
Yeah, those two have just have needed to be more a part of the core, just in a pure fragging department. Like they just have that responsibility and weight on their shoulders. But a good start. Liquid knew what they were expecting on this round. Thought it would come a little earlier, and when Vitality chilled for a sec, they wanted Liquid to fall back, but they probably knew where Liquid were off to on this cat setup. They wanted to participate in this exchange, but they didn't have the facilities.
Vitality very broke. 3 P250s, that's it. $900.
Spent all their money on Danish men.
They're expensive Danish men.
They are. They bring their taxes is the question.
Quick run up mid. Not going to find what was that resistance from the pistol round setup of OC and Elige. It's just completely open for the taking. But you round that corner of Catwalk, you're going to get a face full of Elige's A1S. Default skin golden stickers. The golden boy of North America. Shox draws them down into the lower tunnels. That's where Naf will find Dupree within the doors. And that's just a really good job of kind of pulling this apart from Vitality. Again, we never really had much hope in those pistols, but if you draw one down towards tunnels and you get one inside of the doors, then everybody else falls that much easier for Liquid's 2-0 start. What you thinking about, Launders? I can see it.
I've eaten 18 Stroop waffles since I've arrived.
Yeah, you have.
It's a lot of syrup.
Well, sweet victory maybe for Liquid if they can continue with this one. But they've got their biggest challenge so far, Vitality's gun round. And as ZywOo tries to press up to those long doors, he decides to dodge back. No damage done. All good.
Just reading the map here. Of course, we don't have the op for OC, so playing inside a cat. He's got a lot of weight on his shoulders here with this too long setup and him just on the rifle, so he'll be floating in between spawn. It's actually Nafly and Elysian B, interestingly.
Keep eyes on that. OC here towards middle. Saw those legs, gets blinded. Oh. Nice flashbang from Apex. 5 versus 4 to Vitality's first gun round. Shox just runs around with the MP9. Huge risk, but he still gets the kill. And he has a chance to fall back. But him and Nitro actually stick around for a little bit longer. Oh. Dupree with a dirty tap into Elige. Jesus. And Magisk just crawls out from those tunnels trying to do the same. It's labored between Magisk and Naf. Shox still standing. The MP9 swapped out for the FAMAS. There's the jump down from ZywOo. Jesus. 2 kills as he catches Nitro's head and Shox all that's left. Runs for the hills. Vitality finding their opening at B.
That was so nuts from ZywOo, man. Just fell off a cat, slunk out into the doorway, quick turn around and perfect control of the mouse to take out a second frag, and that was Shox so low. Some weird engagements there. Of course, the push on long came as soon as the first kill came down from OC. And because that was just such a pressurized moment for the CT side, because OC was literally responsible for Cat and mid B all at once. No nades to slow them down if they went that direction. And they had no way for those long players to win a retake versus A when they had MP9. So there was no other option for them. They at least came out with the first kill, but then Dupree hit Elige with that one tap. Holy hell. Oh. That was pretty nice. That was pretty nice. But I think the biggest fear is right here on your screen right now. RT to scare a North American CSGO player. It's ZywOo from map 1, the Terror. Good with every gun. Good with every nade. Speaks, he's bilingual.
His English is actually so good.
He's a great liar too.
Freya got completely fooled.
Yes.
No. No. Shox the solo AK. The hero round is his for the taking, but Dupree just sucks the life right out of him. Like a Dementor.
Gets his neck cranked. Looking up from the lower tunnels. And that gun is not recoverable.
It's going to have to be the quad deeks of Liquid. They do put them into the better positions. You know, they're still floating around door. A little bit of presence on Cat. But with the full-blown exec, it looks good for Vitality. Apex going to stick around towards doors. Dies to OC. That's the bomb. Oh, things are getting weird. Liquid find a second kill. There comes Masuda, top mid. Elige, hands on a gun. Smoke towards mid. Player at his back. He is surrounded. Wow. And with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, Vitality tie at 2.
It got scary, but they had every single exit covered, luckily, for Vitality in that spot. And as the trades went down, it was just overall very solid there for Vitality.
Double ops.
Just getting the way into B. And there was, again, that was the starter with 1 gun. Okay, so they started with 1 gun. They didn't get majority deaths. They at least got 2 frags. OC ops this time. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. To the Shock's op, and where will he go with it? He'll be playing in mid.
Nice
Whoa.
grenade, Elige.
That's money. That'll take the life out of the full long attack, at least for a few moments. Look how comfy OC is on this angle, too. They could be walking in from the top of mid, and he'll eventually get nervous about it.
Shock's trying to...
This 1-2 punch is so effective. And Shocks can actually search out to make sure OC can stand here.
Looks to reassure that OC can just stay on this angle. But the smoke grenade comes, and that just makes both angles weird. So OC takes what Shocks was watching. And that's a body bag for Masuda. Elige, nicely done. Plays up close on those doorways, making the most of that moment made possible by Shocks' flash. Looking like a convincing round win from Liquid. And that's fights on multiple fronts. Long
really
first, mid second. Cat third.
That was super solid with the HE. I think they got, I don't know, did they get molly damage on Magisk inside the door? And then maybe it was spam damage, something
or a
like
frag,
that.
yeah, smoke spam.
And then a second HE from Elige, really just out in the open, but exactly where Magisk is standing.
Yeah, it looks like there was a fire like outside of the doorway, so would have made a lot of sense if it was Molotovs. Look at this charred earth.
Yeah. Love that op setup, actually. That's a very expensive thing to try to implore on a CT side, but on Dust 2, 2 ops works all the time. And one thing is that if ZywOo comes out from the top of mid and Shocks can get timing, because someone could be suicide, someone could be top left. In that situation, it gets a little bit scary, but as long as Shocks doesn't see anything, then OC has this very powerful line to watch into underpass, and he also can, of course, as we just mentioned, or as we just saw, turn his attention right to top mid and have the safety of the Xbox smoke to allow him to stand here where he couldn't before.
Just using that smoke against them, really. It takes something from him, but it opens a different door.
But he can't stand there if Shocks doesn't cover him earlier on.
So double op setup from Liquid works. They keep majority alive. Vitality with a couple of saves, easy rebuy. Liquid back in the lead. Early days here on Dust 2. Nitro being set up. He's going to hear all this movement, but Masuda's still watching the doors. They get up Cat. They leave Nitro there. They're going to do 2 inside sight. Elige works forward. Nitro, he falls away. Vitality trying to put the clues together. Oh, if they were to go to B right now. If they B split.
Yeah, I think they've actually got a good read on the situation. Yeah, they're actually going with a really good pace, too. There's no one inside of middle.
It's got to be Nap.
Yeah, it's got to be Nap.
Oh, double kill. Tries to continue, but ZywOo gonna stop him there. Now Shocks on the op, blindsided as Apex comes out to help Magisk. And with it, the B site falls. They corralled Liquid over towards A. Nitro falling back would have given the audio cue to Masuda. Frag will make Elige's job that much harder, and it's Liquid contemplating the save. T-side, no utility to stop this. Counter-terrorists continue to press up close.
Are they going for it?
It looks like it, but they're only getting here with that bomb beyond the halfway point. ZywOo's dodging flashes. Nitro's still a little bit late, so it's going to come down to the wire. And that's if they even pull the trigger. No, they just stick around. And by doing so, it's going to cost them 2 bodies.
Ooh, that was a bit risky, and they didn't give the tunnel exit even a possibility. It really looked like Liquid's intention was to try to go for that, but you could see that there just wasn't really a way for them to get in. If they had scaled the tunnels at all and there was no one K-sharp, then yeah, they could talk about getting in the door and window, but with him still alive and no frag there was just no chance. And that would have been nice to keep the op forward at the very least. That once again comes down to Nafly getting the only 2 kills of the round. He holds it down. The op-in window does nothing. The split is perfect from Vitality. And as you could feel it coming, they mollied long, they mollied short. They immediately went for that mid-B. They read that there is an exploitable weakness there inside of middle.
It's a well-called moment from Vitality. Apex piecing together the picture. And Liquid's ship taking on water with this one. Nitro, Hero M4. Right now it's positioned towards Catwalk with 2 players to support it. Vitality don't want to walk into those 5-7s, the whippersnappers. Volley out all the cubbies. Little peek here from Magus, getting into it with Apex in mid. 4 frags between the 2 of them. And that is all of the movement that Liquid offered. A-site completely clear. NAF on the other end of the map. Vitality back to winning ways, 4-3.
One thing is, looking at these setups, it just looks very plain. And I like vanilla Greek yogurt.
Okay.
Not regular.
All right. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, vanilla's okay.
And then sometimes I put sugar on it. Then you could throw in strawberries.
I'm a pomegranate raspberry kind of guy.
That's cool. This isn't about you. This is about me.
Oh.
So the only thing is that these CT setups, they're kind of plain.
Okay.
We had OC in the 1 round just floating in CT spawn, going back to A. And I think even though Vitality can't physically see it, they can feel it. Lack of cat pressure is not there. There's no op rifle setups that are coming in. No one's ever played close door on the mid-B setup to help out OC. Had 2 long a couple times, 3A, fanned out. Vitality aren't seeing anything, and they're not overthinking it. Slamming mid-B.
It's a map they love to play. It's a map they picked. And it's a map they're currently winning. So where's the vanilla? Where's the sugar? Where's the strawberries? It's up to Liquid. No threats being sensed here again. Liquid just trying to play perimeters. Lean back, give them cat, beckon them in. Try to draw them into OC's op. No longer working with that second sniper. Shocks on the M4. Has more grenades for it. Has majority of the grenades that are still even left on Liquid. So that's a util belt at B. Nitro blinded, and OC's looking to set him up with the flashbang. Smokes on both sides of the corner, and OC with that close-up op shot gets counter-picked by Zywoo. Then Dupree with the deepest of corners.
Oh, he guts 1 though.
Yeah, it's a good trade, but it costs them as Elige, now known to be on car, offers us up a double. And while he will be dropped to 40 health, it's Apex in the 1v3. Liquid with just the right pieces, man. They added all the ingredients on that one. And Apex, his back turned to the doorway, will be his demise. Liquid tie again.
Damn, they plucked him off. At least they had OC close up to that long hold. And they threw the important smoke. It's the what was called the Gambit smoke. I guess we can call it the Cloud9 smoke. Of like the one that lands against the telephone pole. And that just makes it very hard for the teaser coming in to try to peek into the pit. And yeah, no OC being up close saved Nitro. Then OC stayed alive for Nitro to get a kill after that. And everything works out wonderfully. Now we did see that in this round, exact same thing. Vitality had mid-B open once again. But I think they didn't believe that this would be the case 2 rounds in a row. But now we have OC inside of middle. At least we've got some vision here. The one big round that we saw Liquid win was OC playing off of Cat. Shocks inside of middle. Keeping all the attention of the T's in this area, forcing them to react to it. And then finding off shots.
Efficient trading as well, man, right?
Yeah.
Everybody had to contribute there. Nitro needed to get his second kill of the map. OC took pressure off. And then Elige delivered, as he currently is that top fragger for Liquid. So unlike Mirage, where it's just Naf and Naf alone,
We've got the bigger picture from Liquid. Vitality still taking these T rounds nice and slow. Wouldn't be the first time we'd see this long push, in fact.
Now I think Liquid actually have a good read, so it's the same play from Vitality, working out mid to where it's open. Shox is here instead of Nafly, who's actually behind him, and they're actually in, kind of in transition right now, so there might be an opportunity. The long push is readying from Nitro, but will it be fast enough?
2 players close. Nitro decides not to go. Naf's got a double kill. And now as he stands in the open, he could catch him with another off angle. Nope, he will do damage, but not finish Dupree. That's Nitro's role. He attacks it from that long flank. Apex gets through the doorway. And last time we saw Liquid posture for the retake, put themselves in position and not go. And Nitro runs up the stairs with another kill. Ooh. Big pickup from Nitro. Crucial round. Doubles his kills from 2 to 4 and pushes Apex into a back-to-back 1 versus 3. But this time, it's in the post plan. And this time, OC's a little removed from mid. It's tunnels, and they line up, but Elige right there takes the wide swing and gives it to Apex, gives it to Liquid. As they'll find 5 on this CT side, and this is a Liquid with life.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, they played it a little bit slower there and got the trades coming down. They were better in mid. They had the fast flank, and Liquid, you could see, just had a good read of the map. So that was something nice to watch. But honestly, Vitality, they have opportunities here that they aren't all looking at. They can work the map overall a little bit better, considering how much space is given to them by Liquid. Cat is not getting a lot of love whatsoever. They could be scoring some crazy rotations right now. Forcing that long push, for example, would be easy if that's Liquid's only answer to these mid-B plays. If they don't want to play within, boosted up inside of CT spawn or pushed off Cat once again, which is something where I feel like both teams are just not giving that any love whatsoever. Not super impressed with, honestly, either team's Dust 2 so far. It just feels like very basic ideas, 1 or 2 reactions, and a tiny lead for Liquid, but I'm pretty scared of Vitality's CT sides because I think that's where they've been the strongest.
Limitations here in round 10 for Vitality. Oh, not to mention a 5v4 to Liquid. That's the Galil of Masuda to hit the dirt. Zaiwu just working with the scout. Shox is to the left side of this smoke. Dupree's got a little bit of an opening. Falls away from it. Zaiwu blinded. Now Elige looking to come support OC. He'll give a bit more space to the cat play. As Magisk shoots shots at the B site, keeps 2 players committed within it. Gets an answer in the form of utility.
Oh, what? How can he see that? Okay, and up
Close
close,
left.
he's looking for the other player.
Yeah, Naf's still here.
Didn't expect that in that position.
Holy hell, Magisk.
Nafly can rearrange. Yeah, that was an absurd shot. I mean,
but it is still just Naf.
Don't say just Naf.
It is Naf.
He's only got 1 kill. He's gotten 2 kills every single hold so far.
They go silent at the 30-second mark. Vitality trying to group themselves up on catwalk. And the movement here from Liquid is minimal.
Yeah.
Naf, cool as ice. Nitro starts running around on long. Smoke comes out on catwalk. He'll be called back to the action. Elige looking for a head on the shell. And he's got Apex, at the very least. Zaiwu's scout, gets the better of OC. He sees another player, and Zaiwu, he's got the double headshot. 6 seconds, he can commit to this, and Elige is going to come up, but he can't stop it. Bomb's planted, Zaiwu's dead. Apex, the Predator in Elige as he clears the board of the last 2 players, 14-4. And he is keeping NA in this.
How does Dupree not get that trade?
Don't know.
Did he hit any bullets?
I don't know, dude. Elige is ethereal.
After, wow, yeah, I mean, what a 1v, he's 14-4, what a 1v2, but that was like almost a gimme. Like Zaiwu hit those 2 scout shots. He's coming in for the plant. His teammate is right behind him, and he knows that he can get this bomb down after those 2 frags, and his teammate's going to clean up. That should have happened. I have no idea how it doesn't, but
I want to see the whiff.
Yeah, me too.
I want to see the whiff so bad. All right, right back into it. Pistols here.
What the?
Whoa, Shock's hiding in his cubby. Legion Nitro looking to lock down on long, and he's got it. He's going to take a bunch of damage, but it's only Apex, the bomb carrier, with 2 CTs ahead. An off shot from OC, and Liquid are pulling ahead now. The CT side with a 3-round lead.
This was the map that used to be Astralis on every once in a while.
Well,
they bring in Dust 2. They usually lose, because most people did. But they actually had chances on Dust 2 versus Astralis.
Well, they got 2/5 of Astralis in the server with them.
Yes. And they've been imbued with it. They already beat 3/5 the other time, too. It was kind of different players, but it was the logo that was scaring Nitro or something.
Just that image. The red burned into his mind.
Yeah.
Back in from Vitality. 2 players to the tunnels. OC ready for it. Oh, but he gets away, and Dupree kills the support. So now OC, you better hit this shot. And sure enough, he will. But what's the fallback? Shox activates right into the waiting hands of Magisk. OC just desperate to escape here, down to a quarter bit of health. And Zywoo, he cancels out Nitro on that cap peak. So suddenly Vitality 4 versus 2, and just an entire clock to play with.
And yeah, and they just go for long because, I mean, of course, Liquid are going to think it's a B-site hit. Both site players are dead, but Vitality can do basically anything. I think, honestly, they could just walk the whole way at this point. The op from OC was on the other side of the map. They can make noise. That'll be a Liege to get this early warning system, however, to OC, who can start to work on a push. They know that Vitality don't really have an incentive to try to fake too hard, but they aren't really moving fast enough to capitalize on this. Or are they? I mean, there's one coming late through spawn. And Elige knows that. This would be kind of an unreal situation, but okay, a chance for timing, and Magisk gets the better of it.
Yeah, finds Elige with his head turned. Liquid get churned. Vitality on the return. Still a 2-round gap, but that's a plant at the very least. What happened here? We get that jump across the tunnels.
Yeah.
Very cool from Dupree to take Naf out first.
Yes. Yes.
Shox pushed into tons, thinking maybe that's all that was there, but then Magisk walked into the corner.
He kept good awareness of that setup. Maybe that's why Liquid haven't been pushing, not comfortable with it, but I don't think they should stop trying to get some info.
And Elige is on one, dude. Great form from him right now.
Yeah.
16-5.
They have needed that.
It's Vitality's 5th to the board. Looking to keep 4 up. Apex on the hunt. Oh. And OC's good. Everybody else is on long. So an op move forward for Liquid. And a 5th to Vitality's title.
Feels like we're watching both teams get a little bit warmer, a little bit more comfortable with some of the early aggressive fights. And they clearly were waiting for some kind of aggression out of Liquid. Finally, they start to see it. Uh-oh. Oh, my. Okay.
That ain't pretty.
It's an expensive cross, but it's better than getting off, that's for sure.
Yeah, and
seeing
you know,
teams not use utility is bad.
It's a buy next situation anyways. It's all about OC.
True.
All about OC.
You know, this is one situation where playing vanilla with just pistols is not that bad because Vitality haven't been doing any scouting. They haven't been putting tons of pressure on Cat or trying to force rotates. They have just kind of waited and then picked the thing they're going to and then run into it. So I think leaving OC back here just quietly while they don't know where the op is totally fine. It's, of course, a gamble no matter what. And it looks like this time, finally, Vitality will find Cat, but doesn't mean it was the wrong play here.
Worried about some kind of a threat. There's nothing here. Go ahead.
Yeah, they know about the OC save, right?
Mosey on over. Yeah, they most certainly do. He killed Apex. Poor Apex. 5-7 of Nitro trying to stop it. Apex gonna jump down. Woo, whoa, whoa.
Whoa, okay.
Rounds live.
Jumping into spawn to go for kills.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Idea. Masuda could take the op out though. He's got a great fight here. That's simple.
Oh my god.
Wait, what? The USP is about to finish off the frag. Alige, he's on a tear.
He's on
Flash
close.
goes high. He wins that. Masuda now 1v2.
Molotov over towards the bomb. There's no kid on this play. AK lands for Masuda.
Oh, okay.
And he gets that last headshot. Keeps Vitality going. But damn, man. Yeah, shake your head, Apex. You jump down into spawn.
Yeah, clap him up. They were playing that pretty risky. CT's in CT spawn. Who would have figured?
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine?
USP and Pit.
Like, they have no ability to go to retake, to get too long to turn the corner. They're just going to sit there and look on the railing. Peek me. Peek me. I'm good.
Come get some.
Get some.
Now round 14 comes at us quick. Buy back in from Liquid. No, they lose this round. Vitality could actually just be kind of strapped for cash in the last buy, and then we can point to round 13 and go,
yeah, it costs money. Even if you don't win.
But of course, better to happen now towards the end of the half than right smack dab in the middle. Legion to OC trying to keep Liquid alive. Trying to get back that tie. Trying not to die. What a wild ride.
You done?
Yeah. But Liquid aren't. Not yet. Naf in the back of the site. He's been so consistent. Always good for one. Usually two. Flash go. Oh, but he gets nothing. And now Shox needs to deliver. And with a single kill for him, Apex is already able to just lock in behind the
van.
van.
That is, man. The rotations are so far still. Like, they literally, no one was even in spawn to help them with this. They don't figure this out early. They play 2-3. They don't play on spawn. They don't play on cat.
But why, Launders?
That's when you're not thinking. They're not thinking. They're not actively talking a lot about ideas. They're not in a good mood. When you're in a better mood, you're more comfortable making aggressive tactics happen at the beginning of rounds. They're not sharing ideas. They're not trying things. They're sitting and waiting. It's the most default mode that you can be in on CT side.
Autopilot.
It's autopilot. It's tunnel vision. It's, I don't want to say lazy, that's the wrong word. It's uninspired, right? It's
dying.
It's not like they don't want to win. They want to win. But right now, there's just so much glue in their brains, they can't think properly.
But if you want to win, then you have to try to win.
Taking too many L's. The mood isn't there. They don't believe it. You know, when you get into some of these positions, you're relying on teammates to do things for you. You need to figure out who's got what grenades. And right now, if they're only thinking about losing, they can't think about all these other things. So what do? Go to regular spots. Sit, hold, hope a vanilla exec comes their way, and then see if their sight hold is good enough. And then Shox and Nafly can basically try to get 2 kills and 1 dies, and then that's it. They lose.
And that's what's happened.
That's it.
That's how that last one unfolds. Vitality looking to end this T side with an 8th. Looking to end this series with a Dust 2. Looking to end Liquid with a Whimper. Leash feeling the call to action here towards CT spawn. OC looking to get one through this doorway. Zaiwu on the other end. Got to be careful with that. But at least it's effort. At least it's active.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, they at least have this cone fire. They're readying long. They have 2 people on mid. This is identifying all of their previous problems with fast rotations and shining a light on the fact that Vitality have not ever put cap pressure on. So why haven't they had like 2 mid B in this situation way more often?
Shock promise. Oh! At the end of the day, man, you still got to survive. And with Magisk hitting headshots, it's a tough job. OC empty-handed. They had the positioning, but they didn't have the impact. 3 kills, everybody's dead for side of Liquid, and everybody's alive for Vitality. And it's inspiring round for the French and Danish mix. 4 at the end, as they'll have that 1-round lead to kick off the CT side.
Shout out to some of those Magic's entries. Picked off, I think, Shocks on the big box that 1 round, Nafly up close. Really, really sharp. I mean, that was great. You know, the last 3 rematches I have just on that half is honestly, like, Liquid got 7 rounds here, but the only reason this was even close because Vitality were just not that sick. They were just not that sick even on the T side. Their CT side's going to be a lot stronger. And hopefully Liquid's T side is a lot better because that just wasn't actually that good. I mean, close game, but I don't know.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Elige 18-7. If he can keep up that kind of a performance, then maybe he gets Liquid within it. But shout out to Naf on Mirage. Can't just be 1 guy per map.
Yeah.
That will be a shortcoming. Liquid will lose. No sugarcoating. Just plain yogurt. Apex 2 flashbangs in the kit in case the retake needed, and a very patient setup here from Liquid. They wait.
See if this kind of goes as well for Vitality as it did for Liquid on their pistol in a similar position. Suss 1 out. Trades go back and forth. Bomb gets spotted. ZywOo 2 scalps. And Shocks and Naf, what can they do?
ZywOo's just going to push upwards here. Gets past that Tunnels player. Shocks seems to know. Naf on high alert. ZywOo gets killed from Shocks. And with that, a little bit more room to wiggle with here, Liquid. They grab Bomb. They grab USP. They got to grab this chance with both hands.
Oof.
Dupree getting into Tunnels, though. That's going to justify the 2 other players of Vitality to just stay locked in on A.
Shocks has he can't lurk too much. He has to live because he's got this smoke and molly. So at least have some utility here to put this together. This will push Apex back onto the ramp, and they'll attempt to cross, but the counter flash is just as good.
Apex gets the headshot into Shocks, falls onto Naf. Nice tap towards Car, but Apex has a double over the top of that smoke, and so Vitality continue to win. Sure.
There was a chance where ZywOo just walked. He got to make noise. Shocks heard him and low. Why did he just do the laziest?
He said, I throw the flash and then they look like this.
Oh, there's just like megabytes of Apex photos out there that are so good for memes.
I love the French. I am in your backpack. Elige with the Glock tries to chase into the B site, but that one's dead. The conga line towards A. And it's ZywOo with the scout to do good damage. 2 body shots already. Follows up into Nitro. And now his support is inbound. Not only inbound, but nearby. Support system as Apex hops up, denies bomb plant. Vitality 10 rounds to the board already. Liquid, the buy comes in. It's got to start strong, and it has to start now, or else they are done in Antwerp.
Yes, and they've won 1 of the last 5 pistols in their few series now, which is not a good place to be. 10-1 odds? Holy. 3-round game with potentially Vertigo on the horizon. That is pretty insane. I kind of understand the sentiment, though, based on what we've seen. It doesn't feel good right now, but Liquid can change that story with this rifle.
Bunch of body language experts out there.
Yeah.
It's active. Flash is good. Nitro, though, gets it. A second kill with the spray. Continues into it. Oh, okay. I thought that was a kill.
The push is being readied. Oh, will Dupree find timing? Yes, he will.
Ooh, gets Nitro first, then snaps it into
Naf.
Naf. Dupree, how dare you consume them. Apex finds Shocks creeping through middle. That is the clawback from Elige. I said it had to be more than Elige, but in this 1v3, it is only Elige. And as he gets tagged up by ZywOo's scout, it's 29 health for Elige.
It was whole different ball game before I got tagged right there.
And Apex doesn't hide.
Yeah, he got powered up. He knows that he could just kind of sit and wait. Whoa, Liege almost
Closes.
able to clear him. Apex takes him out. Another good round from Vitality. That was the one long push getting a little too much. Dupree taking out Nafly. That definitely made things awkward.
Now Liquid back into the economic dumps.
Yeah.
Gonna have to rummage through the dumpsters.
Food is food. That's the attitude they gotta have, you know.
That's actually, yeah.
Whatever it takes at this point.
Eat.
Yeah, just eat. If they all hate each other in this moment, it doesn't matter. I mean, they all want to win too. So that's the thing you've got to kind of struggle with right now. And who knows? Maybe the mood is fine, but they really have no clue what Vitality are going to bring. They just don't feel like they've got a feel for the map at the moment. But I would have a hard time believing that because we know the level of Dust 2 that Liquid can bring. Like, they absolutely can win on this map. It's not their map pick. Of course, it's Vitality's map pick, but Liquid have enough reps. This is like the first map they got really good at when they brought in a Adren the first time.
Big nade on Naf. Unarmored Deagle down to 50. Masuda, comfortable behind his barrels. Tippity tapping away with the A1S. Oh, yes, sir. But Elige, he's still got a little life in him. And another scout shot connects into Apex. So shaky legs for the French IGL. Elige nearly dead already, unfortunately for Liquid. More util pressuring the smoke. And Elige at this distance is hoping to connect something, but Dupree up close with Magisk. They end it, a 5-round advantage here for Vitality, and a lively CT side so far.
Yeah, they're peeking, they're swinging, they're trading, they're flashing.
They're winning.
They're winning.
Are you winning, son?
Yes. Now in French.
Tu gagnes-tu, mon fils?
Oui, papa! Oh, it's a good day to be French.
And Danish.
And Danish, actually, yeah.
Little patience here. Shocks and Elige bottom through the tunnels.
Proactivity.
He's still playing with a scout.
Proactivity again. It looks so much better.
Right? Vitality just fluid, man. They got that flow. They're speaking with their hands.
Yes. That's what you like to see.
The French and the Danes both do.
Ooh, high value target out of the round. Dupree tries to talk.
Can't
Molly's
catch him.
behind Shocks, and oh, now they push out to long. Masuda's handling them, no problem.
And if Masuda's going to have a good day, then Vitality are going to have a good day.
That is how it goes.
Him and Apex really elevating the floor of Vitality. Shocks does have an interesting bit of timing. You'd think that's a kill on Magisk. And if he waits, then the bomb can get close enough to also run in. But if he kills him too soon, then the rotators
rotate will come,
will be very close. It's all about timing.
Does he want to like just get right up in behind him maybe?
And he's doing this without knowing whether somebody's about to walk through the window.
Yeah, it could.
So like, it's a dangerous game, and he waits just enough time. Very well played. Shocks is trying to keep Liquid in this one. As OC now jumps over. No, he doesn't. Throws the bomb instead so that he can post up on Apex. There's the plant. It's through. OC's hands free to do as he pleases. And Shocks may have just slipped into this B site, and albeit not a lot of frags, he gets an important one. A crucial kill, an opening for Liquid, and then they both clamp down. Liquid have an 8.
Yeah, super solid. Like all comes down to Shocks. I mean, it's so well played on the lurk. That's what he was doing at the tail end of Vitality. That's what we've seen him do a little bit less of on Liquid now, but was doing very hard for a lot, kind of like searching out parts of the map. I think it makes a lot of sense for him. And in this spot, it was him getting in front of that molly by Dupree, then throwing his smoke down on the left side of mid, but making it feel like he was still inside the doors, not in front of the molly, and then walking through his own smoke. and just getting up onto the site. Literally the only way they could have got back into that round, and Shox managed to forge it from Fire. And maybe that will inspire some confidence. Very cool way to win rounds.
Scary thing is it looks so good for Vitality up until Shox got through. Talked about that active movement, information gathering. Well, you move too much and Shox slides by. Three players, Cat, CT Man, and Zywoo. Looks to come up from ramp. Apex calls him over.
Is it the right play?
Liquid double back. For the time being, they're just going to sit on top of Xbox. No final decisions need to be made just yet, but the B split looking prime.
Yeah, they pull Zywoo out of mid.
Yeah, it's the right decision, right movement.
Oh, and Magisk can now come at the window. Magisk goes down. Dupree, he's stuck. He'll get off on the way out. Rotations are close by, but they're behind smokes.
Critical double kill from OC. Drop down from Zywoo, gets caught by Naf.
Oh,
He
leg.
landed that. And that should have been enough for the Famas to finish him off, but Masuda, he's going to give Naf a chance to escape, and OC right back at it. A multi-kill from OC. And multiple rounds from Liquid now. They are not dead in the water.
The funny part is that's already better than what Vitality were doing on their T side. They put a tiny bit of cap pressure on. They pulled the op rotator off from Vitality. They go for the mid B split. In Vitality's first half, they were literally just going out mid, and there was no rifler there. No one to even pull in rotation. That's why we were getting mixed messages. Were Vitality even playing well, or Liquid playing it like to get lucky, or did they have some really hard read on the situation? And right there, I mean, Vitality did just enough. You know, that was solid. And they even do a good job here on the entries of OC, taking out the next fight, trusting the riflers to come out in front and deal with Dupree. And it does take two of them to both die, actually, to allow OC to not get the first one, but force Dupree to know he has to fall back because he can't go in and fight that up. And it's perfect complementary play between all the T's on the attack. And now it is a 3-round game with Vitality broke.
Masuda gets away for a second. 5-7 dropped. Elysian Shox, both looking for separate engagements within tunnels. Liquid should be racking up a 10. P250 cleared up close, and now that B site's open. So, Zywoo, Deagle from downtown.
Jesus.
Oh, Masuda, he's got one as well, but there's still so many players. And Zywoo doesn't even have armor. And if Zywoo doesn't have armor, then Zywoo is supposed to be dead.
Say it again.
Zywoo gets iced out by OC.
Damn, dude.
But those are the warning signs, okay? It's not a round win, all right? It's not a round win, but it's just the warning signs of what can come in gun rounds to follow. If that's 5 players up from Liquid, 10, 12, you see them all kind of get hyped, a little life, a little excitement. Damn it, just give us a smile.
Yeah.
But instead, Zywoo reminds them what he can do, and that's just them limping into this next round.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, that this was a super successful round, but it's tainted by the fact they lost 3 players. It was kind of expensive. And
it just robs Liquid of any real jubilation.
Sure, exactly. And they still got this whole hill to climb, but you know, still for Liquid at least, like they are starting to look good. They are starting to look fundamentally sound. They're alive. They're winning some difficult rounds. And here on the T side, I think there is still, maybe there is still hope. I really didn't think I'd be saying that after the first 15. But at this point, they've cracked the CT side a couple of times.
Respectful.
Yeah. Zywoo on the A4. Who dropped that for him? Was that Magisk?
The thing with Zywoo is he can use anything.
Yeah, that's true.
He'll use anything and everything.
It could be his first time using it. He'd still be a master.
5 extra shots.
looking for the full-on B. Funnily enough, Magisk is on the A1S, and his gun is sticking all the way
Big
out.
time. Shox is going to round that corner, ready for it. Magisk still with 1 and 2, and with a couple other players. Magisk lights him up. 4 kills. An entire bomb site held by Magisk. You may have ended the other half of Astralis, but this half still bites back, and B site closed.
Oh, man. Are you going to come back from that one? That was a monster hold for Magisk with just his 1 mag. Even after he got spotted, the tip of his Prince stream sticking out into the tunnel. Hello. Okay. Okay, we had a power cut for a second.
That B site was held so hard.
Magisk shut the power off in the building, I think. Well, we're back.
It's too electric, man.
Kind of, yes.
An energy surge.
Sure. A Danish energy surge. So.
We got nothing else to show you guys, so you know it's some dance monkey dance. How is that gonna happen?
Yeah. Producer, did you say we are going to? Are we going to the game, or does the power come back, or what's happening? I don't know. Hopefully we do. People are running around, so.
If the building's on fire, I hope someone tells us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Show me where the stairs are.
Oh man.
Okay, we're gonna go for a break.
Okay.
In
1 minute.
Soon. Yes.
For now, we'll stand here and try to.
It's 13:10 now.
It's 13:10. Yeah, I'm trying to even remember what the hell just happened.
Basically, Magisk, who uses an A4, dropped it to Zywoo, got an A1S, played the worst spot for an A1S where his gun was sticking out, gets spotted by Shox, and gets a 4K.
How does he do it?
Now it's 13:10.
And what happens next? Oh, we all have to wait.
Find out after the break.
See you guys soon.
cleared.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are. We're on the B stream. It's the Antwerp Major. We got Vitality and Liquid in the server, duking it out, and right now the score sits at 13-10. We had a power outage. We had a server issue. We reset the server manually. We got everything where it's supposed to be. And now we just got to continue with the party, Launders. But a pity party for one of these two teams. We are still talking about an elimination game, and if Liquid can't close Dust 2, they're gone.
Yes, and it's, yeah, they can't close Dust 2, they're gone. If they get to Vertigo, that's still going to be pretty difficult, so the odds pretty in favor. We saw the bet odds were in favor of Vitality, 10-1. People feeling pretty good about Vitality at the moment.
That
we
seems
just
crazy.
Ended on a Magisk 4K B-site hold on Dust 2.
My God.
After Liquid put together a couple of pretty good T-side rounds, faith was starting to be restored. They were looking a little bit better. And then Magisk just took it away, just took it away like old Astralis Magisk.
There was a pulse.
Came for Liquid, yes, and he has had a pretty good day of CS himself.
It looked very good. I mean, little bait switch, you know, little barrel sticking out. Come get me.
Yeah.
Shocks couldn't kill him. Smoke blocked them off. AK swap. Looked real good. Looked real good. But CT side of Vitality has been active. They have been moving. They have been lively. And it looks like they're on the road to the 2-0 in this series. That's kind of how it was feeling as that one was going on.
Yeah, yeah. The one thing that was better is the kind of 2 rifles or an op and a rifle inside a middle to focus on trying to slow down the mid-B setups. And it's the proactivity, yeah, that has made the difference for Vitality to carry them forward into the second half. And we are into the round. So, yeah, let's see what happens now. And Magisk, oh no, they're going to go up against him again. He's up to bat. He will grab the first one easily, and they leave because they're behind a smoke. Uh-oh. That attack was supposed to come on in.
It looked like it was going through.
Yeah, I mean, Magisk actually did. I thought he was like fumbling with a nade for a second. There's a chance there that could have failed, and OC catches the push. Huh.
He decides to go in.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, they did fully evacuate there for a second. I can understand why they thought, all right, well, they're fully canceling, but OC chilled.
Still 2 players in this site. Bomb inside of tunnels just next to OC. So Vitality just going to sit and wait and burn time off the clock, seeing if anybody gets thrown at them. Liquid hold and hold and hold. Smoke start to go down for the B split. Incendiary thrown out from tunnels. Apex trying to line up shots. There's 3 players on the other side of that one. And they're going to be running up into this bomb site. Elige, he kills Zywoo behind the car. Magisk able to deliver 2 kills. And now possibly even more.
Oh,
OC.
still alive.
Yeah, he gets wrecked. Shots connect. Oh, Magisk the ace.
Oh my God.
You didn't think it could get worse for Liquid, but Magisk goes one better.
This is the best that we've seen from him. I mean, this level, 2 rounds in a row, and it's 2 B-site holds, and he has no one to rely on but himself. And he goes from 4K to ace.
Oh, man. 9 kills, back-to-back rounds. 4 over top of Liquid. No money in the coffers of the T side off the back of that. They had that pinch. Dude, the A-site players were so far removed. Zywoo died on car with nothing.
Right, yeah.
Magisk was alone in every sense, in every way. And that is still enough. Oh, Lord, Liquid. $15-10 on the cards.
Oh man, that's
that frag.
No! Oh my God, look at that nade.
It just gets worse.
That couldn't hurt
It gets worse.
Oh.
Oh my God,
Did
somebody
400
just
damage.
pull the plug.
Straight up, that almost did 400 damage. Oh, now they're just dead. I mean, there's no chance for
Oh
them.
my
It's
God.
Apex with all the assists. He doesn't even realize how much damage he just did. Square at the feet of 6. Oh my God. And now it's, I mean, they were playing for this. The save and wait. This could be the last round for Liquid at the PGL Antwerp Major here in the Legend stage.
They've got to buy.
It's their final stand.
But they've got to bounce back from gut-wrenching rounds. And Dupree's going to get Elige down to 19, whittles him to near death with just a little bit of a smoke spam. 5 map and match points for Vitality to consume the soul of their old teammate. Oh, Shocks, he's got a little life left in him. Fights around on long. Apex looking for a second towards Cat. It's Nitro, and it's a dink. Nitro falls to 11. Nades destined for him. He's done. And now everybody else from Liquid, they're going to just try to press up long. Shocks, he's got it. 2 kills back at least for Liquid. He's fighting. He's trying. And he's still alive, but Magis gets boosted, and he has been the end of them.
No, Naf gets one.
He team kills Shocks. And Apex, now they know that he just boosted. He can get them both.
Oh.
The lineup was there, and Liquid, by the skin of their teeth, keep going.
Jesus Christ. Shock saved it. Shock saved it with the 2 pickoffs he got on the ramp. He caught the push. And the first player, man, with the amount of nades coming their way, it was a good entry. He's actually 3 frags on the round for Shocks. All headshots as well, and man, that's where it gets scary right there. He had to drill through him just to get the first frag on the boost, and oh man, Apex nearly had the lineup as well. Scary scenes, and now with 3 Galils from Liquid, even though they won that last round, it's still not fantastic, and Magisk is back to the spot that he stood in to get the 4K last time around.
Safe in there. Dupree comes over. Dupree just shot an incendiary into the corner, trying to give it to Magisk.
Oh my god. Oh wow, he had that lined up for a second. Jesus, he almost read that perfectly. That's crazy. Liquid running around with a touch of unconfirmed damage. They do have an op, but oh no, Shocks dies in upper tunnels. Mollied out of the right position. Shot comes in from ZywOo. Are we at the final steps?
Oh, it feels like it, man. ZywOo with another one. Liquid about to evaporate here in Antwerp. Nitro 1 versus 5 to just try and keep this unlikely situation going. It's an end. Whew. And Vitality live on. They defeat Shocks in their first meeting. Team Liquid eliminated in Antwerp.
Yeah, they are the survivors. They are the survivors. They've still got some ways to go, but that's it for Liquid. That's it for North America at the Major. Our last hope is Twist.
Fight on, brother.
Fight on, brother.
Fight on.
Take that Liquid energy.
Yeah.
They weren't good enough. They just weren't good enough.
No.
They weren't good enough, and things may have to change, but you know, at least they made that run through challengers. We can give them that. That was pretty exciting to watch.
They
to
consumed.
get here, but they end up being an 0-3 team in Legends.
Consuming complexity along the way, making it even harder for the region. But ultimately, dude, just not sharp enough. And back-to-back 0-2 days, right? That's the sad reality of it.
Yes.
If they were able to come off of that Challengers run with a victory, get in here and just even get into that 1-1 pack, then I think, you know, there could be some promise. But
yeah.
Just the way this one unfolds. Hell, even if they face either Bad News Eagles or Imperial, if the seeding works out differently, if their opponent is different, then yeah, maybe we get another showing from Liquid. But would we have ever gotten a playoff run? It felt unlikely at every step of the way.
Liquid, I mean, Vitality came into this because they were beatable as well. So this was not even the hardest team that they could go up against in any of their matchups. And if they have to beat teams better than this to get through, then there's no reason to even worry about who they would have played first, you know, so.
Dupree and ZywOo, good showing here on Dust 2, but we add Magisk alongside them. And that's not just here on Dust 2, but over on Mirage, Magisk.
He's a series MVP.
Yeah, back-to-back man of the match for both of these maps, dude.
I mean, this is the sharpest we've seen. Man, when we watched him play a Nip overpass, I was like, dude, he can't even aim anymore. Like, he's not looking comfortable. But that's all changed. He's back at it like asthmatics.
And that needs to be the evolution of Vitality. If we're talking about a Vitality that's going to go on a playoff run, if they can now do what Liquid did in the first stage by beating Liquid first and causing another 0-2 team to reverse sweep,
yeah.
I am looking to Magisk and Zywoo and Dupree, and if as long as Masuda and Apex can continue to keep that floor up, then it's a formula that could work. But for today, it's a formula that's done, just like Team Liquid. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to them and North America. Brazil holds up the mantle. Twist is still in there, but this one is Vitality's, and that's where we end it. The Counter-Strike's not done today, but the two of us are, so we say thank you for tuning in, and they hand this one away to the break.
It's time for another lunch with Banks, and this time I've got Vitality's Apex with me. You've made it through to another stage. Things are looking better for you, but how are you feeling in general, mate?
Pretty good. Nothing special. Just trying to relax and practicing together. That's it.
The progress, man. That's what we want to see. Let's go grab some food. Let's see what we got for today.
Let's go.
Dan, you've had a legendary career, all the way from the very top of Source, the top of CSGO. You've maintained it for a long time. But like childhood and stuff growing up for you, like early life, what was that like? What was it like before Counter-Strike?
Well, the funniest part with me is that I wasn't into video games at all. The only games I played was maybe PS, you know? And I was playing that with my cousins, and that's it.
Wow.
And even nowadays, I'm not playing like other games than Counter-Strike. Only Counter-Strike is my love, and the rest are not.
Interesting.
So I was more into sports.
Yep.
I was doing a lot of football. I was playing in a pretty decent level and stuff like that. The thing with me is that when I do something that I like, I do it 100%, all the time. I'm not like, so that's why I can't do two things at the same time. I wouldn't be able to do something like really important with PS because I wouldn't feel good to do it just because I can't do 100%.
I get it, I get it.
The only game actually I would love to do would have been StarCraft.
Oh, that's difficult, man.
And that's exactly that. I would have been way too hard for my mind to play both. That's why I just didn't do it.
Now let's look at the Source side of things, right? Where you were on the legendary Very Games lineup, you had all the success, you, like you said, you were getting a small salary, but you're working your way up. What was this time like for you? Is this like, do you still consider that the glory days?
Unfortunately, my days in Very Games were not the best for Very Games. So that wasn't my glory days. I didn't know like too much about CS and my ego was something bad. I was 19 at that time, and when you're really young like that, it's hard to get better at some point.
When you look at where you've gone from there though, right? We look at Go as a game, how it's developed. Who would you say is some of the teammates you have the fondest memories with?
Yeah, I think I have 3 teammates that I'm playing a lot with, who are Kenny S, NBK, and Zywoo. It's really different moments, because NBK was more like the envious G2 times. Kenny was also a bit before, so I think that my world changed a bit since I played with Kenny. I think in 2014, in my LDLC days, I was playing with Happy, Maniac, Kali, and Uzi, and I was more a star of the team.
How does that hurt your like mentality as a player though? Like, talk to me about that, because that must be quite hard. Because you get the community backlash, right? Yeah. And they don't maybe look at the fact that you've given Shox more space, or you helped Kenny with it.
They don't know.
So then you're like, oh well, Apex is bad. You need to replace him. Because I think the issue a lot of community people have, if they're not watching the games in depth, they don't understand the game fully. They just look at the numbers and think, well, you're shit. But actually, like, if you're winning the games, like you said, you're winning the tournaments, that's what matters the most. So how was that for your mental side of things?
At that time, that wasn't easy, because you look way too much at social medias.
Yeah.
And it's also that because I've worked also a lot, and I just felt that I deserve better roles at some points. And at the end of at that moment, it became worse with Alex a bit. So that was really hard for me as entry, and I couldn't do what I wanted at some point. I was really different from the beginning of Vitality for me. So that was really hard.
I knew you worked hard. I know you have the passion. My thing was like, could you be a leader of men outside the game, you know?
Actually, always been, but no one knows that.
I look at in-game leaders when they become a new one. Can they be the leader of men? You already had that part where you felt comfortable with the leader of men part. It was just the game part you needed to get down.
Yeah.
How much did Xtaz help you with that though? Because he gets praised so much where a lot of coaches...
I think the strength we have with Remy is that we were really like strong together.
Yeah.
A lot, on everything. And we had the same view of CS and we had a lot of talks.
Now, you played with Kenny at his prime.
Yeah.
You now got Zywu, right? Zywu, obviously, in the community's eyes and our eyes, is definitely the best one if you look at it. And you even just praised him and said, like, he's potentially the best teammate, right? Close to RPK. Yeah. What is it like to play with him?
This meme with the fire around him.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
little dog. It's insane to have a player like him.
Yeah.
With such a talent, with just a smaller ego. I'm starting to know him. The problem with Zywu a bit is that he's too quiet sometimes.
They've just mentioned the Danes, right?
Yeah.
And I got to ask this from the start. From how I understood it, it was like the Vitality organization's decision, yeah? Was it a decision that you were happy with to start off with?
So let's look at August. We had a big talk in the hotel room with the French lineup.
Yeah.
And we knew at some point that Vitality could think about going international really soon. So we just spoke together and said, we had a couple last month, bad last month. It was really hard for us. So no, let's give everything. Let's give everything we have. And we started by doing a Pro League final against Navi. We lost 3-2, 16-14 in the last map, really close, best of 5. Even though I was online, we were really close to win the whole thing. Then everything started to get better. The only team we almost lost all the time was Navi. And they were better than us at all times.
And I remember I spoke to your manager, Matthew, and I said, I actually think everyone was being too harsh on you guys just because of the names you had. I said, this team will need more time than any of the new top teams created for this year. How are you feeling now? Like, we're seeing progression?
From day one, a relationship outside of the game is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. We have no troubles. Everything is really good. We had some really good moments together. I just enjoy being with those guys, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, team-wise, we had some odd moments. I think the beginning was really good. We kind of tried to have a Vitality DNA at the beginning, the old French lineup, but didn't click because Danes are not Kyrgyz in
So different, yeah.
So we have to find the Vitality 22 DNA. And that's what we're trying to do now for a bit more than 1 month. And it just gets better and better.
That's what we want to see. Dan, it's been a pleasure, man.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you so much for the insight. Thank you for all the understanding of what's been going on with you and the team. You've had a legendary career. You should be very proud of it. And I know you've got a lot more to give.
Oh, yes. I'm not done, guys.
Definitely not. So I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. Thank you.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
everybody. We're getting ready for a big one. Best of threes when you're on the ropes or about to grab yourself a spot in the top 8. This is the former. We have got 2 teams and only one will keep their head above water by the end of this series, Chad.
Yeah, second elimination, best of 3 of the day. We just waved goodbye to Liquid, who went down to Vitality. Shox has been sent packing by his former team, but this time it's a bit of a different story, isn't it? You have Imperial, who are having a bit of a comeback story here with major legends of years gone by, going up against major debutants of the Bad News Eagles. The first time Kosovo has been represented at a major.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 2 options. You know, you can back the Cinderella story. You've already seen and how easy it is to back the Eagles. And of course, I think for them, it's already, like, dare I say it, an overachievement. They're already, you know, qualifying. They were in disbelief. RMR, they were in disbelief. Now they find themselves battling in the top 16, and of course the kettle of fish gets a little stronger. On the other side of things, I don't know what to really think of Imperial. I know that they came together and reunited, and there is that, you know, there is an air of Hollywood to that as well. Can these old dogs be taught new tricks, and perhaps by the Eagles? I mean, there's no doubt that there's firepower here that Fallen wasn't shooting up against the first time around.
Yeah, that's one of the keys right now with the Bad News Eagles that we have on screen. This team coming together without an organization, showing immense firepower. Sometimes they get a little bit overzealous, overstep the mark, give away a clutch or 2, and we saw how that hurt them yesterday going up against the Copenhagen Flames in their opening jaunt of the Legends stage, losing 16-14, whereas if they hadn't given up a clutch or 2, maybe they wouldn't be finding themselves in the 0-2 bucket right here facing elimination. But the individuals, we've seen moments throughout. GXX, he had a massive performance on Vertigo last time these 2 teams tussled, which was just over there in the Challenger stage not that long ago on Vertigo. So a head-to-head that we've already had so far here at the PGL Antwerp Major, going toe-to-toe this time in a best of 3, and the mood in the camp seems quite high.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be compulsory. You really do have to make sure everyone's mental is completely clean. You cannot be lingering and thinking about the ramifications and consequences of this matchup. You have to be thinking about the map and the round and staying in the present.
And I think they're singing a song here. So whatever they're doing to keep the mood high, it looks like a positive, because I think the identity right now of Bad News Eagles, even though you'd like to tell them, hey, look, maybe reel it in a bit, you don't want them to do that now in an elimination game and doubt themselves against the boys led by Fallen, Fur, and FNX, legends of days gone by. They won MLG Columbus, they won ESL 1 Cologne, 2 major trophies in that cabinet here. And as the saying goes, no FNX, no major. Well, this time round, FNX is here to defeat that 100% win streak he's got at attending majors and converting them into trophies. Would be some way to do it here in the Legend stage, to go from 0-2, get back into this game and get in towards the playoffs. Remarkable stuff. Could be the scenes from the Brazilians if they're able to do exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, they really do need no introductions. Fallen, Fur, FNX. I mean, we were singing their praises as they were lifting the trophies and really helping put the South and North America on the map. They really did bring the firepower necessary. FNX, I'm most impressed that he manages to take such time away. We're talking 2 years just not playing the video game, sitting back down and be able to hang with the big boys. You got to give him some credit there. Now, we do have maps on screen.
Ooh.
Ancient Overpass taken out of the equation. You can see Imperial, they've got a very good success rate on Inferno, and the response of Mirage from B&E.
Yeah, Inferno right now, they've played this map twice throughout the tournament, once against Liquid, once against IHC, and they've won it both times. And if you go deeper into their record, they played it 13 times with this roster, they've won it 11, only lost it twice. So that's a positive going into map number 1. And that's where you start to get a little bit worried for the B&E boys, having to go up against a team like this who are going to be confident in their own map choice, and then going into more normie map territory of Mirage. If it starts strong for Fallen and his lads, they could be looking to seal this one up 2-0, because you reflect to that game that they beat Force on in that elimination game over there in the Challenger stage. That is where Imperial made those up-and-coming youngsters look a bit silly. A similar story could unfold on our screens right here today. Strong individuals in a pressure game capitulate.
Yeah, I mean, part of me almost wishes I could have whispered in the Eagles' ear and just say, guys, let's play some maps that are brand new to this squad, you know? Like, throw something a bit more spicy. Get that Vertigo out as the second one, because there is potential here for Imperial to not only be comfortable on map 1, but head into Mirage. And I mean, that was the map they nerded out and changed the meta when they first arrived as Kaboom.
Yeah, so you're having to go back a couple years or 2, right? But I think that if we want to use history in the favor right here, they have that positive. But if we talk to the strengths of what the Eagles have, if they're able to be unshaken by the pressure in this moment and continue to play this aggressive style that they have and be in your face, very aim heavy, right? They will be able to take it toe-to-toe with the likes of Imperial. The bookmakers actually had Imperial as the just favorites in this game. It's another 50-50 matchup that we have here in my mind. Both teams doing some proving, right? We obviously have the legends who are coming on back, and when I say legends, I don't mean in the senses of the major terminology, I mean of the game, right? There's no doubt about it when you look at the names in the server here. Bolts and Vinny we haven't even mentioned as part of this squad. Vinny more recently over there in FURIA, and Bolts, he had the time back with Fallen and Co. Got replaced, I believe, by Taco and FNX back in the day. That's when Cold Zero was on the squad too. But it looks like we're getting the fist bumps in and about to get this one underway. Inferno to start. Bad News Eagles will be starting on that CT side, and they'll have to be putting up a defense here against Fallen and Co. trying to stay alive here because elimination on the line.
All right, then tell your friends, tell your enemies. Bad News Eagles and Imperial about to lock horns for survival at the major here in Antwerp. Expectations at an all-time high. Seems like a coin toss in many's eyes. 50-50, they're calling it. Let's get it started with that pistol. 3 through alt mid. Dualies in play, certainly becoming vogue for these CT pistols. And a 2-man app setup, so FNX may be the first to come and knock in. If he can go one, an equivalent exchange, not too shabby for someone on his own as it stands. Plenty of util, though. You can see intent on Imperial. Does require some map control first. 2 smokes, 3 flashes. How will they implement? Fallen's got something in hand now.
I think that FNX may have spotted on the jiggle there as well. He did a lot of talking, and they look very, very puzzled about what could lie in towards Boiler Room. 2 smokes, one towards short, one towards long to divide here. As they push on around, it looks very heavy towards a mid to be lean. Oh. That's the first kill. The bomb's on down at Flatro's feet.
That's not bad. More to come. Fallen trying to force him out. Does find the trade. And GXX has already caught heavy flak. A Glock to the face. You can see there is a bit of a flank from here from Synopsy. Fallen, he's got another on the Glock. And poor Sceneri has to run away. They've got nothing to talk about in the health department. 9 points of health for 2 of them. It is a 2v2. Maybe if Fur's not clear in his corner, Sceneri's got a shot, but nope. And it just falls onto the shoulders of GXX. Now he's in hot pursuit of this banana player. It's Fallen, who's going to get that bomb down completely uncontested. And with a player already deep, embedded in CT, a long-range diffuse line is available. Poor old GXX has to really pull a superhero clutch out of the bag. Fallen is not actively contesting, and so it is just going to be a question of time. And GXX having some sort of superstitious read of this.
Well, if he finds Fur in the back here, oh, never mind, he's not going to get a chance. Fur in the back, Fur will take care of that, and it's Fallen and Fur, the 2 of them getting it done right here. So a great start for them on their own map choice. The T-side pistol converted, and it sounds like it's getting loud over there. We do have Spirit taking on Flames, and that would be the first team to lock themselves in for the playoffs. Yep, you heard me right. Spirit versus Flames as the first team to lock themselves in for the arena. Has been some upsets going down within the best of ones yesterday. Spirit continuing to turn heads. We just have a bit of a technical timeout called here. Early want to make sure we get all of these woes out of the way before the game gets too deep. Flattery did a great job of dropping a bomb there, but Fallen just peeling them apart. Now, once upon a time, Alex, you remember the Brazilians. Inferno, when they had Fur and Phelps holding B, it was never a map that worked too well for them here, but I think now that they have a few more defensive elements, right? The likes of Bolt and FNX being able to play more of those anchor positions. They have a good variance here within their play.
And let's not forget Vinferno. There's a map that this dude used to be seen as somewhat of a specialist on. And I imagine as well, he's been actually really instrumental in just being able to be a voice to bounce ideas off. As Fallen is arriving back into trying to get this whole squad together on the same page. There's probably some FURIA pages that he can actually rip out, rework, and enable them to catch up quicker. Already the good start for the legendary roster on the right-hand side of your screens, and legends in the making here from BNE on the other side. It was just a pretty flat pistol from them. You can see it looks like 16-6, the final scoreline of that Ancient. We have got a team secured, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow. That is actually mental.
Yeah, don't think they got another round after the side swap.
That's crazy, right
complete
there.
lockout. And what does Chopper have as his pin tweet? Something like... I will not quit this game until I win an F in Major.
That is actually insane that Spirit are the first team that we have locked in for the arena. That's with 2 major debutants, right? Siren and Patsy. Yeah. Never even played at a major before, and now they're locked in for the arena at their first outing. Had to do it the hard way through the Challenger stage, now through the Legend stage. They got some massive upset wins yesterday on Nuke, one against FURIA, one against Heroic. So big scalps being taken here, not slouches that Spirit were beating.
And it's a sweeping statement, and there's probably some nibbly nuance that we don't have time to get into. But would you agree with the sentiment of the Spirit interview? I believe it was Chopper. I don't want to give too much credit where it's not due, but I believe a Spirit member gave an interview saying, everyone, Dexter, got it. But I believe everyone can beat everyone in this top 16. And I think there's a lot of truth and elements to that, in the sense that for the top 15 of Counter-Strike, it's an any given Sunday kind of gameplay.
Yeah, look, it's definitely a big statement to make.
They're proving it.
Yeah, look, I would love to see them go toe-to-toe with the likes of Na'Vi in a best of 3, right? Throw them up against the likes of FaZe in a best of 3, some of the bigger names that we have. It's one of those statements that you tend to make as an underdog.
As you're winning as well.
Exactly. And Dexter has shown consistently good performances throughout this event. I think you can also turn to Patsy and Siren as well, putting up some numbers that is unexpected of them. I got to cover off a few of their games during the RMRs, and I was less than impressed with how they fell flat in some of their games. They got absolutely wiped by Sinners on Nuke, a map that they found great success on yesterday. So I think it's a curious one.
Yeah.
I think what Spirit are doing is they're channeling their Dota team's power at the International and seeing if they can run on through and have one of those crazy performances. But yeah, obviously this technical timeout is going to take a little bit longer than we suspected here, as we're on chicken watch.
Yeah, Valve had no right giving these chickens so much emotion. Like, considering how regularly we have to observe Poltricide, these poor chickens now have just way too much facial expressions. Like, I can really empathize. He's got a family, a life.
Have you ever eaten chicken's feet, Alex?
I haven't.
Never mind. Lucky, we're back
thank
underway.
God. Woo,
yeah, we're about to
okay.
get into an interesting line of conversation there. Will we see the Force Buy come on through for the Bad News Eagles? Of course we will. Makes a lot of sense to see this team trying to get it done by firepower alone. And the fact that this is a rematch. Now, last time it was in a best-of-1 environment on the third map decider we have here as Vertigo. There was a clear difference in the approach, right? B&E had their number on Vertigo. It was a bit of a comeback from Imperial to make the scoreline. Oh, hold up a second, Saneri.
Yeah, he is looking to bring something rather surprising to the mix. Fur, however, is coming up through, almost ready for this. Oh, perfect. Anticipates the aggressive maneuver. Takes safe passage to clear, and it's an opening kill for Imperial on this anti-Force Buy round. Battling for top banana as well. Smokes are fading. Bolts has intent to lock in and clear the sandbags with Vinny. Synopsy, exchange of flashes, might just keep the equivalent exchange. Yeah, turns tail, and there's the molly for the sandbags. Top banana now flying the Imperial flag, and plenty of util still in the bank for the execute.
Couple of warning shots here. Smoke is still in. And never mind. That's a great shot from Vinny, and they're just going to waltz on in. Vinny looking to do some more damage. He gets a chance. Spam on through the smoke. Won't connect any lethal damage. Vinny, 3 HP remaining. Bolts will bodyguard him, and they're in. They even had 3 players over towards this B site. Flatro can't connect the dots either, and that's not what you want to see out of Eagles early, right? Wobbly in terms of the aim department in a couple of those fights. The biggest positive they have is their individual ability here, as Rigon, who has shown some great highlights on the Deagle throughout this event, is the last man standing, tucked on into a bit more of an unpredictable position, but all 5 are going to stay alive for Imperial.
No, all 5 are going to exit through CT. He'll trigger Discipline, and 10-second Ninja in a different environment, a different universe I actually was just concocting there. Does recover a nice sidearm upgrade. Bolt's happy to equip an extra fancy pistol, but we are going to have to see them swallow their pride for the eco round.
I know it's very early right now, and I'm not trying to upset any of the Bad News Eagles fans out there, but this is a worry that I have, especially with the way that the map pool is, that we find ourselves in a similar situation as to what went on down with Imperial versus Force. I can see a world right now where the pressure of this situation just gets to the Eagles, and Imperial take advantage of that.
Every player on that Imperial roster has experienced the pressures before. In a larger magnitude, in a regular intervals, we can see that this one is just going to be an open and shut case. They're going to send Bolts as the scout.
As long as the bomb doesn't go in here, this should be fine, right? Yeah. If Bolts goes in, gets all the information, and goes on down, they can take that bomb over towards the A side of the map. Just leering forward. Cause information on at least 2 to 3 there. Yeah, probably get a move on to the other side of the map right now, boys, before the rotation can come on in and cut you off at the pass.
Oh, actually, Vinny gets chanced. Will go down. And with full banana, I think Fur is here to just punish any of the retrievals. Synopsy might have to double swing. Oh, Fur. Oh, lovely stuff. Gets all three of them, stops any of that retrieval, and puts himself up to 7-0. I will also highlight, echoing your sentiments about B&E Babs, you know, succumbing to the pressure. There's one man on the Imperial I know is not feeling any pressure, and Fur is that. So if he does come in and starts dropping bombs early, it is a very bad sign for anyone that stands in Fur's way. 7-0, just 3 rounds in, and we are going to get our first gun round. So eyes on GXX, eyes on the CT setup. We've got a 3-2 split leaning A. Let's see if there's some conditioning to be done from Imperial. It doesn't feel like there's been too much of a early battle for Banana. Obviously, this is our first opportunity to see it in the full gun round.
It's just been very standard here, hasn't it? Ooh,
oh, that's a gift.
Yeah, not standard at all. Just finding Vinny there through the cusp of the smoke. The nade, not bad for some chip damage onto bolts here, and an opener for BNE. So a change of tune. Standard Inferno here, isn't it? Default spread, slow as you lie, utility rinsed out from both teams and walking into the orb. So you think it's slow, then a bit of pace comes on in for some territory, and JXX will find the second of the round. So a 5-on-3 advantage right now for the Eagles. They must convert a round like this.
Yeah, as soon as the screen goes white, pull the trigger. GXX passes that test, and Fallen's actually managed to keep us interested. Oh, more than that. He's cleared B. That saves the day, though. With Rigon finding FNX, it's only the 4 HP Fallen. He would have to pull up an absolute miracle. Yeah, GXX is having none of that. More impact felt as he makes his name known in the feed twice.
Okay, well, this is good. A rebuttal early here, but this is where we really start to sink our teeth into how the game is going to ebb and flow on forward. Imperial can buy back on in. No dramas in the purchase department here.
Can't count on a frag like that every round, but
no.
it's a solid start.
And you can see here the similar BNE style that we've come to love is just taking those fights, taking those duels. As back underway towards B. Smoke dropped on out there from Scenario to set up some aggression.
I've always loved this smoke. Does enable not only just aggressive nades, but you can get cheeky peeks and one-way gaps. Synopsy tries his luck again, and there's the reaction. You can see that there is a Molotov late. HE as well doesn't find the mark. HEs are bang on the money. Softens Vinny and bolts up just a little bit. He wants to go. He's really, really vying for a fight here. They're both side by side, firing off 2 different weapons. So the numbers not hard for Imperial to relay.
GXX is starting to make his way floating through spawn here, so he's going to rotate on over to join the party towards B. Could just be utility donation or set that AWP up to take a bit more of an aggressive line. In the meantime, Imperial throwing a little bit of utility out towards A. A long smoke thrown. Vision will be denied from the Eagles. I don't know what's going on top mid, but they hear utility thrown in Banana. If they swing out just dry, GXX should be good for a kill.
Or even if they swing into a peak soggy with a flash, it doesn't stop GXX, at least not previously. Flash for info. Scenario commits to it, gets away. Rare to see a B defender fall away successfully without any damage. I mean, what, 12 damage? Nothing to really to get too excited about. This is GXX's test. Dry as a bone. Vinny gone. Nice from Bolts in the rebuttal. We do need to see something to slow them down. HE's not going to achieve that because they are holding W in pursuit of the same. FNX leaping, looking foolish as that is Imperial shut down. 2 consecutive for the CTs. And left looking a little silly there. They'll go and scoop up what they can, and AK does get picked up for every rifle that was available. So that's nice one-shot headshots for 3 members of the CT forces.
Should be looking at a bit of a half buy here for Imperial. They can get some light investments going on through. You can see that Bolts, Fur, and FNX could all, if they would like, get into a Galil or even an AK with armor behind it here. But likely just to see some pistol upgrades with some util. A bit more of a set piece coming out here, but denied on the way on in. And GXX was set up, right? They did the flash forward play, which is normally just 2 rifles on the site. Woof, that's quite the run. Boost across mid, GXX lands. And has a chance. It isn't going to be utility behind this. They're actually keeping it quite light on. Just some deagles, just some kevs. They're looking for fights right now, Imperial, and denied by U2 early. It's one of those type of rounds as an in-game leader. You allow your team to spread on out and look for fights here.
Yeah, good chip damage. You really have to strike a nice balance here. You don't want to be full turtle mode and give them all that space for free, but you also don't want to be taking anything too avant-garde and leaving rifles on the floor for those armored pistols. I say armored pistols, just the fur with the vest. The rest just doing their best with nothing. And Teneri farming himself up a nice 3-piece bargain. Bucket and ace in total. And that's going to get the juices flowing. Even, I mean, it's easy for everyone to empathize and understand. You know how good you feel after that anti-eco ace. Doesn't matter who it's against, doesn't matter what it's for. It does just remind you that you can take those frags when you need them.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? Those lighter buys, everyone talks, when they're full eco, it's a different story. But when it's a lighter buy like that, and they're still a little bit threatening with those pistols, sometimes they can be some of the harder kills to get because players play with, they're not restrained, right? They're taking a couple more risks. They're in your face, but the ones who are in the face right now, yeah, he's looking for a pick here behind this. We've seen this move before. Will be able to get away with 48 points of health here. So GXX flubs the landing on the run boost, still takes the peak. Doesn't land the shot, but slows down Imperial here, who are now knocking on the door of top mid.
Yeah, they're a bit paranoid by that smoke. Even though GXX quick to elope, they do continue to poke. More util dumped early here from Imperial, so brackets control being vied for, and upon the fade of one, another to take its place. Still responsible for Banana is Bolt, and oh, FNX has caught Rigon. That was in the apartments. The A site under a lot of scrutiny here. Flatro does have to do a lot. He's taken 4, and another headshot, hands out 2 before Vinny can put him in the ground, put him in the dirt. Presence from behind. You've got to be careful here, GXX. Head has to be prepared for the lurky smoke out of FNX. Actually graces them with a nice warning. Throws out the one way.
If they go back to B right now, they are denied. Blocked at the bottom of Banana, Bolts by a smoke. FNX looking for space top mid, and he's going to get it. Another kill for FNX here.
Yeah, they can actually go B here. It's going to be GXX's responsibility. If he can throw the smoke from deep CT, which he's certainly got the proficiency for, it would be to do nothing. He might just have to post up on the cross. There's the smoke. Now what do? Announce your presence, just wrap around the coffins. Wait for your teammates, and Eri is on his way. Fires off the warning shot, so attention drawn and re-peeks in. Now over the smoke lies FNX, and Eri might be caught here upon the fade. And they can double peek. He's very quick to it, does find the bug, but not ready for FNX. Took a couple of bullets. There was a moment where Soneri could have flicked on up, but there you have it. A nice response. Imperial, a half buy, doesn't work out, but immediately posting their 4th in the following.
Yeah, it's wild to see FNX still, or I say still, back in the server, right? This guy's been here throughout 1.6. I think he may have even played over there in Source in the CGS.
He's
if
a
I
natural.
remember rightly.
He's a natural.
And then obviously we spoke about his mages that he was able to scoop on up with Fallen and Fur, Cold Zero Taco. But to see him back as a 32-year-old in the server, impact round like that against the plucky youngsters, rolling back the years.
Very much so. Bolt's so susceptible to one more nade. In fact, both of them, Vinny and Bolt, within that one-shot radius. You've got to be careful. Synopsy spotted out on Banana and retreating to perhaps drop some more util. You can see they're talking about it. So Soneri is going to be set up by Synopsy on this B hold. They're doing a lot very early. They really are concerned about these all-ins. You do want answers, and you can understand as things go quiet why this util will be dropped. Smoke tower mid. Imperial in limbo now. Bolt ahead of the smoke. Will have vision for the fight should it come through. Another T-smoke to keep them guessing.
Okay, well, a lot of utility deployed here for BNE to get this Banana control. They will need to hold on to it now. 50 seconds, and they're charging on through. Soneri, he's going to be left to his own devices right here.
Oh, he's all alone. He has called for GXX to provide some form of backup. That half-wall boost could be dismantled quickly with a pull of the trigger. Oh, Crosshair was on him. Shy of the mark. Soneri baited in, and 1.5 frags may not be sufficient. GXX has support on the way. It's Synopsy to provide it, shy of the strafe. Nice play. Synopsy will take all 3. As Imperial start to commit, they hear the sound of the shot from the AWP and assume there's a gap.
Oh, that's one of the most annoying things about BNE. They're just going to swing and take those fights. They back themselves individually, and you understand why. Synopsy USP in hand, and going to give up his life. Vinny gets a kill, but they get the round, and 4-4, the score is now going to read. Back down to pistols here for Imperial. And they are going to take their first tactical timeout just to confer, have a conversation, see what they can do in a round like this. Very likely just to see another another one of those eco lighter investment scenarios going on through, but Synopsy saves the day with this one. Nice little push from him, and Rigon with the final onto Vinny there.
I mean, it is very, very feast or famine, isn't it? These kind of plays where you are just going to strafe out, hope that you've caught the timing you can imagine with pins pulled and eyes elsewhere. And we know what it looks like when it works. We know what it looks like when it doesn't.
This is where I'm a little bit curious, right? Last time Scenario got the ace against the lighter buy. Let's see if they want to go aggressive and take the fights again, because they were pushing into Banana. They were giving opportunities away for maybe some of these pesky pistols to find a headshot or two. This time it's Fur into a Tech 9, a P250 for bolts, and the other three are going to be leaving Spawn with Glocks in hand. So a much less threatening round than the previous, and it would be a great opportunity now for the Eagles to take a lead in this game. Spoke about the proficiency of Imperial on this map so far. IHC and Liquid are the two scalps that they have taken so far on Inferno.
And I think it does need to be some extra context to sprinkle in, is that IHC's best map by far seemed to be Inferno. So some credit there, not only with Liquid, quite the scalp to take.
Yeah, I think Liquid is the highest rated team in the world that Imperial have been able to best so far since this roster has formed, right? They continue to pick up scalp after scalp.
Admittedly, that is the first team eliminated from the Major.
That is true. Yeah, that context is also important there. I thought they made it quite close against G2 yesterday, as GXX is going to get run on down here.
Nice. One from the Glock is a nice achievement in itself, personally, and a little burst for good measure. We will see the fifth found without too much problem. And an even kill spread so far. There's no one that's not present in the server. That was a question perhaps some would have been asking, with the additional pressure of this being up against the ropes. Vitality seem to have found a little more of their form up against Liquid in the first elimination game of today and of the Major. At least the Legends stage. Smoke and an incendiary, should they require it, left at spawn. We'll come back to that, should it be required.
Yeah, well, just the same. Two players starting over towards B here from the Eagles, and three over towards A to fortify that. This is a little bit of fake here. GXX staying active, can be aggressive. He's faked the deep apartments incendiary. Has a bodyguard here with him. FNX might not be expecting this.
You say that, his movement implies he is ready. And even strafe in the corner, that is some awareness out of FNX. Vinny has taken down the B players, and he's taken liberties, Chad. He's just gone straight in, off of the contact play, gets the frag, and they have the sight. This should be a full round conversion here. Do you really want to go all in? Synopsy with an anti-nade is not going to be in the right place, and Vinny not done. Synopsy good to trade, at least keeps it competitive. Weird smoke, big gap. But the CTs are still on A.
Yeah, exactly. Two of them have still been kept on A, kept busy by the presence of FNX. He has Fur with him as well, steps on in, confirms that at this point it's likely the save, right? There's no way they're coming on over now that the bomb is more than halfway ticked. Synopsy seemed to do some damage on the way out the door, but that was just bad timing right there. Scenari giving up his life, maybe taking a duel that he shouldn't have while Synopsy was going back towards spawn to scoop up a couple of extra nades left on over. So a round back from Imperial here. And a nice one to win, showing they can have a bit more pep in the step and capitalize off those opening frags. Honey still able to get the purchase on through, so the tug of war continues in this one here. The team really able to separate themselves, but as the T-side rounds continue to be accrued, it is looking better and better for Imperial on their own map choice here. Keeping it calm, right? The Eagles, they're normally very emotional. Been a big conversation topic about how they can stay on top of those emotions here, and we haven't seen any crazy pop-offs from them just yet, but remember, it is one of a best of three, so it might be conserving some energy here as Rigon will lob Sundry down mid. Vinny ahead of that. Look, pace again. They're a bit more direct in these fights.
Yeah, Vinny wants the silenced M4 for this. Happy to take these duels head on.
He's passed. They don't know he's passed.
No, Flatro on the jiggles may have missed it completely. Oh. Fortunate for Rigon and his reactions. And they've already put bullets into the head of Fur. He's on notice. Nade could have him, does get away in time, and it's another spot bomb round short. You have to rotate now. With Rigon down, they again have got so much space. Big from Flatro in the flames. Bolts takes him from the grave bomb, now down in a 3-on-3. They have to give this a good look. You've got Kits tagged up Fur. You know there's a dink already into one of the three, and he's holding a perfect line, actually. He can find them here on the boiler, but no, Synopsy prepared, ready, gap to be closed. Big damage from the graveyard position. Repositions now to join Fallen in the crossfire. They're playing this well. Veterans of this game, and the CTs not interested. Would be losing everything. Sceneri's only got $200, and ooh, no, that is horrible. You've lost the AWP now, and Sceneri not in a position to truly try and contest to pick it back up. Fallen smart, immediately make sure they can't have it. He's going to try, maybe. Run. No.
Yeah, okay. A bit of a
they don't have
troublesome 2 rounds, I think, for the Eagles here. The fact that this early heads-up play from Imperial, it's exploiting the fact that there's some gaps here in the Eagles' defense, right? Over towards B, 1 kill and in. This time, they were up short so quick. I think Rigon, very impressive for him to get the first, but Fallen finding that trade onto him quite quickly. And they've just snowball controlling towards the site here. So the Eagles taking a timeout to at least discuss where the problems have been coming on through in the last 2 previous rounds. With 1 saved M4 of Sceneri, enough money for GXX to buy into an AWP yet again. They look like they will march on forward with a buy of their own.
Interesting. I mean, he had 5-8. That was the highest by a large margin. So we're going to have to see some real interesting sacrifices around this AWP and M4. And it is going to be down to GX and Sceneri to provide some sort of leeway for the rest of these lighter buys.
Yeah, leaving a little bit of leftover cash right here, unless Rigon changes his mind on the way on out. Yeah, they've left just a little bit over, so they might be able to get another buyout into the next tier, Eagles.
Run boost, I like that. Ooh.
They messed it up a couple of times now.
Flustered, for sure. It's the kind of play that could catch Imperial out off of the break. And this dastardly duo, Fur and FNX, working their way into the apartment. Good damage on that P250. First struggling to finish onto Flatro. Does get it down eventually. And another easy opening provided by aggression from the Eagles. Already there is pressure on B. Like, this isn't a commitment, but it could be. If Finny gets his duel, a gap on their CT smoke is immediately punished. And Rigon should have a weapon there. Should he not go down immediately? God, everyone is very kill hungry here in the server tonight.
Yeah, lots of fights being taken across the board. Synopsy's been able to get into this AK at least, but he's going to have to find some traction with this as he starts to pedal over towards CT spawn. He'll be out of the play if an execute comes on through. Smoke towards coffins will deny.
Look at that pop flash. Just the tiniest pop, tiniest bounce. No time to react.
This is perfect, though. GXX still over towards long, and, well, trying to anchor down the site is Sceneri. Oh, well, it was perfect. The kill on towards B. So just continuing to constantly look for fights here. The Eagles aren't giving themselves a chance with this stack. The AWP noted. Fallen could head back towards B if he wanted right now. It would make sense. Bolts is in.
Yeah, completely in. So FNX once again gets to play that perfect lurky roll. And he will just keep their feet planted, maybe even punish as they try and save. 20
I think
seconds.
they have to save. Yeah, FNX could take all these guns away. This is a great half from Imperial, right? They're already going to have 7 here. This is more than guaranteed right now. I don't know how they're going to go for a 2-on-3 retake. Then you can't be considering this one. Okay, well, pressure relieved right there, and they should be given the gift of the save. Going to try and tuck tail and hold on to these rifles in the T apartments here. Bolt's repositioning in towards Banana just to fortify in case they do want to go for it. But with the bomb over halfway gone, I think that the Bad News Eagles have learnt from their hijinks against the Flames, where, yeah, they got a couple of rounds there that they maybe misplayed or two, giving up some rifles, trying to hold on to what they have this time. But yeah, Imperial are doing exactly what we expected them to do on Inferno. And this is the worry right here. With Mirage up next, it's not going to be clear-cut. It's a map where the Eagles are going to, yeah, let's aim map. I can understand why they want to take it there, but it's a map that Imperial are familiar with. It's not like you're taking it to territory where it can get a little bit wobbly. We're already able to beat them on Vertigo once. If you went back and you watched that game, I think you would have seen a lot of things lacking from Imperial in terms of their T-sided approach. CT side, Imperial have been impressive, right, in bringing themselves back into games. They're able to definitely stack up some rounds to make themselves seem competitive. But there have been a lot of blowout halves. So then there's a couple of games. I think there was like a 14-4 game against Big where they were down, right? They're able to bring it on back and make it look respectable, 16-11. Look at this aggression. More from GXX.
He's got no support.
He has to get out of there when the incendiary starts to fade, and, well, it has.
GX. Oh, he's been spotted with his back turned. Huge amount of pressure now onto him, and on the repeat, he could be a dead man. Yeah. Okay, they're coming a bit too easy now. It's only Rigon. Oh, and Rigon steps up to the plate. FNX activates. It's bomb now loose on brackets. And the Banana duo going to have to start charging to take this space away. You can see that there is going to be Bolt is back turned, and already Synopsy good for it. So saved by Flatro. We will see the Eagles up to 6. But already, as you've already addressed, 70 rounds on Inferno with Mirage in the wings. It is starting to see the groundwork laid for an Imperial run. Up against the ropes, up against the Cinderella story of the Eagles.
I think one of the positives for both of these teams right now is everybody's contributing. Nobody's lacking behind. It's not like anybody only has 1 or 2 kills. Everybody's found some action in some of these rounds. And curiously enough here, I think the loss bonus has left Imperial in a position where they feel like they have to buy, and they have. Tech9 heavy, Mac 10 in the mix, and oh, look at this from Flatro picking into second mid. They've been able to take 1 down, 1 bow combo, 2 stuck behind the wall. They've got to smoke their way out, and the nades are coming through.
Look at that double nade and spray, even a Flatro push. He is bullying them and punishing for this passive play. And look at the angles he's going to have available to him if they do try and cross through. Rigon now takes his place. And they're not going to leave T-Abs if they're not careful. Still shots, still Bolt, still FNX. Then they're all going to meet their maker. Fallen has managed to worm his way through. Flatro with another. Fallen at least has space, maybe even room to try and get into the side. He's going to give it a good go, but yeah, GX has managed to get there in time. Well handled.
Yeah, and the reason I say it was going to be a huge plant, you can check the cash money situation right now for Imperial. The loss bonus bottom of the barrel this late in the game meant they had to force just then, and they have to force again right now. So it's going to be the same brittle looking buy. Tech9s at best. Couple of Mac 10s maybe, and light on U2. They tried something faster through second mid. They were isolated with heads-up play of the Eagles. And wow, an opportunity for them to win out the half 8-7 here, as long as they don't fall over their own shoelaces. Maybe a B rush from Imperial. They're all going up T stairs. This was very likely to be a fast B.
See if they've got some protocols in place. You can't go through the flames, and oh, never mind. Didn't get the memo. FNX charging through, blind and dead. More to come. Nice from Synopsy. Deals with all of the early presence up the banana close. And they have got the bomb on the correct side of the smoke. There is almost no way in.
Yeah, you could just rotate on over now, fortify this with all the residual utility from your A defenders here, and this round is done and dusted. 1:20 left on the clock, but we can already call this one the 8-7 half for the Eagles here. They would likely have to run at Imperial with their knives on out in a situation like this to give up a round. Nade on through, there's another kill, Vinny's down, and it might even be the clean sheet just for... And fall into find here, and well, of course, more aggression coming. Flash forward, fight taken, dink exchange, and Ferg gets 2, almost 3!
That was nearly all 3, Chad, for a second. It looked like Bad News Eagles had a very awkward moment. 2 and the dink through the boards. Good golly, it's fine. 8-7, that's a half. It's a 1-out half, but competitive all the same. And Imperial, I don't think there's any complaints from their side either.
No, not at all. I think they'd be very, very happy with that. The pistol round, the conversions were tidy there. Their gun round approaches, it was by the book early, but then when that wasn't working, they had a bit more pep in the step. They were willing to take fights and heads-up duels against Bad News Eagles. So we are set for a bit of a series here.
1, 2, and I swear one of those connect. Yeah, you heard it. Whew, thank God Rigon was there just to stop any funny business. Good half. GH is in the chat. Let's get ready for a T campaign. You can see the odds actually favoring BNE.
Okay, with the 1 round here, it started with the odds favoring Imperial when we got out the gates here. So the fact that it's flipped on over that quickly, curious stuff.
Yeah, curious.
Bit of utility coming on out here. Incendiary has been dropped across to Fur. FNX for some info, and a fight, not just info.
Okay, he's got 3 to contend with now, and Synopsy is going to punish that brazen peak out of FNX.
They've got banana control here. Look how aggressive this is from Fur. Of course he's going to keep pushing. This is the Fur classic.
It is. You can see his mouth moving. He's communicated that there is no one home. Nothing mid, nothing banana. Scenari has to be aware that this is a possibility. Spotted out, he has all the utility. They might try and take A instead, just let them have this flank and this early info, but it seems that instead the CTs are going to go back and just let them sow seeds of doubt with their presence initially.
Well, they have to know where BNE are right now, right? They've gone mid, it's completely clear, right? At that point, you know they have to either be up in towards shore or the apartment's position, and well, actually the Eagles know that too. They've dropped on back, they've left apartments, and now they've regrouped mid as Synopsy has taken this long control. They might want to set on up for a bit of a B split here.
Yeah, they are jiggling for early info, and it's Fur that might be caught out by Synopsy. This is all hanging on this peak here. Fur versus Synopsy. Steadies his aim, dancing with them, both running out of bullets. Someone
what is that?
Foul. I don't even know. Face to face, chest to chest. Fur does beat him out eventually, and it is now a 4-on-2. GX would love a plant.
He might not get away with this here. The boost could just deny.
Yeah, unless Flatro is going to react. Actually, GX is allowed to find that headshot, and now the bomb can go down. Flatro trying to track them. 3 here as his reload audible, and they're just going to push as a unit. The precision not there, and 3 will close the gap. Just a pack roll back in for the retake. And Imperial, they will take another pistol.
Yeah, we didn't catch them, but Bolts was actually the hero in this with 2 big kills, and both of them were with banana aggressions or re-aggressions, right? He was able to find an opening kill and then later taking a fight on his lonesome when Fer was floating back towards spawn to deal with that arch side. But Synopsy, you could see what he was doing, right? He was turning himself, making himself difficult to hit, running straight up to Fer. I don't know, guys. I don't know what that's about. It's one way to get it done. Definitely one way, as Fer will collect that one, and they will collect the round here. So both pistols falling in the favor of the Brazilians. 8-8 the scoreline reads, and
a couple of smiles creeping onto the face of Imperial. Glad to see they're having fun, even when the pressure's on. Do think that's part of the lifestyle in this competitive video game. You do have to be able to find and enjoy yourselves, even in the stages of rampant competition. My God, Fer just lines up the wall bank straight to the head of Seneri. Oh, wow, and Flatro's Deeg has flattened poor old Bolts. Puts Fer into more of a defensive stance, and then you hear the nade, you know he's close. Sight, look at the damage of that nade, combined with a quick MP9 as well. Synopsy has got nothing left.
I want to take some pace out of this here, Eagles. There's multiple members on B to deal with right now, and a quick rotation available from Vinny if another kill comes on through. And it's actually Campbell, jeez. I know they don't have armor here, but Fallen still just obliterates one. Flatro's got another. Fer on the trade. 2v3, and it should be over.
It is now. Couple of upgrades to hoover on up.
Should be the AKs coming out here now, though. You could see it was just light investments. What they could afford in a round like that coming out of the boys from the Eagles, so they know they can get out the AKs now. This can be the first gun round approach early into round number 3. What's it going to be, right? Because this team has unbridled aggression. That's how they get it done. In-your-face Counter-Strike. They like to set the fights. They like to get stuck on in. It's not always by the book. Actually, more often than not, it's not by the book.
See what rules they plan to break here. Early CT smoke in mid for at least a delay of any progressions up both sides. You got deep in Arna, you got deep mid smoked initially. So heavy investments from the CTs to vie for that control and to keep the Eagles caged.
I really like this setup right now out of Imperial to deal with any fast mid maneuvers, right? Having 3 players over towards the short side. If you do try and do something pop and go and use your aim, this is a hard setup to break. They'll have to hit bangers of kills. Otherwise, Imperial are likely to trade efficiently in their favor here.
Well, there's your smoke arch, and then you can focus your attention on that side of the map. You do need good flashes, good protocols, a weird smoke from Vinny.
Yeah, massive gap in that one right there. Just hit the step. I don't think that landed how he desired whatsoever, but have they seen enough just with that one smoke alone? They're starting to regather right now, heavily over towards the apartment's position. Bomb on the back. Another smoke towards top mid here, this time a little bit more shallow towards that long side. And
they break it. Look at that. Imperial have actually made an educated guess that the apartment's focus might be more of a priority. So with 40 seconds left, they do fall back into the site, concede top mid.
Oh, 2 of them just spammed in apartments on one flash. They know it's going to be an apartments pop now.
And FNX is going to try and sweep through mid. Nice reaction out of Seneri. Catches FNX on the info play. So a man advantage. Now they can change their mind.
They got to go quick. 20 seconds.
It is very much hanging on by a thread. But the bolts rotate. It will likely signify
There's no smoke for spawn here.
Concluded round. Yeah, you're right. Without the smoke, Bolts, if he can catch one on the cross just like that with Synopsy down. The bomb carrier as well. GXX. Just about enough time. Just enough time. And the bomb will go down. All rotating through CT. The presence of Flatro achieves nothing initially. It might be a late CT flank. And it is. He's heading arch side. So these two just have to survive, play their crossfire. It's not even that. Holding from construction side. Coffins is 1, GX. And Flatro starting his crawl. He could cut off Fallen with that flash. Bang! Already pressure applied. Reveals himself.
No.
He's making a mess of it. Fallen's alive and kicking. Gets the frag. It's only Rigon trying to save the Eagles. And he's doing everything he can. He does save them. Rigon resuscitates the Eagles. And he is not happy with how hard he had to work for that one.
A big 1-on-3 he had to pull off right there. Couple of flub lines, not understanding the situation, having to screw the head on tight right now for the Eagles. because there's a really good shot or two to get them in. Fallen, how does he get that kill? That was mental on the MP9 when he was battered and bruised right there, but huge from Rigon to lock it on down. A timeout taken here and maybe a conversation to be had. Fallen and Fur could buy something a little bit more threatening. 2 M4s could come on out here and they could get light pistols around. And the only reason that you would even have that discussion is because you know that the Eagles only had one man standing. They will be able to buy. There's probably going to be a couple of Galils in lieu of those AKs that were dropped in around like that. But, oh, it's happening. Yeah, they know that the Eagles' economy is quite fragile. This is a risk from Imperial, right? To take a risk like this, you know that obviously the loss bonus isn't there and most teams would go for a force, but the fact that they're going in this heavy, see what they can pull off with these 2 rifles here. It actually looks pretty tidy when you see 5.7s come out on Inferno behind smokes. That sounds scary.
Yeah, we've seen it multiple times, just how quick a round can spiral as the time combined with a 5.7 and a smoke grenade. It gets messy. The battle for Banana wages on here in round 19. Fallen, very confident to just be jiggling like that.
These Mac 10s could work quite nicely against the 5.7s. None of them have head armor. So that's just a little note. If we do get into this close range duel, sure, the 5.7, 20 bullets of pain, but the Mac 10s could make mincemeat of them in the hands of Synopsy and Scenari.
Yeah, and you can see the T's are happy to kind of give away a lot early. Don't want to fall to any of the opening gambits of Imperial. But you could get run down. You can see they're starting now to take some space. Flashes. Half-wall spotted out. Likely assume Bolt is here, and he does do good damage. Oh, and falls off appropriately for his namesake. But that should be the end of that. No more threat from Imperial, albeit with the Force.
They only lost a Mac 10 mid on Synopsy here, so the question is, do Imperial want to give everything away, or do they want to go into a double dip for the next? And I think right now, the positioning for them on the radar signifies it will be the save to go again. 1900 is the loss bonus into the next round. You can get Vinny dropping across a 5.7, and they can try again as she might. But the Eagles are going to be taking the lead. The first to 10, the first to reach double digits here. Be quite a win on a map like this without picking up either pistol. Right? That's showing that in the gun rounds, they've been very proficient here, the Eagles. It was a very simple approach there, just trading out efficiently. Well, not even trading a Banana, right? They just get both those kills. The kill that went against them was top mid, and that was more of an info play out of Synopsy. I guess we can take a little bit of a look at the scores on the doors. 20 kills for Rigon, 15 for Synopsy, GX on 14, 11 for Flatro, and Scenari bringing out the rear on 9. On the other side of things, we do have Fur on 16, 13 for Bolt, 11 for Fallen, 10 for Vinny, and FNX with 6 kills to his name.
I did think it was funny, Rigon on the desk when they were interviewing him, like, where did this form come from ahead of the major? You know, you weren't seeing you play like this, and his main conclusion was, yeah, I just started baiting everyone a bit more.
Oh, okay.
Just been baiting my teammates.
He's been listening to Smooth interviews.
Yeah, unfortunately. But yeah, it's working out for him wonderfully. I think his ratings catapulted up after his arrival here in Antwerp, and definitely handling business individually. Synopsy starting with a very quick presence and crawl up towards Banana. And if he can just hold on to this, a lot of the potency of this CT setup will be lost. He heard you. Fallen goes down with his knife out. Brought a knife to a gunfight, and a quick fright for Bolt. Gone. Run down by that SMG. And we're already in the same dire straits they were in the previous. You get weapons, sure. You got that M4 still, and Fur stands his ground.
Bit of a meal of that one there, Scenario. Had an opportunity or two. Warning shots go on through, and now another gun to be scooped on up. FNX, he can smell that one. These apartments is where he does his absolute best work. Looking to see if he can get this silenced M4. We'll be tidy to not have to reinvest in that into the next round of play. And wow, Vinny even finding something on the Mac 10. Flatro's been hurt. FNX could have a free kill here.
Oh. I reckon another meter, and that's a one-shot headshot.
Yeah, 1 HP. I think you're bang on. Maybe not even a meter, maybe just a smidge.
Yeah, a smidge, that's it. That is the technical measurement. All right. And there's your 11th. And I think a very astute observation. I hadn't quite processed that there was double pistols for Imperial. So seeing B&E already 11 to 9. With the CTs in this saving lighter buy back to back. We will see those rounds picked on up, and it puts them within touching distance. 5 rounds, but is T-side Inferno could be victim to the shutout. We will see all the required weaponry for a proper defense now out of Imperial.
Yeah, it looks like the AWP is out for the Professor here, so let's see how he can wield this one against GXX, who's also into a big green in the first full-on gun round that we have of the game.
All right.
Kits in play, utilities there. And fast up mid behind this AWP. There's intention behind this right now from the Eagles.
Yeah, and Inferno on his next jig is going to get a lot of info. Let's see the reactions immediately. Synopsy has already met Fallen's AWP, and now look at the speed by which they're trying to take this. Tucked into the arch by the flash. Forced his hand. Bolts has the right idea, and Rigon in so much trouble. How is he supposed to get out of this? One more body shot would do it, and Zaneri puts himself into the line of fire. 2 from Bolts. Body shots galore, and it's a third as well. Catastrophe for B&E. I mean, Fallen with a nice pick on Banana, but they just take it and run straight on into Bolt's domain.
Oh, and they're starting to look right now to see if they can find this AWP of GXX, deny that save. I know there's a lot of time on the clock, so you may as well try and hunt him on down. And of course, it's Fur yet again. This aggression there, spotted kill at range, massive stuff, clean sheet. It's double digits now reach for Imperial. A great round out of them, and in a bit of trouble now in the finance department are the Eagles. 2 players can get a full-on buy going through. Rigon into a Galil at best, but this is great from Fallen. Boosted on up. And we do see this a lot, right? We had it on Vertigo just the other day. Coming out of the Eagles there, where they were doing a lot of those fakey maneuvers, where Synopsy would be selling fakes on the other side of the map, and the rest of the team would be just taking that territory and trying to execute elsewhere. This time round, a bit more quickness to it. Wow. The buy back in, and they have actually prioritized an ult for GXX. I find that curious on the T side of Inferno. Let's see if he can find success with it.
Yeah, that is a big question. Flatro just invested $9,600, puts himself on 0 to try and keep all of his teammates equipped. More nade damage. I will check in on the utility damage. I have a sneaking suspicion that Fur is farming. Zaneri just safe from that incendiary spread. Oh, and straight destroyed by the Bolt AK on this defense. Rigon down through the smoke. Options few and far between now. Synopsy might try and take matters into his own hands as he crawls up short.
He's on his own again here while the rest of his team tries to get some action done. So Synopsy is going to try and call from this forward position.
Going to join him. I think he likes how much space he's had without any repeaks.
It's the right call. There's 3 on B right now from Imperial, so if they're quick on this, they just have to isolate the one defender over towards pit of FNX.
I think Synopsy might be set on the next peak. He's up on the hay bales now. Oh, had his nade out. Quick react. FNX needs to be isolated. Vinny is on the site, and Vinny already hitting shots. 2 out of Vinny. Zaneri does manage to keep the Eagles in it. But caught just as he stopped the spray. GXX catches 1 in the library. May not anticipate a second, already filling that void. Fallen has rotated through. A clutch for GXX. Could be banged. Fallen doesn't want to announce it though. On the repeat. Oh, didn't see anything. He knows exactly where you are. And head now spotted. Knows where they both are. Catches Bolts immediately. Saving 1-on-1. It's GXX and it's Fallen, who pulls another out of the bag for Imperial, puts us right back, legs 11.
Oof, I don't think that's an easy shot for an AWP to hit, right? Just the headshot angle over the top of the box. A great shot there from Fallen to close it down, but it got damn close, didn't it? That pressure on FNX, you could see more than caught off guard. When you're stepping around a corner with your nade in your hands, that's not what you're expecting. Rigon offers up his life right there to Bolts. The trace is easy to track on down for Bolts there. Fur. A big kill through the smoke. It actually means a lot in this round, and there it is. Just over the lip of those default boxes. On towards the head of GXX. Good stuff from Fallen there. And enough money with the plan to get out a couple of investments here for the Eagles. Their second timeout called. Rigon has invested heavily into Util here. Some Tech-9s being equipped, some armor likely not too far behind. HEs, they've actually opted to buy 3 early. So there's a couple of options here when you have this. You might just want to steam up Banana and see if you could get some nades on in to deal with an aggressive maneuver from the CTs. Or if you want to save them, you want to use that to deal with FNX's position over towards Bike. But that would mean that you need to get that mid control. So we'll be able to tell the plan quite early out of the Eagles here as Imperial leave with 3 early over towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, can be for multiple reasons. Setting up a north, dropping some nades, or actually chanting down mid is Bolts, and already Synopsy cut down to size, and there's more to be done. 2.5 from Bolts' aggression, and you know what? Why not? Keep it up. Look how far forward FNX and Fur are. They've already walked all the way down Banana and have nothing to report. The bomb could be lost. And Zaneri, whoo, get away from you. opponent now. GX is trying to wait in this trap. 1 HP as Scenario rounds the corner, and all hope is lost at the hands of Fur and FNX. Just activating, following suit of Bolt's aggression. You can see the scores now. 21 for Fur, Bolt's up to 19. So your individuals are online here for Imperial, and now just 4 away from closing out your map pick.
Yeah, that heads-up play of Imperial right there completely removed any of the decision-making that BNE were going to use. They had 4 players go through second mid, which is telling they wanted to use those nades over towards pit. Well, if we're not in pit, you can't nade us. So the aggressive maneuver pays off, and oof, another rough buy here coming out of the Eagles. 1 AK, 2 MAC-10s, and 2 Tech-9s as they rush B.
Yeah, there's some nades in the right place. HE doesn't find its mark. Oh, but the CTs have kept them.
Going through.
Yeah, straight through. It's going to be a big test now for these 2 players, and already it's Fur. Strikes quickly. Another chance as he tracks the heads, and Fur is just lining them all up. 3 down, and nothing left to be celebrated. Only an AK and half health for GXX. The whole rotates in. A great first. I think a 1v4 is too tall of an order for him. He has got loads of time to sit back, relax, let the fights come to him, but the pressure is on as the rotates are too. And Fallen posted up to retrieve.
Yeah, you know when we say time, and that's the biggest positive that they have, I was going to have an expletive right there come out of my mouth. They're in a rough spot.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely to see them win a round like that. And just to note, Rigon went with an AK here. The rest went with more of a half buy. Rigon can't buy now. So it's going to be 3 consecutive rounds that haven't been full buys out of BNE. So some mismanaged finances here are going to leave them in a very bleak position. And again, they want to prioritize this T-side AWP.
What has it done for them so far?
Yeah, well, this is the thing. They don't have a regimented approach in the same fashion that Imperial did with the default and a shot whistles on by. Synopsy should be reluctant to take that fight again. Flatro is up. FNX is pushing here, and look at this type of maneuver, threading the needle between multiple different members, and well, they're not going to be expecting this. FNX is a nuisance right now. You don't swing open that door. You don't give up your position. You do
go all the way around.
Yeah, and try and find the timing, which, oh, he might not be able to make a kill or 2. They've all left his line of sight, but FNX is still behind all 5.
Oh, wow. This is so ballsy from FNX. He is on T-stairs at the 1 minute mark. You know Synopsy's absolutely fuming when he dies to this. Oh, cruel from FNX. Mission accomplished. That's only going to send him further forward into Fallen. He's good for it. Flatro down and perfect setups. Imperial looking like the better team here. 14 found with ease and with a little bit of flair.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I don't think there was a question of if Imperial were going to be the better team in terms of how they were structured. It was the individuals on the other side from BNE were meant to be able to rattle these guys, right? It's the new gen, it's the young blood, it's all about the aim, and they're clearly out of ideas here. The fact that they're being pants and losing territory, it shows that they don't have a solid default spread. Look at the gaps. How is he able to push apartments like that? That should be somebody's job. How are they able to get away with all these aggressive maneuvers? So right now, the Eagles showing their weaknesses here, and again, just down to some pistols. So this has been, what are we talking? 4 rounds in a row now that haven't been full buys. Somebody's missing something.
Yeah.
Now that's problems. You don't even get a chance to play out these gun rounds. So really, really rough stuff for the Eagles right here. But this is what we expected to happen when you allow Inferno to be into the pool. Eagles obviously banning out Overpass here. Inferno was always going to be the choice of Imperial. But as you can see at the top of your screen, the bad news Eagles are taking it to the Puggers Playground and Mirage next. That's where the individuals need to be online. All 5, not just 1, not just 2. Everybody needs to come alive here to try and shut out the Brazilians, because they're making a case for this of staying alive here in the Legends stage.
Yeah, there's some pace behind this. You can see Util sailing through, and so will GX leading at the front of the pack with a Tech-9 and wrapping around, forcing the fight. Fallen, he is ready and waiting. There's more across. And just over the lip of the smoke. Another quick flick out of Fallen. And AWP for Rigon to try his luck. Bombs arriving up mid, so this could just be a 1-on-4 if Scenari isn't clearing his corners. FNX ready. Nice placement of the crosshair, and actually trying to make a round out of this. Scenari's got the first and tracked nicely by Vinny. Leaves it all onto the shoulders of Rigon. An armored Deagle AWP combo. Oh, the tip of the head. Nice shot out of Rigon. Second time's the charm. Puts Fur down and forces him to watch as Rigon looks to deny map point.
Oof, brave from Bolts here to even consider just walking straight out of the library and tucking into this position, but harder for Rigon to clear now if he does want to push around long. This would be a screamer of a shot if he was to try and contend, and Vinny can just play for info. As soon as he spots Rigon, he doesn't have to take the fight. He can then crossfire up with bolts here and close this one down. Rigon unlikely to get this one done, and there you go. Bullets come on through. 15 now secured for Imperial. Just one more round away from picking up their map choice. And that puts Bad News Eagles one map away from elimination here in the Legends stage. The Cinderella story might be coming to a close.
Yeah, would that make Imperial the ugly sister? Just a question.
I'm trying to think of a couple more characters
Yeah,
in
me
that
too.
Cinderella
I
story.
haven't seen it in a while.
There was a carriage.
What? Yeah, the pumpkin.
What were they pulled by? Mice?
Mice.
That turned into horses?
Yeah, horse mice.
Everyone's favorite type of mice.
Not to be confused with shoe nice, if you remember him.
Or the biker mice from Mars.
Coming up mid-quick, loud about it. No secrets here from the Eagles as we've got 3 approaching and encroaching on this 2-man setup. Oh, 2, you make it even 3. You can see the fur warded off by the smoke, but there is a boost in play. The right call is B. If they can get through Fallen, it's a big if. Capital I, capital F, Fallen. The Professor looking to put 2 down as he fires off the warning shot. He's being run down. One more chance here for Fallen. Flash is perfect, and they do open up the site. That might be enough to extend play.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to go into a save here, which by the book is the right call to make. Wouldn't mind if Imperial hang around looking for a kill or 2. There's residual cash on a few, but remember, loss bonus bottom of the barrel here for Imperial, so you can understand why they're doing this. They know they just need one more round. Want to make sure that they have as many buys possible here as the Eagles try and chase them down the straight. But that will be a bounce back, finally. Another round. Eagles had early success within this half, but it has looking like one-way traffic as Imperial have quickly gotten us up to that 15 score mark. And actually, I think the Eagles are starting to hunt here, which for them is probably not the right call. If they give up more than 2 guns in this hunt, it's not the play to make. And looking like they're far enough away that they won't give up anything whatsoever. So just securing the round, a spray for good measure. 12 secure, but 3 off the pace. 3 required if we want to get to that overtime. MR3 10K. It still feels unlikely to see the Eagles be able to replicate that same success.
I don't know how often they're going to have that isolated defender so early into the piece. And for Imperial not to be going for it. I mean, let's not forget that in their heyday, SK and LG were one of those late retake masterminds.
Yeah, they defined that, right? Those very late retakes. I think it's something that now everybody does, especially since we've had the chopping and the changing, the more time on the clock. We were a minute 45 before, up to a minute 55 now. We had 35 seconds on the bomb, now we have 40. So changes over the years as the game continues to chop and change, develop in front of our eyes. As we are looking apartment Poppy here.
Yeah.
3 through apartments, it's sniffs of an A play.
It's only 1 flash on Synopsy and that was it. He's thrown it. Everyone's going to have vision. Oh, I say that. Another's come through. Nice find, but FNX is going to go down first. Vinny on site, known, and still defending. A nice smoke to at least be able to play around. He can mantle up and over. Double molly to the back of site, spraying through. The rotate coming through as well. There's 2 more CTs now arriving. Just dumping their util as Rigon gets a second. 25 and counting for Rigon. He's doing everything within his power to take this to OT.
Should be another save here, right? Exactly what we just saw at the last. They're into the site. Sure, the scaling wasn't great for the Eagles there, but the fact they did dispatch of Vinny up on the cold 0 box means the round more than secured. But bomb yet to be planted. I think they want to make sure they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's, not giving away an opportunity right now for Fallen's AWP to strike. But the site passage is open. The default plant comes on in. And Rigon, is he going to overstep the mark here? This is where the Eagles can make some of those more curious decisions. Synopsy starting to chase them on down up through Banana here. So there's only one place that Imperial can reside, and that is towards CT spawn and the B bomb site.
That's 2. Sorry, I was just being a pet.
Yeah, okay.
I wanted to be a
fair
pedant.
enough, fair enough.
I wanted to be a pedant.
Yeah, no worries. If we wanted to go more particular, they could be in Ruins, they could be Emo, they could be New Box, they could be Pool, they could be Sandbags. Not Sandbags anymore. Synopsy's cleared that out.
And that's probably where you stop, isn't it? Isn't it? At this point,
they could give away a little bit more because they have a bit more of residual cash, so the win bonus plus what they had left over, it's okay for everybody to buy. And the Eagles in these situations, you can start to make a conversation of why they would want to go for this, but it becomes a problem when the Imperial buy is lighter. It's MP9s and Famouses and not so much Util, and then you're giving it over because it's free pickups as well as more cash to invest. So that conversation, it's always a interesting one to have with the coaches, the analysts, the in-game leaders out there, the brains of the Counter-Strike world. Everybody has a bit of a different view.
Well, that's part of the fun, isn't it? The fact that there can be different opinions, the beauty of the depth of this game that makes it so much fun. Over the last decade, we can see a head-to-head here on your screens. Rigon versus Fur has actually been a very common head-to-head. They've clashed 10 times.
Okay, yeah, a lot of direct duels, and it makes sense. They're both very aggressive players. They both back themselves in the aim duels. And both sitting on 25 kills.
Yeah, the multi-kills are both rather parallel as well. You can see 6 for first, 7 for Rigon, and 2 more required for that OT. Can Imperial finish this in regulation? 1 round is all it takes to throw the knockout blow. 2 times shy. Here comes attempt number 3. Contesting for Banana. Scenari, ballsy, loses his life, and they could lose the round if Rigon does go down. Bolts has got himself a double. 1 from the grave, and oh, dearie me, Synopsy's been caught on his adventures apps, and so it really does start looking like a likelihood here. Flatro and GX to defend their honor. And an overcommitment here of Fallen is going to render another frag. It's all done. 16 to 13, another successful Inferno for Imperial, as they are on the ropes, but now 1 away from forcing BNE out of the tournament.
Yeah, keeping themselves alive right here, and you mentioned that record, right? This team, since their inception, they played Inferno now 14 times. They've won at 12 and they lost it twice. So just making that record look a little bit tidier here, but this is their home territory. It's their home ground, and they take care of business. Big smiles on the faces, and a couple of moments right there as that BNE comeback was looking more and more likely, but that's great stuff, and we're seeing a lot of positives throughout that game. You see Fallen on the AWP looking tidy. You see Fur doing exactly what he has to do. Bolts was the 2 IC. I think on Inferno, as far as the stats go, Fur's at the top, and then Bolts is number 2, historically speaking. So you're getting exactly what you want out of this team. FNX didn't have a lot of kills, but he had a couple of impact rounds. Remember on the T half, he was a bit more of a nuisance over towards the apartments position. But what was a close affair at the start of the game ended. It's a relatively close affair. So we get what we wanted. It wasn't necessarily the most explosive game. There wasn't crazy clutches, but a tight game nonetheless.
Yeah, no, certainly that. And it does perhaps bode well for Mirage. We're going to have to see if BNE can just tighten the ship a little bit. There were a couple of less than idyllic performances out of these boys, and they are going to need to pull every stop out if they want to take this to a third. Don't forget, I would back BNE on Vertigo.
Sure.
But to get there, you've got to get through Mirage. And Imperial 1-0 up. They're so close to having a nice sigh of relief and a good night's sleep.
Well, remember, it was 2 pistol rounds as well going in the favor of Imperial here, so that's a difference maker. There was a streak of 4 rounds in a row where not everybody from the Bad News Eagles even had rifles in their hands, and still you get Rigon managed to get himself 26 kills to his name. So massive performance from him. The same to be said for Fur on the other side right here. And Fur, well, he's going to get man of the match here. It makes a lot of sense. 102 ATR, 25 kills. The utility damage, you said you wanted to keep track of that, 446 in total. And great stuff from him. So this is what you want to see out of Fur, who is the star of this Imperial roster.
Yeah, something to be celebrated, and of course does need to be, well, taken a closer look at when we do get back into Mirage. We're going to be breaking that down for you here at the B stream. For now, though, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we do come back, you have the opportunity to see if Imperial can have a big sigh of relief at the end of this elimination day.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
everybody. We're back for map 2, and it is do or die for the Bad News Eagles. We know Cinderella's story ends well, but to be compared to them, we would need to see them pull up their socks and tighten up the ship. It was a very close affair, but we do see Imperial standing 1-0 as we head into map 2 of this elimination series. It is top 16 now. You know, this is when the going gets tough or the tough gets going. BNE gonna really have to do something special here.
Yeah, I don't know where the slipper's going to come from here either. So this is going to be a little bit difficult right now for BNE. I think right here, Mirage is a map that they're going to be extremely comfortable on. These players made their way onto our screens through the PUG system, right? I remember I used to play back in FPLC after I retired, and I was playing with some of these names back then, and to see them now in the server performing like this as a unit, as a team, about to take on legends of the game in Imperial on Mirage, you could definitely sing their praises to be able to scrim all over them, right? Get your top cat smoke in, scrim down mid, take those fights that we all know and love. But Imperial in these games, they're going to be able to keep their cool, right? They're clearly going to be able to keep their cool over the boys from Bad News Eagles. Now, the tune needs to be changed right here, right now on Mirage if we do want to see Vertigo, where these two teams have already gone toe-to-toe throughout the major cycle so far. That was in the Challenger stage, and it went in the favor of the Eagles here. But it was a close affair on Inferno, right? 16-13, close game. There wasn't that many crazy moments that we had to see, and both pistol rounds went in favor of the Brazilian side. That's something you're going to want to change if you're the Eagles here. I don't think there was lack of confidence from their individuals. They were still taking a lot of fights. I don't know where the foot faults came from. I want to say the buying patterns for them on the T side of Inferno, when they didn't really have too many ideas and options. They had 4 rounds consecutively that weren't full buys. GXX should be able to find a bit more space, a bit more room with the T side at AWP, comparatively speaking. But the odds right now from GGBet clearly favoring Imperial here.
Yeah, and it's going to be a T start for BNE, which I actually think could work out well for them. Like, I think for what's just happened and for what's at stake, let them come into Mirage and try and set the pace. Let's see if that does, you know, land properly.
I would have liked it if Mirage was the first map of the series that they had chosen and they had started T-side, because I think it could have been a different gear, right? The individuals would have definitely been warmed on up, getting ready to get underway. But speaking of getting ready and getting underway, freeze time ticking on down, pistol round starting off here. And Eagles fighting for their life at the PGL Antwerp Major for 2022 are into the attack. Smoke and a flash in the hands of Sceneri.
We haven't seen him win a pistol yet, Chad. Let's see if they can buck the trend early enough. Sceneri going to be dropping the smoke towards Connector. And out Tetris 3 do at least venture. You can see Rigon's equipped with a perfect weapon for a long-range engage. He has that peak 250. And Synopsy, he loves a lurk, does Synopsy. And there's 4 on B initially. So we will see a retake setup, I suppose. We've got no kit. And no Fallen. Okay, Synopsy's actually getting to duel everyone on the wrong bomb site.
Okay, plan A, fight B is the strategy right here, as he wants to hunt down that. Now they're having a look over the top of the pop plant. Vinny will find the kill, but the bomb already down for 10 to 15 seconds. Problems here.
Yeah, and poor FNX doesn't have time to clear his corners properly. They are running very light on time. Rigon with a nice frag, but needs another. Bolts has been spotted out as well. 1 CT, they say. Fur is still fannying around in windows, so I think we know how this one's going to go. It does look like BNE will take the first pistol, or their first pistol of this series.
Do you think you'd go to a BNE branded B&B?
A B&B. A B&E bed and breakfast.
Yeah.
A B&E.
Yeah, so it's a mouthful.
It's not. No, I can tell
you.
You
You'd have a mouthful at
a
BNE, B&B.
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
I would imagine probably some toast. I don't know what the local delicacy is.
I don't know either.
No.
But pistol rounds are on the menu.
Finally. Yeah, it wasn't initially, but they filed a request. And Rigon was certainly still up to his fragging ways. He may be a big player to count upon.
Double scouts on the Force Buy. If you caught a game that Imperial were playing against IHC on Inferno, FNX and Fallen found a lot of traction on the double scout Force Buy. Let's see if they can do it again.
Oh, he's going to be tested. I hope you're not walking. Oh, a flash. He prepares himself to snipe away as they do cross through. Oh, tracks Flatro. Big tag. And Fur's already won his duel as well. You can see the corpse of Fur, but he hit the shot all the same. Great one out of Fallen as well. No slouch on the scope rifle. Smoke down from the CTs. That will hold them at bay from this underpass progression. I say that the boost actually well timed, and there's no one holding this. Vinny might have a glance. And
the timing.
Just as he looked away, Rigon, surely a dead man. No warning shot to the side. Vinny doesn't adjust to the head in time, and now Rigon allowed into the site. Bolts down from Dark. And their sight should be theirs. The only man that could possibly contest is FNX, yet to fire off his scout, hanging around towards Ticket.
Okay.
And Fallen's actually got Rigon down. Finishes from the early tags. And they got a man advantage now, Chad. This is getting sketchy. Very sketchy. No nades. It's just two Galils to defend against this three-man retake, and it's softened up. So another body shot. Ugh. Messy from the Eagles and great from these scouts. 2 out of Fallen, 1 out of FNX, and it is just Scenery. Process of elimination points to Palace and Ramp. He has got the first of the fight.
Beautiful.
Vinny, good for it, and plenty of time. Immediately, Imperial wrestled back for control after the successful pistol of the Eagles.
Well, I think it's a recipe for success for Imperial as far as these 4 spies go, right? The Scout in FNX and the Scout for Fallen again finding traction in a second round and a big round to win right here. The Eagles, that was a good opportunity for them to start this half hot, right? Really work with some momentum, win against the 4 spy, get themselves an easy round into the next against likely some pistols here. But now they're going to have to go for a 4 spy of their own. And this is where the scrim, they need to let it flow through them. Allow these pistols and Galil to work their absolute magic, see if they can hit some of those absolute zingers, those scorchers that the Deagle are known for right here. And well, Rigon, he's got one equipped in his hands. He's hit some absolute bangers of Deagle shots throughout this tournament so far. Juggling Util living at top mid as they're in a bit of a spread, 2 towards underpass, 2 towards A, and GXX to babysit the top of middle. There it is, nice little highlight here for our Obs team. Just noting that the vent is not broken, so if there is a vent boost, they will not be able to make it through to CT spawn without a sound cue. Oh, he saw something.
Yeah.
He definitely saw something here.
Synopsy's body will have blocked the light. Fair, not paying too much attention to the fade. Synopsy does get an opportunity, but it goes awry. You won't get many more of them. Oof, Rigon beheads Vinny. 1 click, 1 frag, not ready for Fur. And GX looking the wrong way as well. The Eagles having their wings clipped on the force. Nothing to be celebrated here from them. And Flatro does try something rather aggressive. Does nothing with it. Scenery gone as well.
Yeah, one too many assumptions there, I think. Fur just made a kill over towards that window position, so the idea that there wasn't a player in window right there, Rigon didn't even check towards his left, so just offering himself up there and offering over another round. Imperial, 2-1 the score now reads, and now we will have a bit of an eco situation coming out from the Eagles here. We can take everybody on a trip down memory lane a little bit. We're talking about the legends on the other side of Imperial, right? The fact that Fur, Fallen, and FNX are 2-time major winners, right? They won MLG Columbus, ESO1 Cologne. Those finals, the MLG Columbus one was over Na'Vi, and the Cologne one was over Liquid. And you'd be interested, hold up, we might have a bit of an eco slaw here. We got to do justice to this. Vinny down for with 1 back, and looking for more. He's got the bodyguard of Bolt here to help him on out. Fur will find the final. That Na'Vi roster had, are you ready for this?
Oh.
Guardian seized Zeus, Flamey, and Edward.
Yeah, I remember them well.
And on the other side, the Liquid roster had Elige, still playing, JDM, coaching Valorant, Nitro, returned to us, Hiko, streaming, and the GOAT himself, Simple.
Oh yeah, I remember that roster. That's where the kind of Hiko Simple love story started.
Yeah, didn't it just?
Oh, actually before that, actually, with this
flip side little situation. Yeah. All right, guns back out. Eagles going to do some proving here because Imperial, they are looking to keep themselves alive. So far, down to Jive. 3-1 the score reads. It's looking good for them. They look steady, don't they?
Yeah, I think that's exactly how I describe them. And yet BNEs just strike me as very volatile. At this point in time, you don't know what they're going to do next. And, well, I don't know how they're going to dig themselves out of 2 opening frags from Imperial. It's Fur again. Regular presence on the feed in this Mirage game. GXX gets 1, and the rest just completely close the line. So Flatro yet to frag and 4 to find. He has managed to worm.
Yeah, anyway, 4-1. This is it, right? This is where, though, this pedigree that this team has is starting to really rear its head in these pressure games. When the other team are completely inexperienced. 5 members on your screen right now, major debutantes, up against this team of seasoned vets. Right, Vinny's still a newer name, but was in FURIA for an extended period of time, right? He's been there, he's been in big games, and he knows what it's like to get the victories on board. And the fact that this team, right, I say seasoned vets, some older lads in the server here. FNX is 32. has to be one of the oldest, actually probably the oldest player, as Sceneri. He's got something to say. They're up, they're quick, they're down, they're dead.
Goodbye. We're gone. Heard that, and maybe a rifle. A threatening presence, but the bomb is in the apartment, so options not too plentiful. You'd have to hit a banger onto Fallen, and that's exactly what he's done. Quick move now to maneuver elsewhere. The enemies have the bomb. Rigon doesn't have the strafe.
This would be a great round to get the team going, right? Rigon had to win out that 1-on-3 on the B bomb site where his teammates kind of dropped the ball a little bit with the retake coming on through. This would be a massive round to fire them up, because maybe that fire is necessary now. This is do or die for the Eagles, and they need to show that they're ready to play for exactly that. Their life is on the line.
All right, this is looking like a winnable 1v1. FNX would have to hit the first bullet out of his AK. Otherwise, Rigon can bring this into a 1v1. Oh, looking the wrong way, and it is that one bullet to the back of the head. Damn. Saved by FNX, finds his fourth, and Imperial now ignited. They've only got the pistol to celebrate so far.
Yeah, so losing that 4-spy, you can see how much that hurts already. And Fur, before his investment into a 4-buy, had 12k. That tells you just how well things are going right now for Imperial here. Yet to get a kill is Mr. Flatro. Would love to get him activated and in the play. AWP out for GXX now. And 2 towards window here is jumping on out. Fallen smokes himself off. Wants to take a fight here from the underpass position. Flatro looking to brave the smoke here on the fade and relinquishing control of mid. The Brazilians, they've given this up and over, and mid control has been taken, but look how light on the util is for Eagles, and they have a minute and 20 to work with here. How do you try and have a finishing maneuver when you've only just got the mid control and they're not offering up any fights whatsoever?
Yeah, nothing. Next step is into a site. You've got your whole squad committed to this, and Fur's got a lovely one-way here.
Cheeky. That's his own smoke.
Over the edge of it. Static from this T side. What are they possibly hoping for? Yeah, smoke ahead of it. Easy headshot for Fur, and now can just tuck tail. And a nice early advantage gifted over.
Yeah, this is the difference, right? Normally this team, we talk about how good they are at trading. They're not even putting themselves in position to brute force in and trade. And there's one, they're in.
Yeah, look at Bolt's off angle. Maybe he's got a good couple on the agenda. Finds actually GX at the tail of the pack, and now does tuck in. Counting on Fallen to provide some overwatch. He doesn't even need it. Look at Bolts go. Multi-frags up, 3 from him. Flatro finds his first to avoid the 007. But he gets a little bravo from his teammates, and they continue on their winning ways. Bad news, Eagles. This is going to be such a very brutal test of your mental now.
And this is it, right? If they were willing to take this towards Vertigo, sure, they would have had to start on that T side. And we did see positive things out of Imperial CT side. But definitely rough around the edges for Imperial here, as this team's only been together since the start of the year. Vertigo is clearly one of the maps that they're still working on. You can see where their comfort zones are, and that's the maps that were similar when they were competing in their heyday. Vinny up towards mid and gets a fight, gets a chance to readjust it. Wasn't even clean aim onto Flatro right there, and still gets the kill, gets away, and they're going to get more. This is the Cinderella story falling flat, and kills just keep coming in the way of Imperial here. I guess if you want to look for a buff for Imperial, when they get into games like this where the pressure is clearly... That's the thing, we can react to the nice shots, but that's all it is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, that is the case. It does just seem like... I mean... I've been cheering for B&E, I've been celebrating their victories, it's been fun to watch them play, but this, it's hard not to watch with a grimace. Or hard not to watch without a grimace. First tack pause, maybe this will help to screw their heads on a bit tighter.
Yeah, I just don't know what they turn to, right? It's not like this team has been praised for being well-drilled on the T sides. It's about their approach being unrelenting, in your face, great aim, great trading.
But I mean, this isn't the same B&E that went 16-14 with the Flames day one of the Legends stage.
No, you're right.
This is they had more to him, and I just fear that perhaps is, you know, looming in their mind. These best of ones were prime opportunities to post a W. Perhaps it is just easy to get lost in that as opposed to focusing on what's in front of you. Imperial 7 in a row.
Yeah, this is the oldest team in the event, right? 28.4 is the average age of this team, right? So, yeah, the boomer squad, as it were. But I think it's good to show as well, there's a big conversation about Counter-Strike and age. And again, I want to just point out this FNX story. He was off doing reality television.
Yeah.
You know, like now he's competing at a major in the legend stage. That alone is remarkable in itself. The team definitely has adjustments to make and more steps to take, but they're showing they can be a force.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Watch them work. They're coming once again into the Brazilian domain this time. Rigon has at least cracked open the sights and Airy builds upon it. Fallen, however, does voice his concerns. They need to worry about that underpass, and right to do so. They need to clear out Synopsy. It's a hard clear. And oh, perfect from Synopsy. He's got another on his plate as well. Fallen to retreat just around, spotted out. Heading to spawn.
He's not going to get away here. Good hunt there from Synopsy, so another taken. FNX looking to hold on to this AWP. Plenty of cash built up, but this is the same story as we had on Inferno, right? They were just going to save. Once they lost the rounds, like, yeah, it's cool. We'll just hold on to the guns. We'll stay put. Going forward, okay. Just shy there from FNX, and probably not long for this world. Tickling with the pistol in hand. Scope comes back out. Shot won't land, and Synopsy will get that one done. 3 for him. Big round from Synopsy there as they break the streak.
There you go.
Pistol and a gun round now for BNE. But they will need a round or 2 consecutive to break this Imperial buying pattern. Loss bonus for them. Now will be 1,900 into the next if they do lose again. Tidy shooting and Synopsy on the lurk here. Very pesky indeed. Just had a double check. Fallen and FURIA both also 30, right? So, oh, miss window smoke it looks like.
Ooh.
Yeah, ooh, indeed.
Oh, Fallen's going to get caught out by this. I love it. Rigon brave. Loud. Into dark. They should have an opportunity, but they're not worried about ramp. And a quick turn from Flatro keeps it competitive. Fallen on the triple, about to get a lot of bullets his way. Playing around the boxes in the open, he does go down, but FNX catches GX with that bomb. The first of a 1 versus 3 for FNX. Can he come up? Flatro hidden by the corpse. And they will string together too. Now the Eagles will have an opportunity to at least apply the pressure to the CT side.
Yeah, beautiful stuff now. And a bit more pep in the step, a bit more of an idea of how they want to approach this. Early, they were very default heavy. This is clear intention, right? Let's walk out apartments, walk through a smoke, right? They're expecting one thing. Let's give them another. And now the cash finally siphoned on through. Imperial can buy again, sure. But after this one, it will have to be an eco. 4 over towards A, out the gates here. Vinny, the sole defender of that B bomb site, trying to batten down the hatches of this leaky site, as guess what? The Eagles are headed the complete opposite direction. Might be setting up for something a bit more direct, straight into Vinny's den. Just the FAMAS, just the HE to defend, and well, that's already been expended.
See if they want to disrespect the smoke. Oh, they're already getting info ramp. Look at this. This is proactivity from our CTs. Imperial should be able to rotate over. You can see Fallen is starting to gallop over.
Wrong weapon for the job if he doesn't get in towards the site here. If they do a full execute, he will be behind the smokes here. Has to make a choice right now, Fallen.
Oh, not far off. Flatro's across. And in. Rigon posts his name in the feed. Can't build the second out of it. It's Fallen that's heavily tagged up, and it will retreat before the nades find him.
Should be a save here. You see Fallen already having that conversation. As mentioned, no money for a buy in the next. This means they can have a purchase. They'll have 4 rifles saved if they're allowed to hold on to these here. All 5 BNE members currently reside on towards that site. FUR trying to make sure they can't start hunting. And look at them. They already know what to save. Look how many players from BNE are already making their way through the B apartments here. Bomb's only halfway gone, and they're already starting to get on out.
Perfect. Takes down the healthy one. That nade has got Rigon's name all over it. It's in their interest to keep themselves alive here and healthy. So we will see things conclude, but a 4th now for the Eagles. Keeping it conservative. Not going to buckle just yet, our Imperial.
Good to get a kill there from FUR. Now we can drop an M4. Well, he could have dropped an M4 across anyway with the loss bonus, so it's going to give him a bit more money if he wants to invest in a defuse kit or an extra nade. And the first time out for Imperial here. So starting to strangle back some control, or maybe not control, but look a bit more like themselves, the Eagles, finding their identity again. I think they lost themselves in the early stages of this one now, but starting to hit the ground running.
Yeah, just make a play that reminds you of who you are in that server, because they've probably got no issues of remembering who their opponent is.
What did GB James say?
Make a play that will make your parents proud.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That's definitely the one right there. An iconic statement from GB James.
That's what they need. They do need to do. I mean, take a leaf out of his book.
Make your parents proud.
We're nearly ready to see them try again. And you can see already intent 3 players leaning towards B. You can see they might even send the AWP and a friend to that palace or for a ramp peak.
Yeah, they might go for the boost up here on that A ramp for Rigon, right? Especially if they, yeah, they are, right? They're going to use the spawn here. So the AWP's been donated to Rigon to take this fight, but nobody going to cross the line of sight. And it's the AWP elsewhere. Opening kill from Fallen here. Up in towards Palace. Flatro down, and the opening now in Imperial's hands as they try and lock down this A site because the onslaught of the Eagles is coming.
Yeah, the whole squad is coming. And I guess if you can do it quick enough, there won't be time to rotate, but there's only...
Lamp flash.
One flash bang and a push. Fallen fires off the warning shot. He has got support in the form of Bolts. Synopsy doesn't win his duel. Bolts lives on. He should be sprayed down. Oh, Bolts! So good on the multi-kills here on Mirage. Another one for him. 13 and counting. At the top of the table with Fur. Barrel is there. You can see that GX well aware of where Fallen resides, but unwilling to take that engagement. So many nades going to be coming over from them as support. Palace reoccupied. Nade right down the gullet. And yeah, no real way back in. Scenario would have to really pop off. And already he's been spotted out. The warning shot's unloaded. Vinny's got his cross back. Oh, he is tagging up Bolts. But not going to be able to build upon it. And Bolts is hunting for another. Fallen's the one to put it in the leg of GXX. And so successful and a 1-out CT half. Just a single bullet away now.
He's looking very good for Imperial, isn't it? If they can continue to post rounds here, right? Mirage has been one of the closer maps we've had so far here throughout the major cycle, right? Well, maybe not major cycle, that's including RMRs, but the major itself, right? It's been one of the more steady maps. Obviously, we're in the CT side meta right now. If Imperial can get themselves 9, maybe 10, as Snary takes a shot, has to make sure he doesn't go down after time here. That would be salt in the absolute wound, as Fur is chasing him on through, but time will transpire, and he will get to hold on to that AK-47. The buy going to come back out, no dramas, no problems, but that was all through the opening of Fallen right there in the multi-kill of Bolts. Now, this is the thing, right? When you look at the different iterations that became available of the Fallen teams over the years, you had Bolts or FNX. You didn't really have Bolts and FNX, and both were very good at being these anchor players for multi-kills. Bolts right now doing a fantastic job at this. And Fallen as well, reminding us on that big green what he can do.
Oh, he's very comfortable on this map for sure. You can see there's some confidence in Imperial setups as well. They go for a 3-man mid lane early. Decide they don't need the assistance from Vinny, and Fur is good for it. Does what he says he could and would. FNX on the secondary. Oh, strings together. 2, 3 in consecutive order. That is brutal and out of order. Poor old bad news Eagles with nothing to celebrate. And GX, at least he's in the sight, but they're chasing him down. A nice first fight, but yeah, not allowed to cower. FNX on the secondary, just as we're praising Fallen.
Yeah, I think you have heard us talking about that right there. The Phoenix, right, he's risen from the ashes a couple of times. It's baffling. Back again, doing it all. And against a very skilled squad of BNE, who at this moment have to consider their finances here. Scenario can buy, they can get a couple of AKs out. GXX is the only one light on here, and well, maybe not. Flatro and Rigon, between them, have one flash. GXX 2 to his name. There's only 2 players with full sets of util right now as window smoked. The classic Molotov over towards Connector. This is just making it look like a standard default round as 2 players making their way quite quietly through the underpass. Synopsy leading the charge. This time, not so lurky, a little bit more proactive here. No fights on the other side of Connect. Oh no, there is. It is on the stairs right now.
Oh, Bolts is so consistent. He takes these advantages more often than not. Still lives on, has control of Connector. Rigon and GX trying their luck. Just posted up and... Oh, is he really going through? He is. Okay, Bolts does throw a bit of aggression into the mix and is met by lead. Woof, when Rigon makes sure 2 are dead. Catches the Vinny short push, a 5th. Sounds bloody brilliant for BNE right now. And it is Fallen already spotted out. Should go down. Flatro good for it. It's Rigon with impact. No surprise, he finds 4 frags in one of BNE's rounds there. And just trying to psych him up, you know, just make sure that everyone is on the same page coming into the CT side. Because you can run away. You know, you can have those CT lockouts. Admittedly, it does seem like Imperial are in a form right now where it's just not going to be easy. But this was Rigon. First is great. Second, very precise. And the rest is falling into place nicely. So 5 is great, 6 is better. We're going into the mix again, this time with more nades, more weaponry. Let's see if they can avoid that opening frag. Fallen commits to mid and is already putting Scenarii in the dirt. Oh no, the Eagles 2 down in the opening 10 seconds. Bolt's always on this position and good for it. Good for a frag on that MP9. Has nades if he wants to get out of there. But they're going to be hunted down now. They're both there, grouped up, loud about it, and swung on. Just like that, they're overwhelmed. Imperial using their numbers to great success.
And so taking some confidence there, taking heads-up duels against aimers, right? So you can see right now Imperial going from strength to strength. They continue to connect these dots, put the rounds together here, and just 6 rounds away from sending the Eagles packing in 0-3 fashion. Liquid just got sent on home. Shocks lost to his former teammates over there at Vitality, and the fist bumps are coming on in here.
Liquid losing as well, not only to Shox' old team, but the other members of Astralis that they couldn't quite get through.
Very much so the case. Magicson, Dupree.
It was only Magicson Dupree they struggled against, you see, clearly.
Okay, so it wasn't Glaive and Zip,
no,
and the clutching and the calling. It was.
No.
All right.
I'm trying to find any sort of storyline we can build out of that. But yeah, 10-5. Imperial taking to that T side. Let's see what Page Fallen wants to throw at them here. And what nades as well. You can see they've got a heavy leniency towards utility and leaning B as well. Will we see Vinny just allowed to
underpass push 2 of them?
Try something. Yeah, CTs are going to hear this if they do go loud. For now, it's FNX's responsibility.
Vinny could call them back. A is completely clear. He is not sniffing or seeing a single thing. Traditionally, you would see a player jumping towards Ticket, but nobody is home. Is Vinny going to call the troops back over?
Synopsy at least gets some exchange of information. Spots out 2. This is taking its time. Flatro will activate. Fallen trying to keep him alive, but Flatro has at least pulled BNE into a very competitive pistol. All 5 alive. Fair changes that, but the script not flipped. 6 for the Eagles as they take a pistol.
Very laboured there in their first exchange, but then the rest came quite easily, as that is the second pistol.
Yeah.
Second conversion is the question, though, isn't it, Alex?
Yeah, there's been no issues here on Mirage in winning the pistols. This one another convincing Bad News Eagles pistol, but the second round force was a real problem, a wrench in the works.
I guess if they don't force, you shouldn't. I'm going to say shouldn't, because there's still 2 P250s. Have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Now over towards B, currently just 1 player resides. Scenarii on the jump with the FAMAS in hand. Well placed Incendiary does buy him. Ooh, Vinny's through, but on his own and just a Glock. Surely.
I mean, a bomb plant would be brilliant.
It would be wonderful.
And with the Scenarii's current very hesitant positioning, there is a world in which they can just get across by brute force and numbers alone. That's a great start.
Have to run now.
Yep, here they come. Couple across, line of fire, and there with the frag
There's
from
the
Bolts,
plant.
we get the bomb plant. Imperial get a lot out of a little there. Any frags now is a bonus. How does Fallen hit that? Okay, okay. Oh no, floor, 2 on the floor. Fallen, low, very low, but 2 frags on his Glock. He will finally fall. It is just Bolts' P250. It's planted for him. GX should clear this. Oh my lord, he hit it. 8 HP on him. That really nearly became an Imperial full eco victory.
And where's the kit as well? Yeah. Okay.
Lord Almighty.
Very fortunate right there to get on through with a round like that. Aren't the Eagles? They take a lot of casualties. They do get up to their 7th. A lot of reinvestments required here. Sweat has to be up and on the brow. And a great looking buy to come out of Imperial now. 5 AKs. Going up against 4 M4s and a FAMAS. And this will be a great round for Imperial to win. With all that considered, with how much damage they just did, they win this one. The Eagles are going to have a real rough looking force buy in the next.
Seems they've got clear intent early on this T side to be knocking on B.
Yeah, it's a classic Pug setup to be so heavy around mid here with just 1 player over towards B and, well, almost nobody in A. Synopsy's just trying to caretake that as they contact Creepy Crawly coming on in.
He's got no time for nades. He's going to have to try and be bullets. Already, FNX has slipped through. He's so blind. It's GX and Rigon who will have to defend this B site. Fallen spotted out in the apartments. Vinny considering a plant very early doors here. They have taken the site, so quickly. Good damage back. Rigon, though, catches Bolt, bowls him over. And the bomb is planted. This is a problem now. 3-on-3, quickly changing hands. And Opsy cannot string together the spray control. GX in the clutch. He's got 2 to find. Fallen seen in the apartments.
Smoke for the bomb.
Sure, a likelihood. Oh, and 1 to the head. Fur will take it in the head-to-head. Just has that weapon advantage. And you were talking about it. You know that's going to be a very nasty buy now out of the Eagles if they go for it. 1,400.
That's the thing, right? The 1,400 loss bonus in these situations you're buying traditionally, right? So to see Flatro not go for the full investment, just the Deagle so far, there it is. The rest of the weapons are getting purchased on behind this. But Fur continues to put up numbers. 17 kills for him alongside of Bolts. On the other side of things, the only one really kicking up too much of a fuss has been Rigon, 14 for him. It's the CT side. This is where the individuals need to start locking things out. They have an M4 in the hands of Synopsy. Yep, there it is. You speak his name, he finds the kill, finds the opening, and they continue to charge up mid. They'd love to get another gun, but they give one back. Vinny would take that one. Thank you very much, he says.
Important retrieval. There's only 1 rifle in play for the Eagles' defense here.
Normally, I wouldn't put too much behind a position like this, but the fact it is Rigon, I'm more than happy to get behind it. Unless they smoke him off.
Yeah, he's usually good for the 1.
His Eagle is something to be feared.
Atro is maneuvering in the right direction to help. Rigon, hard shots to track. Jumping T's in the apartment. Now jumping out to knock him down. FNX, a quick headshot. The site will be lost if Flatro gets nothing done, and it's more domination from the South American. Okay, 12. Imperial really are looking like they might be able to put a bow on this here on Mirage. The 2-0 looms. A crack of a smile from Rigon, even in the face of adversity. The bad news, Eagles really are running out of options.
Yeah, they can smell it now, Imperial. This is looking good for them. Will just be the eco they go up against. 13. Practically a given. Azus for Synopsy, Deagle for Flatro. USPs for GXX and Cenarian. Rigon, well, of course, he has to get something in his hands. It's a P250 as B. It's been the bomb site they've knocked on the door of time and time again. Now they want to try the first letter of the alphabet. 2 mollies, 1 spotted. Vinny applying a lot of pressure, a lot of damage done. Nade's following through as well. It's going from strength to strength right now as Fur does find Synopsy in the round. Should fall in favor. Tidy stuff from Imperial. This is what you want to see against these type of rounds, right? If you want to bring up positives that you can look for, it's winning rounds like this against very light buys.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to dismiss it as like a fundamental, but how often do you see them look threatening against other teams?
Precisely.
You know?
Yeah, precisely that. And it's really good to see. Now, I don't know if the next matchup for Imperial is going to be a favorable one. You know, there's a couple of options right there if Na'Vi or NIP win. But Imperial going up, right? Because they're in 0-2 right now, finding themselves in the 1-2 bucket. There's so many scary names right there. Like, it is going to be very, very tough for them. But I'm loving what I'm seeing, this resurgence. The team hasn't been together for that long.
Oh, it's very much a story in itself.
It's already worked out better than the Dignitas project.
Yeah, that's a really
And I don't mean that as like as a diss. Like, Dignitas tried the same thing with the old NIP boys, right? And this right here, Fallen, right? He's still been competing. He tried his luck over there at Liquid. Didn't work out too well. Could have been a bit of a culture difference right there, not being able to get the players to follow what he wanted to do. But now, back with his countrymen and back with names he knows, he's doing it.
And not only is he coming into this major with his, dream team, meme team, however you want to paint it, but he might have a higher placing than that of the team that he did have that issues with.
True. Very true.
Let's not forget, this would be, not only has he beaten them in the best of one, he's going to outplace them as well.
Yeah, that says a lot, doesn't it?
That's going to be a very good feeling for Fallen on an individual level.
And Flatro's already in the grave here. So it's just the game, it's a bit deflating if you're an Eagles fan, but if you're a fan of Imperial, and I know there's a lot of you watching, I'm sure you're all tuned into that goal there stream right now. Going to be loving life.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Synopsy hiding in plain sight. Will he get unchecked? Yeah, there's a real world here where no one's ready for Synopsy. Now he will reveal himself. He only gets the one, and just like that, 3 in quick succession. They can deny the bomb, so Scenarii gets to play this 1v2. 1v1, but from the grave, bolts his top spin. Does find Scenarii, and now only 2 away from Imperial surviving their first elimination day.
It's sure Anders really isn't in control of a simulation right now. It feels absurd that this is the way that this is going, doesn't it?
Let's go. Imperial. 16-13, another Inferno. Their stats getting better and better on that map. And I mean, it's crazy that when you're bringing up their 14 or so wins or whatever it was, the high number it's just from this year. You know, they've only been together since the start of it.
Yeah, 12 out of 14 games on Inferno they've won.
Right.
Yeah, which is pretty impressive. And it's clearly their home map. The A stream kicking off map number 2 now. Na'Vi versus that of NIP. Quite the barn burner for a progression match to the arena to join. Hope you're sitting down. Spirit.
Yes.
Who have come in and blown everybody's expectations. I can't believe it. Dexter, Siren, Patsy, Chopper, and Magix, without a coach, getting it done.
It's going to be feeling amazing for them. They're going to be on Cloud 9. Well, Team Spirit.
Default spread here, 3 towards top mid.
And on the topic of Cloud 9, let's just hope they tidy up their vetoes for tomorrow.
I still can't believe that.
Madness. Madness to start our day, Chad, honestly.
Yeah, we woke up to some drama, and it's really just continued as the day's gone through. Flatro on his own, about to greet 2.
He gets them both. In another universe, because FNX has got him dead to rights. Standard mid housekeeping here from Vinny.
Look at the juxtaposition though. Like, this is clear that Fallen has basically gone, boys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to drill defaults. We're going to have default Counter-Strike. We're going to do the map spread. We're going to have our players on the extremity. We're going to have our pack in mid. We're going to work on map control. And we're going to make BNE look silly. Because they're just doing simple Counter-Strike and they're doing it well. They're doing it well. And this is the conversation. This is why I wasn't in love with the idea of BNE picking Mirage. Vertigo, I know that you don't like to pick back into a map that you've already beaten the team in the tournament because they're probably expecting that pick and can try and net up some of the problems, but I think it was a 13-2 first half or something.
Yeah.
Like something crazy like that showed a clear lack of understanding from Imperial on that T side. But here on Mirage, they're comfortable. They're more than comfortable. They're cushy. Don't think I've ever used that word before. Don't think I will again.
No, I liked it, man. Little taste of home. 15 looms. Synopsy, rig on A. And already Scenarii does at least force the plant off. They should be able to plant safe. Can anyone contest from CT? It would be rig on.
Oh, Bob's done
again. They have got it.
That's
GXX,
it.
they actually take the round.
Okay. All right.
Where did that come from? GX was short.
Yeah, you'll take that one. You take that one indeed. Okay, they snatched one away. Starting to believe a little bit here, but they need a lot more of that. You can't be winning a round in a fashion like that, right? There's only a couple seconds left, sure. Maybe overplayed the clock right there, Imperial. You get lucky to deny the plant, but Rigon is going to try and fire them up. If they can get another round and we can start to have a conversation. Come on, Eagles, give us something to get excited about here because Imperial, they're looking to send you packing.
Quite literally. I think you got a day to pack your bags, and that's about it.
Evicted from the Big Brother house. Default spread again. Well, this time, maybe a bit of a different look on the default as they search over towards A, more passive on mid. The booster fallen. How long will he stay? Mounted on Vinny's head here. The totem pole has been dismantled. Back through spawn, scooping up the C4. Getting a move on into round 23. Millions looking for this knockout blow. BNE showing that they're not down for the count. Top mid smoke, mid control to be guarded right now. GXX also denied vision. Flashes out, pushing forward, taking space, and working their way towards connector. Looking very likely to be a B split here. Further try and take some space, but the other 3 conga line up the cat.
At least they can have 3 CTs here. I mean, that's something to be celebrated, but they are wrapping through, and he could even boost Fallen up. Yeah, he's asking for it, so he's going to have a lovely supportive angle. So I've heard that. Oh, he hits it. Scenari very low. And they molly him out. Rigon is so susceptible. Still gets the multi-kill. He's done everything he possibly can for the Eagles. 25 now on the clock. GX hiding in plain sight. Will strike another one. And first two disconnected. This seems great for the Eagles as they will get it. Courtesy of Rigon. That was a three-man short commit that despite the molly landing at his toes, he gets them all.
Well, Rigon hasn't changed his identity, whether it's in the server or whether it's out of it. He's still getting loud. He's still trying to fire them up. But Shadows themselves are still most of the members on the Eagles here. Normally in a round win like that, as part of a comeback like this, in a 0-2 elimination game, they'd be starting to whir into action here. Maybe a couple more before they start to believe in this. But similar scenes to what we had go down in map number 1. It was 16-13 at the end of Inferno. And it was with a comeback late from the Eagles here. Felt like it was going to be Imperials. Just a matter of time game, as I like to call them. And that feels the same here, as the cash will allow some buys to come on through for Imperial. Fallen's AWP out, AK for Vinny, and the rest could get into a little bit something. Maybe they're going to stay conservative in this to say, hey, look, we can get out some AKs next round. 2,400 as the loss means, okay, yeah, it makes sense. 4 members will be able to get out those AKs. It'll just be Fallen a little bit light on, and then Galil, it'll work. Scout, that too. So how much can they get done now with this AWP and AK combo?
Don't forget how close they got on a full eco.
That's true.
These pistols can pack a punch. Oh, and a well-timed nade, a very well-timed nade. 2 of them. Health pool halved, Fallen out to provide some support top mid. You don't have to necessarily contest in middle so much as contain. You can see that Vinny is going to continue to be a bit of a thorn in their side from that side, and already a body drop.
What a shot.
Rotates in, and Fur has slipped through. That's already going to completely ruin their plans.
That's huge to isolate the rotations. That's better than having window control. They are stuck in market.
Oh, and you've no idea where he's at while he gets to just continue to poke and prod around the map. You've got 2 people locked on the B side of the map thanks to Fur.
Synopsy and Flatro have to do it all here, and Flatro has to worry about ramp as well as the push-up connector, window. Even spawn is a possibility now.
And I mean, this palace push is brilliant if you do commit to a ramp clear.
The timing, though, it's all going to come down to the timing.
He is coming. Oh, Flatro goes down to Bolts. It is going to just be Synopsy up against a half buy. Now with rifle scooped up, it's
Default
much more
plan, it's a safe plan. He
threatening.
can't deny.
It is safe. Trigger discipline. 1, 2, they run in, and he knows where Fallen is. He heard the scope. Process of elimination, and now with the sound, he knows it's 1 in Palace.
Default plan's a problem right now for Imperial. It's not planted for the members moving in from connector.
Yeah, Scenario can just get on the defuse. He's just going to hold it. 5 seconds. Who's going to challenge this? No one's going to challenge this, and a 10th is on the board. BNE secure it. Scary, very scary there. You can see how imposing the presence Imperial have on this T side, even when it is nothing but sidearms. Still getting BNE really riled up.
Oh, that opening shot from Fur right there. GXX was hoping to get out of that window position, didn't want anything to do with that. And the timing, the Tech 9 up close and personal, that's where the weapon does its absolute best work. And then Flatro caught looking the wrong way completely. And as you mentioned, that was just with the half buy. Now the full buy. A lot more threatening here from Imperial. Vent not broken. Pressure A. Bolts out, down. Flatro does get the opening this time round.
Oh, that feels like a gift from Bolt. BNE get a nice, dreamy 5 versus 4 off the break.
Well, what space are Imperial going to take off the back of that Fur with a bit more pep in the step, trying to take some control under window here? Has FNX top mid. So in combination, they could try and grab some real estate back, but BNE have been able to reset, calm down, and establish this 5-on-4 advantage.
Reaction on the smoke. Fur to crawl. Synopsy, he's going to have a chance here against Fur, and quick to adjust. A necessary frag. Extends their advantage, and it continues to be built upon. 1 down on Rigon, but FNX paid a heavy price to the 9 HP, and yes, Synopsy laughing at him as he posts his 3rd of round 25.
Okay, Fallen. Lots of time. All equipped. Weapon for the job. Push coming your way, and a quick little flick. That's the first, and Fallen's been known to pull off some big rounds in his time. He's just another one to add to that laundry list.
He certainly got it in him. Take my word for it. 30 seconds. The next duel would be on Scenery. Is he already scoped in? That's my next question. No, it's going to have to be a quick scope. Quick scope! Scary. He gets his eye to it, but Scenery, good on it. And now we're starting to hear him. The Eagles may be believing a little more now.
Bit of a demeanor change.
Yeah, just that round alone. That round alone. I think the opening frag, you know, that's the way everyone starts to dig their heels in, play it serious. Bolt throwing himself up ramp.
Well, look at this. It's a AWP with a half buy again, right? They can get a purchase into the next tier, Imperial, but all of these rounds are threatening. They're all so threatening.
Another opening kill would be the world.
Like that.
Oh, Fallen. He is no slouch. Speedy on the AWP, and now he just wants to group up his troops. You can see he's immediately made a call off the back of his pickup. He wants re-smoke window. He wants those answers to be hard to find.
They could do an execute towards A. If they post Fallen's AWP up and he just scopes towards CT, allows these pistols to scale into the site and swarm, maybe close connector, that would be perfect because look at this rotation. They have foregone CT control. They're playing window, they're playing connector, and this shot has to be hit from GXX.
Good restraint. Who is that? Bolt knows not to give away EQ, and look at the product of his restraint.
They're gambling B. It's the wrong call. They're going to have to retake this A site. They're just walking in. Fallen, the point man with the AWP in hand.
He's called it.
Look at this.
Yeah, it's very brutal. You know, Flatro has no idea if he turns his back now. He has to be somehow prepared for an entire team. Smoke starts to imply. Flash is perfect. Furrows his brow. Eyes on the prize. Fallen ready for the GX peak if he goes in too far. Already across. Pressure mounting as the bomb is planted. Rigon susceptible to first tech 9. He's already taken down Flatro. 2 frags to the good. Fallen builds upon it. It's only Rigon and Scenery trying to flip this on its head. Not going to be easy. A great start. Smoke on the bomb for pressure. Fallen in dark. They won't be expecting this, but a miss. He has to go up. The smoke's not good. Vinny is down. The frags keep coming next to Rigon. And 5! A full ace out of Rigon. It really got scary there. They had everything pointing towards an Imperial find. But Rigon just keeps on clicking their heads all the way. Every single one.
Rigon is having to go God mode right here, right now. The site was given up. 2 kills went the other way. And Rigon, he does not want to go home just yet. Look at this. Stepping up, knocking him down. Massive stuff from Rigon. That is huge. Look at the focus right there. He knows what he's doing right now. He's keeping his team alive. He's keeping him in it. I think he's accidentally, in the celebrations, just pulled his bloody in-ears out there, but I'd be celebrating too. Rigon, he is the only one getting it done right now. 24 kills for him. And that round looks so bleak. I cannot believe they clawed that one back.
Yeah, that is something special out of Rigon. You really looked like Imperial had done everything they needed. Fallen posts a second AWP frag in the feed. Fur's already cleaned out the only A player, but Rigon just stands on the stairs and delivers. Okay, becoming a competitive scoreline. This is BNE's pick. It's the CT side. It certainly favors them for some of those reasons, but again with the full buy, there is nothing to stop Imperial from hitting their stride here and now. Fallen looking to go early for a peek onto the B site, so careful now on your jump peak. Scenery, if he just goes through the motions, he could meet Fallen's AWP. Here's it. That's a nice bonus. The CTs have info.
Well restrained, right? Forces Fallen back. Able to at least ward them off from B from now. But look at this from Flatro. What a push this is. Bolts is trying to oversee business right now.
Flatro. Oh, he turned on him and finds Bolts. A big delivery, and Scenary's already caught FNX as well.
Is this comeback really happening?
Oh, didn't catch him. Didn't see him. And Vinny Willer just in time. Rigon trying to find that trade, but Vinny just about gets out of the line of fire. They're regrouping ramp. Flatro, previously seen in T-spawn.
He's very low on HP here, 22 points of health. It needs to be so careful playing around this connector smoke.
40 seconds as the 3-man brigade.
If he looks towards A ramp, he'll go down to B here.
Between the wickets, GX smoked off, doesn't find them through it. They got time, flash on CT, will deny GX. Flatro to use that smoke, hoping to hide in plain sight. Vinny's there. He'll get another one done. A big frag to find if they could just deny that plant. It does go down. It's Fallen and Fur. 2 versus 4. And make it none. Again, Rigon just arrives and deletes as this gap now becomes a single round. A 1-round deficit from what looked like a lost game.
Well, definitely starting to believe here. I think they're well and truly in the game now. Rigon continuing to send marching orders down the line. He has not given up. He has not given up hope whatsoever. He has been the driving force to keep his team in this. Plant after plant means buy after buy. Imperial threatening again in a round like this. Flatro, great to find a second there on low HP, but it's Rigon again, and the stairs. Look at that second shot from Rigon. Cannot stop saying his name. This time Fallen will not have that AWP, and it has been an instrument to get them openings. Where's the change-up going to be? Who do they call upon? Does it have to be Fur? Does his aggression have to crack on open the Eagles right now?
Fur using the initial noise to mask his quick ascent back through mid, through underpass. Flatro had a little gap there.
I think he saw it.
Yeah, he has the info. One connector, he will say. Synopsy can't really afford to react to that.
Lots of talking. Look at Fur. Look how quick Fur's up.
He's already threatening jungle. Flatro's holding it. They're letting them in. They are letting them in. This has to be Flatro's, but he's gone down to Fur. A big opening now for Imperial. Getting flustered. A big reaction. Synopsy gets it, but not away scot-free. Vinny gets him from the Palace position. They're heading into A. The rotate's on its way as well. It might have to be another Rigon multi-kill to save the Bad News Eagles. 5 rounds in consecutive fashion, but now the bomb planted. Retake smokes and util dropping. Ouch, nose broken by the nade. Fallen trapped on Tetris. There is a crossfire held. You can see First safe and Fallen dropping bodies. It's 15, baby. Fallen's got 2. And GXX, nothing to boast, but the AWP on his back, and that's about to be taken away from him. And 2 opportunities to close the 2-0 and to survive the first day of elimination here at the Legend stage. Imperial, 2 chances. BNE, 2 opportunities now to defend them of their honor and to try and take it to OT. They have found just a little bit of their voice now on this defense, and they call the timeout just to talk it through one last time. Chad, what's the state of affairs?
Just with how close some of these rounds have been, it might be a little bit light on with some of the purchases here. The low-end Rigon, he's down to 2.2. I feel like they're going to have to donate him a rifle. He has just been a hero here. You cannot let your star right now go lacking. GXX can buy an AWP. Scenarii into a rifle as well, but 2 MP9s out for Synopsy and Flatro. And I said, Fallen didn't have the AWP. Where's the opening kill going to come from? Fur, right as they need him, delivers a massive kill right there. And Fallen, he can show that AK works too.
Yeah, he was fully blind on that. Really impressive stuff out of Fallen. Imperial, very, very close. A single round of Counter-Strike. 1 minute 55 thrust onto the clock. AWPs, higgledy-piggledy, MP9s. But look at the pace behind this. He's got 2 opportunities, and so Imperial go for a bit of an all-in.
They boosted Rigon up. The Beast of Burden on the site right here to lock this one down alongside of Scenarii.
Yeah, and he's been playing this angle before, so chances are, if Scenarii does go down, Rigon may go unchecked.
Great.
Here they come. FNX, he's got his flight path ironed out. That's the first frag found by Scenarii. Bodes very well if he can build upon it. Will they check? They will not. Rigon lies in wait to disrupt. 1 and 2. A quick double. Now already the Eagles have a huge advantage, but Fur has taken down the Titan of the Eagles. Flatro hiding in that smoke, hiding in the site. They have the bomb. They know where this has to finish. And down goes Fur. The Eagles have defended after the timeout. This was the call. This was the conversation. Can Fallen really do anything with a 1 versus 3? And hunt it down. Flatro not allowing it. And Rigon desperately willing his team to pull off the OT.
The impact that this guy has had right here, the fact that in this round he's boosted up, ready for that type of an execute. They have read the playbook there that Imperial were running perfectly. The trigger discipline in a situation like that, that's a scenario that might keep you up at night if you didn't get anything out of that scenario. But a timeout called, the 3rd now for Imperial. The Brazilians, they want to get this done in regulation. They want to get it done right here, right now. The buys coming together. They've been threatening in round after round. It doesn't matter if they have Glocks. Doesn't matter if they just have the pistols. They've been able to push the limits every single time.
Hey, you never know what to expect. It's been somewhat of a Kinder Surprise game. Every round, a bit of a surprise in one way, shape, or form. Not going to be getting that AWP out again, so the question remains. We saw Fur with the demonstration. Can he do that again, though? Fallen was the usual suspect in finding these openings. This is Rigon's trigger discipline. Takes balls, takes a lot of balls to just let them go, and that was the second he was waiting for, so huge out of Rigon. And well found by Fur. All right, we go. Full 30 rounds, ladies and gentlemen. We got 29 on map 1. Map 2, could this really be the final round of play for the Bad News Eagles?
Fast B split.
Very fast. And no support this time. Sineri really does have to hold on. They're spraying through, hoping GX perhaps can provide as well with that AWP already rotated through. Oh, and Rigon's gone! GX has to be the hero instead. He does catch Vinny. A 4-on-4. Everything at stake.
Job done. They're dropping back. All 4 of them quickly tucking on back. It's so quiet on B right now. Flatro is top mid. He could catch this right now. He's going to hear them. He's going to hear them in spawn.
He will. He will. He presses his ear to the wall and confirms their suspicions. Get your stuff over to A immediately. GX is knife out and charging. BNE have a lovely read of where the entire body of this assault is coming from.
Be careful.
Careful. Oh. Someone thought, yeah.
He's been heard.
They heard him. Oh, Flatro.
Oh,
He's going to
no.
give it up. And now with 50 seconds, they can go anywhere. It's no longer a guarantee. It's no longer a certainty. Synopsy has to adjust. A 2-1 split then. With Synopsy, perhaps he can tuck in. A bit of a snacks throwback for us in the final round of play. They're going through mid though. 30 seconds, mid to short. Could be the play to find no resistance whatsoever. Fallen thinking it through. Look at this death ball. This is some retro Counter-Strike if ever I saw it. Just 3, make it 4 grouped up. He'll smoke off mid to cover from the short side.
Synopsy's pushing.
He's going T-spawn.
He's going the wrong side. They're in B. The bomb's going to go down.
Oh, the Eagles are going to have such a mountain to overcome, Chad. This is a horrible way to let it slip away. A major run. So much fun to watch. But Imperial may be throwing the knockout blow right here, right now. A hard sight to retake on a good day. Plenty of time to set up, a misread, a miscomm, a mispush. Bomb already ticking away. This is horrible to watch. Thinking it through. Missed nade. Fur found. A couple more is required. Just 2 frags away, and Imperial will extend play. That's it. The Eagles, wings clipped by Imperial, the veterans. Showing the power of that veterancy and experience. A 2-0, no less.
Yeah, the oldest team here at the Major getting it done, taking on the Aim Stars of the Bad News Eagles. And what a performance that was from the likes of Rigon here, just keeping the team alive round after round. Is going to be extremely disappointed with how that one unfolded there, especially in that final round of play. Deflating stuff for the Eagles story, but fantastic stuff for Imperial. The Brazilian fans right now are going to be loving life. This team, the legends that drew a scene of Counter-Strike to the top of the world, are still competing, they're still alive and kicking, and they're still led by that man right there, Fallen. He's picked up a big win for the team here today.
Yeah, impressed by both FNX and Fur, both having a map, both where they kind of popped off. And I think my key takeaway is just the fact that we still see Bad News Eagles with this steep of a run. Winning wouldn't feel as good as it does if losing didn't feel as terrible. It hurts, and it will hurt for a while, I'm sure.
Yeah, and look, they had opportunities in this map. There was a bit of a discussion we were having here about even deciding to take it to a map like Mirage territory where Imperial were going to be comfortable. And you could see here that you win the pistol round, but you lose the force buy, right? That's a problem in itself. And big issues here for just some of those more standard rounds of play that you need to be converting if you want to pick up victories in intense games just like this. So rough and a lot to review here for the Eagles, but what a showing, right? This team, they've come on in, they're August, they've really made a splash. Last time round we had it the Copenhagen Flames doing that. This time round it has been the Eagles representing Kosovo, being the first time this region has been represented in a major. And look, I think everybody can get behind a story like that. Great performance here to be said from Bolts. A tidy 25 from him. He was a bit of a turret throughout, and Rigon 28, but it wasn't enough. He's going to be gutted.
Yeah, you have to remember that Bolts is a necessary anchor. When you've got everyone else being a bit more volatile, to have someone so consistent, especially on the defensive side, you can see he does get the man of the match. hard-earned, I'd argue, as well. The utility damage, how many nade kills did we just see in that highlight package? 300 of them. Done, and indeed dusted for the Eagles. Key takeaways, if Rigon can maintain this form,
it's crazy, right?
He's one to watch. I mean, this wasn't on the build-up and lead-up to the major that he was not a head-turning 26 consistent, but he's definitely found something that's awoken within him.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. It was fun to watch, and it is a little bit unfortunate that the story comes to a close here in the 0-3 column. You know, I think a lot of people thought they could have picked up a win here, or even in the best of ones. That opening game is going to echo in their minds against the Flames, being a 16-14 with a couple of flubs. Yeah, so we will be saying goodbye to them and Liquid today, but they live on, Imperial. They're still here. They're still in the event, and they're still kicking. The oldest team in the event. Let's see if they can continue to turn heads as we continue forward in the Legend stage.
Check out that 1-win, 2-loss column if you want to see exactly who they could be up against. We're going to go ahead and throw it away. It's been another day of the PGL Antwerp Major.